If you want to learn HTML and CSS, you are probably in the best place possible, because in this video we are going to build 10 websites: a dev portfolio website, a photography portfolio website, a restaurant website, a wedding agency website, a gym website, a travel agency website, a digital agency website, a catering website, an interior website, and a software as a service landing page. As you can see, we are going to start with this dev portfolio because I think this will be the easiest one. And on the beginning, I will try to explain as much possible with everything I do. And as we progress, I will try to explain less and less. So let's start by creating a new directory here in my 10 websites project. Let's go to new directory and let's call this one 01 dev portfolio and we have a new directory here. And here inside we just need to create new file and let's do index.html. Right, so here we have ideas, all the images, and here we have the first website with our index.html. Here, as always with all HTML CSS project, we need to start with a HTML structure. So I will do this HTML5 snippet that will give me the bare bones for my HTML project. And just to quickly go through everything, this is the default language that the website is using. Here is the encoding. Here is the viewport that is used for making website responsive. It says that default width should be the width of the device and it should be scalable, so you can zoom in and zoom out on the phone. And then we have a title that is shown on the top of the browser. Here's the body that will put all the content of the website. So let's just test here. And let's open a preview. So I will open a new Chrome window and you can I'll make this window smaller and I will hide my sidebar. Right, so now to get the preview in Chrome browser, you can just drop it like this, index HTML file to the browser and you see the test. And if I change something to test2, for example, and I refresh, it's refreshed. But I have this special button here, Chrome button, that will just create this weird address. And the cool thing about this is when I change something and save with my IDE editor, it will automatically refresh in my browser. My editor of choice is WebStorm, so this is what I'm using. If you want to use VS Code or something else, this will work too. We'll just do simple files and that's all. Right, but now I also need a preview of how my website should look like. So I dropped this image also into the browser. I will zoom out a little bit. So I have two tabs in my browser, one with what I have coded and one with this image that I want to recreate or get some inspiration from. So I'll close the sidebar now, make it a little bigger. Yeah, so the first thing we are going to code is this header and we will make it a little simpler, maybe something like this, but I will have just a text logo. Then I will have like few navigation links and then also my social media links. That's all. We will not have a toggle to switch between dark and light mode. So on the beginning here where I have test3, let's do header. We could use divs here only, but yeah, it's better to use header for headers. So header, and here inside the first thing will be this logo. And this is just a regular link, so I will do a link, but I will not have this slogan, a cool attractive tech guy that he has here, but instead I will have just my website name. So I have a domain called david.site, I think it was, that I bought, so that will be it. And I will give it a class name so I can style it later. Let's call this one logo link like this. And what do we have here later? Then we have a few links for navigation and then we have navigation with social links. Right, so let's maybe put all those navigation elements inside nav. So we have like 4 links. I mean, maybe do 3. The first one will be about me. The second will be projects. Okay, let's do projects. Experience. No, let's just do contact. All right, and then those links will be different from the social icons. So I will give to those some class name. So let's do class, and let's call those navigation links. And then we need those social icons that will be also links. So to get those, I will use font awesome. So font awesome icons. This is like a library of free icons and also paid icons. But let's search for, what do we have here? Twitch, no, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn. Let's start with Instagram. Yeah, let's check this one. Here we can copy SVG code. Let's copy. And let's put it inside a link. So let's do a link. And here I would do .social link. And now if I hit enter, it will use this social link as a class name, as you can see, and it transforms to a href type of element. So here inside, I would just paste this SVG. It's super long, but it will just work. So as you can see, if I open the preview, you can see it shows the Instagram icon. Let's also put those two other icons. Let's see. Let's put Twitter and also LinkedIn. So let's create two another links. A with social link class name, and we'll need another one. All right. And the second will have it was Twitter. So let's do Twitter. Yeah. Copy SVG, paste. Here in the third social link, we want to put LinkedIn. So let's search for link. And which one do we want to have, this or this? Let's use this maybe. Paste. Yes. Let's see. Yeah, it looks really bad, but don't worry, we'll put some CSS to fix it. Right. So now we need to create a CSS file inside our dev portfolio. The name doesn't matter, so we'll just do a new file. And let's call this one just styles.css. And it has been created inside my first dev portfolio website. So as you can see, we have 10 websites project, and here inside we have the first project, which is this dev portfolio. We have index.html, and then we created also styles.css. Let's add our styles.css to our HTML. So we are going to use this link thing, and I just typed link and I used tab, so it filled the rest for me. So here href will be just styles.css. Save. Nothing changed. But now if I change something in styles.css, it will also change the colors and stuff. So let's see, the first thing is that I would like to change the colors of the website. So I want to do a dark background on the whole website. So I'll pick this dark color. So I will pick this dark color. Yeah, I copied, and now inside body, so the main element that we use here, let's add some background color, and let's paste our color. Let's see. Yeah, it's dark. Now let's set the default text color. So let's do color, and let's do this work too. Yeah, we don't see any difference because we don't have any text yet. We just have the links and we have icons. So now let's do some styling for our header. So for our header, let's maybe style the icons first because they take a lot of space. So if we go back to index.html, we have this social link. On every link that is a social link with icons. So let's do inside header, we have a link, so A, and here social link. And what can we do here? Let's style our SVG first. So inside this A element, we have an SVG, and let's style this one. So let's change the color. Instead of black, I want white. So for SVGs, we use fill, and here let's do so FFF, save. Yeah, now it's white. Now the second most important thing, let's make it smaller. So I don't know, let's maybe make it 30 pixels, and let's see, 30 pixels. Yeah, so we have all those three, and it's much smaller and clickable now. So this is kind of works. Now I want all those links to be white because those are barely visible now. So let's do header, and all links should be white. So header A, and this header A will apply for both social links and navigation links because all of those are A elements, right? So let's do just color here. Yeah, so we have white links. But the next thing is I don't want this underline here, so I will do text decoration to none. If you want it back, you can just remove this, because text decoration with underline is default for links. Or you can just do text decoration underline. But I don't want any decoration, so I do none. All right, so we have links here, and now let's maybe position everything so it looks better. So first, to make everything in one line, as you can see, there's a logo in one line, and there's all those links inside navigation tag inside on another line or another row. So to make it in one row, I will style our header, because those two things are inside header. As you can see, first we have logo here as one part, and then we have this big part that is navigation. So to make it in one row, I will use flexbox. So let's do display. So how do we want to display header? And let's use flex here. So now those are kind of in one row, in one line. As you can see, the logo is much smaller in height because those icons are much bigger. So how can we fix it? We can fix it by changing the height of one link. So as you can see, this link, that is my logo, let me zoom in, is much smaller in height than, for example, this social button here, social icon. So to fix it, I will just make the height 30 pixels on all links like this. And as you can see, nothing happened because the only thing that has happened is the browser added like extra pixels up under the text, but we want to center the text horizontally. So we'll also add line height of 30 pixels. Oops, without this hashtag. Now, as you can see, this whole thing marked with blue is now 30 pixels. And you can see that the text is in the middle of this blue box. So now let's see why this one is so weird. We can go to computed, and this one is okay. So now let's fix this second part, and as you can see, those links are not exactly like 30 pixels, and it's because of the icons. Let's see, we have this a tag, this not 30 pixels in height. As you can see, it shows it's 18.5, and I think it could be fixed by changing the display of a link to inline block. Let's see. Now if I hover, you can see now the link height of this social link is 30 pixels. So now it's much better. The only problem is that those links are not in line with social links, but we can fix it by setting the flexbox also on the navigation. So inside header, we have this navigation element, and if we do display flex, everything is in row now. So that's much better, right? So here we have the header, then we have our logo link, and then we have our navigation with navigation links and social links. So now the next problem is spacing between the navigation links. So I want to put spacing between those links. So links that are navigation links. So let's do header, and we can do just navigation link, and here we want some spacing. So we can do padding, and here, depending how many params we will provide, it will apply this padding differently. So if we use one value like 10 pixels, it will put 10 pixels on each side. And if I, for example, use two values, so for example, let's do 0 and then 10 pixels, then it will do 0 pixels from the top and the bottom and 10 pixels from the sides, from the left and right, as you can see now. So that looks much better, but I think I want also 10 pixels on the sides for social icons here, so they will not be that close to each other. So like for now I have only on navigation links, but I want also on social links. So I could copy paste this part, make a copy and change it to also social link, or I can make a more global selector for both those and those links. So as you can see, all those 6 links are inside navigation, and navigation is inside header. So we can do just header, and let's do navigation and a tag. So now it's for the all links. Let me zoom out a little bit. Yeah. So now we have spacing between every link. Right, the next thing is something I don't really like, and it is this default font we are using. As you can see, we have some. So let me grab a font from Fonts Google, because this is the easiest way of getting a font. I think we can use Roboto. Yeah, this will work, but I will show it from the beginning here. So yeah, let's use this different font, and I really like this Roboto, so I will click it and use it. Let's view selected items. No, let's maybe a regular version. So I'll click select this style, and on the top I have this view selected families. I have this Roboto Mono that I don't need, so I'll remove this, and I need only this Roboto with regular size. I will use, and here we have two different kind of imports. The first one is to use inside HTML, and here is the import for CSS. You can also put it inside HTML, or you can just grab this part and put it inside CSS. So I will use just this part, and on top of my CSS, I would use this import. And as you can see, nothing have changed because I haven't defined where I want to use this font. So I want to use it inside all elements. So I will just put it as a default inside my body. So let's do a font family, and it was called Roboto. So just like this. And now, as you can see, the font has changed, and the only thing is that, as you can see, my IDE editor is saying that something is wrong here, and it's because they want to have an alternative for the browser if Roboto font cannot be fetched, if Roboto font can't be found or something. So they want like a global alternative, and the most global alternatives are serif and sans serif. So serif is a default for serif is a default with these glyphs, and sans serif is like a more clean version of fonts without this. I think it's called glyphs. So as you can see, if I remove just sans, adds these small things to the font. But my default will be sans serif like this, but the primary font I want to use is Roboto. So Roboto, and then a comma and sans serif. So now I have Roboto. We can also maybe test with another font. Let's remove this one, and let's search for Lato, and this one too. And let me maybe select the regular. Yeah, and now on the top we can find the imports. Here I have import. I can also add it as a second font. So now we are importing both Roboto and Lato. Let's see the preview. Now it's Roboto, but we can change it to Lato, and let's see the difference. Not much of a difference, but I think Lato is a little better. So I will remove this Roboto, so we don't import it if we don't need it. Right, so now the header looks much better, but one thing I would like to fix is to spread those elements a little. So as you can see, we have a logo here, and then we have all the links here, but I think those should be more to the right side. So as you can see, both parts, the logo and navigation, is inside header. So let's go here inside header, and as you can see, we are using flex here for display type. And flex have also some extra properties like justify content. And here, let's maybe try with flex end. And as you can see, everything has been moved to the right. If I hover header here in my browser, you can see it just put everything to the end of this row. But there are also things that will fit much better. And let's try with space between. So now, as you can see, put those elements as far from each other as possible, creating an extra gap here. And this is what we are actually needing here. So we have logo on the left side and navigation links on the right side. So this will work for now. Let's see. Maybe we can do the links not white, but almost white. So the logo can be white, but for all those links, let's see, all those links are inside navigation. So here we have header navigation A. So here we can update the color. So the color for our texts or for our links should be almost white. So we could actually do like DDD, will be not FFF, so not that white. And as you can see now, they are more gray. If I change it to AAA, they are even more gray. But there is yeah, I think AAA would be good. There's also another way of doing this. I could do RGBA 255, 255, 255, and 1. So now they are back to white. But instead of this white, instead of this one, I can change it to, let's say, 0.5. And now there will be white, but with 50% transparency. So if I save, they're still white, but they're 50% transparent. So like a ghost or surfing. And so they're white, but they are showing the background color, which is this, in 50%. So they are like a mix of 50% white and 50% the background color. If I would put the image under them, the image will be like 50% visible and 50% will be the text on top of the image. So I will change it back to, so I will leave it as it is now. But also I want the same color for icons. So here where we are using the fill, let's use this RGBA 50%. I think that's better. Maybe not 50%. Let's change to 60, 60 here, 60 here. So they are not that transparent. All right, so the next part will be actually this introduction text with a photo. So under this navigation and header, I will put an introduction text and photo on the right side. So let's go back to our index.html, and here we have header, and under the header, let's just do maybe div class name intro. So div.intro tab, and now we have a div with class name intro. And inside we need two things. The first thing will be this introduction text, and the second thing will be a photo. So let's start the text. I will put it inside the paragraph. So P and tab, and here let's say hi, hello, or maybe hi, my name is David. I work as a web developer and I love pizza. That's it. Let's see if I refresh. Yeah, so it doesn't look that good for now, but now let's just maybe put the image. So img, and here the source. Let me just grab my image here. So I will just copy a photo of myself here inside. I will rename it to something easier to find, refactor rename, and let's do me.jpg. And now back to index.html, and we have this me.jpg here. So I can do just me.jpg. Alternative text me. Okay, so now I have this photo of me here. It's really big, but we can fix it inside CSS. So let's go back to style CSS, and let's fix our intro. As you remember, we have this div with class name intro, and this is what we are going to use to style both text and the photo. So div.intro, let's style the image first, so img. Let's do max width, maybe just width of, let's say, 200 pixels for now. Yeah, so we have the image, but this is under the text. So to fix it, let's just do div.intro, and here we can also use display flex. So now the text is on the left side and the photo is on the right side. There is some extra spacing here, as you can see, and this is because if I inspect this paragraph, the browser by default adds some margin or padding at the top and the bottom. So you can see here inside computed, they add margin 16 pixels on the top and the bottom, but we can get rid of this by adding some, by overwriting this. So let's do div.intro, and then we have a paragraph element here, and let's do just margin 0. So no margin anywhere. All right, so now we have this text here and the photo on the right side, but what I want to do is to make some spacing here, and I think it would work with both setting margin on the paragraph, like on the right side. We can do margin right and 20 pixels, for example, and we have some margin here, or I think it would just work to do gap 20 pixels. Yeah, this one works too, because when we are using the flex display, can see that we have two columns because we have two elements inside the div class intro. The first one is paragraph, the second is the image. And if we add gap, it will add gap between those elements. So as you can see, if I hover this one, we have this gap here, it will be 20 pixels. It's much bigger because web developer doesn't fit here inside. All right. Now, as you can see, this paragraph is this big in height, but I would like to put this text here in the middle and not in the... So I will go to div intro paragraph and I will do align self to the center. Yeah, and now we have this aligned to the center, to the middle of this whole column. All right, but now it would be nice to get some spacing between the header and the div with class name intro. And we can do this in two different ways. The first would be to add some spacing under the header, and the second would be to add some space above the div with class name intro. Both those solutions will work, but I think I will just add the spacing under the header. So as you can see here, we have CSS for our header, and here inside I would just do margin bottom and let's say maybe 50 pixels. Yeah, that will work. Now we have some spacing here. Right, so this will work for now. Let's see what we have under. Here we have some writings, and yeah, I think that will be it for this page. But all right, now just format this text a little better. I want to make this in a new row. So let's go to index.html, and our work should be in a new row. So let's add the BR here. Yeah, and I will also want and I love pizza on a new row here. BR, that's better. But now, as you can see, this intro takes only part of the width and not the full width. So let's go to styles, and the same way we did it with header. As you can see, we have added this justify content space between, which means if you have some extra space, put this space between those elements. So we put it inside intro, div intro, and now we have photo on the right and the intro text on the left. And as you can see, this gap column is now much bigger than 20 pixels, and that's because there's nothing else that we have for now. If the image will be bigger, then it will take this center part more, but it should be 200 pixels for now. All right, so this homepage will be actually about me. This page will be actually about me. Then I will have two other pages for project and contacts. For projects and contact. So this will be both the homepage and about me. So I would like to make this about me stand out, so a user will know that this is the current page. So let's go back to our HTML, and inside here about me, let's add another class and let's call this one active. And now we have social link here, but we need a navigation link also. So let's add styling for a navigation link. A navigation links. Is it navigation links, not link? Yeah, I think we should rename it. So you can see here we are using social link, singular, and here we have plural. So I will change it to link, so it will be also singular. Now let's go back to CSS. Navigation link, but with class name active. So only this one. Let's make it color white. So FFF. And let's add underline, text decoration, underline. So now, as you can see, all links, even the icons, are almost white with 40% transparency. And this is defined here. Header, navigation, a tag will have a color of the text of white with 60% transparency. Right, but the header, a tag, navigation link, is also class name active, will have a pure white color with text decoration underline. And that's why we have about me with underline and this pure white color. All right, so the next part is I would like to have this about me with another color here. So I would like to put it in a dark gray color. So let me pick this color first, this one. I will copy this color, and now I will just put it inside div with class name intro. So let's do background color, and I will just paste it, and let's see how it looks like. Yeah, almost good. So the first problem that we have here is those spaces here on the right side and on the left side, and this is the default spacing that is added to the browser on our body. Let's see, you see, if I hover body, it has this orange margin here. So let's get rid of this. Inside our body, let's do margin of 0. Yeah, that's much better, and we don't have any spacing here. But now I want this dark color to go all the way to the bottom. And how we can do this? We can make this div intro to take all the possible space, or we can just put this dark color on the whole body, on the whole page, and the bright color only on the header. So first let's grab this brighter color that is now on our body element here, and let me just copy this one and let's put it on header. So I can actually copy this whole definition here, put it inside header. Nothing have changed because the header get the same color as the background here. But now I can get this darker color here, copy, and I can put it on inside body. And if I save, you can see now only the header has this brighter color, and the rest of the site is much darker. So now I would like to put this huge about me title. So between the header and the rest of the page, I would like to put this extra header. So let's go to index.html and let's see. We have navigation here, and then let's maybe put it here. So let's do h1 because this will be the biggest header, and let's do just about me. And as you can see, it doesn't work as it should. Put this about me as a third column, and that's not that good because we are using the flex box on the header. It takes all child components as columns. So how we can fix it? We could put those two inside a different container, different element, or we can just put it this one separately, not inside header. So we can put it here, and now it's a little better, but it's on the dark background, but we want to make it like mostly on the bright background. So let's maybe style it inside our style CSS. Let's go to the bottom here and let's inspect the about me. So as you can see, it has some space margin on the top and the bottom, and then it's big, but it should be even bigger. So because we have only h1 on this page, let's do just all h1s, and let's first remove margin. So margin 0, almost nothing have changed. Let's see why. No margin here, but from the header we get some margin from the bottom side of this header. So let's maybe get rid of this now, or let's get rid of this for now. So we have margin bottom of 50 pixels. Let's get rid of this, and now let's add some margin on the about me, and let's also change the color. So we want the same color that we have on the header. So here, header background color, this, the brighter one. Let's scroll down to our h1. Let's paste it like this. Now let's add some extra spacing. Let's do with margin top. Let's try with 50 pixels here. But now, as you can see, because of the margin, it moved this element and created the gap. That is the darker color, sorry. And this is because the darker color is on the body and the brighter color is on those two elements. So instead of doing margin top, we will do the padding top. And now it will create spacing inside the element, not outside of the element. So that's why it has this brighter color. All right, so now it's a little better, but I want to put it a little lower, so, and make it a little bigger. So let's do first font size. And here we could do like 50 pixels. Yeah, that looks good. Let's maybe try with 60. No, 60 is too much. Let's do 50. Yeah, 50 works nice. And now if I hover H1, you can see that it also takes some space below this below the line of the letters, and this is because if there's a P or something, it would have this extra hanging parts of the letters. But we don't need this, so we can actually update line height to 50 pixels, and it has decreased, but we can decrease it even more. Let's do 40 pixels, and now as you can see, the letters are sitting on the line between the bright and dark color, and that's what I wanted to have. Right, so now I would actually like to add some spacing here on the image so it's not aligned with the top of this container. So div intro image, I would like to add some margin top of, let's say, 20 pixels. Yeah, that's a little better. All right, and now I would like to create some kind of footer. So let's go back to our index.html, and let's see, we have a header, and then we have the main header here, and then we have div with class intro. So at the bottom, let's do a div, not div, but a footer element. All right, so now inside this footer, let's just do this copyright sign, and it's just this ampersand and copy, I think. Yeah, so we have this copy sign here, and let's do David.site or rights reserve like this. And now I also want to put social icons inside the header. So let's say that the first part will be inside the paragraph, and now we'll have some extra div with social icons. So I would just copy those social links and I will put it inside the div, and those became really huge again. So let's go to styles, and we could style those icons again, but there's an easier way of doing this. As you know, we styled those icons, and let's see the styling for those. So we have here that an SVG, that is a social link, so a tag with class name social link, and inside header should have the fill color of white, almost white, and the height should be 30 pixels. And we could actually do the same for the footer. So we can do comma footer, and here we can do just SVG, and this will work too. So now, as you can see, the icons are dark white or grayish. But there is even a simpler way of doing this. We could get rid of this header, and this our new part. And now all social links on the page, not only inside header, but all social links, SVGs, will have this color. So both social links in the header and social links in the footer. Right, but now I don't know if you can see, but we have these purple dots here. And this is because we styled the icons, SVG icons, but not the links. So if we go to footer, we have a div with links here. And those links have some underscore that is barely visible. It's just a purple dot here. And I would like to get rid of this. So let's do footer. A tag should have a decoration of none, and there are no purple stuff here. Right, but now we want to put those icons on the right side, and this text should be on the left side. So that's why I put all those links in a separate div. So inside our footer, we have a paragraph, and then we have a div with all the links. And as before, we can do just footer and define our display here to flex. And now, as you can see, we have text on the left and icons on the right, but we want to put here as much space as possible, so we can just copy justify content and space between like this. Now we have icons on the right side and this text on the left side, but maybe we want to put some extra spacing here. So on the footer, let's maybe start with some margin top. Let's say 50 pixels. Pixels, no, not XP. Yeah, that's a little better. But now we would like also to have a border or something at the top, or a line here. So I will do border top here, 1 pixel solid, and let's say try with AAA. Yeah, we need something darker. Let's say 666. Yeah, try with 555. That's better, but I want it more bluish. So let's maybe 7 here at the, no, that's too much. That's 6, and this will work. Now maybe some spacing between the line and the bottom here. So let's add padding, so spacing inside element, and if we place like 50 pixels here, it will do padding on each side, so top, bottom, left and right, but we want only on the top and the bottom. So let's add a second parameter, 0. So now we have just spacing here and here. 50 will be too much, so maybe let's try with 20. Yeah, that's better. Let's see how it looks like. Yeah, almost good. The only problem I have is, as you can see now, the paragraph has some, the text David side, all rights reserved, has some extra margin on the top and the bottom, this text, and the icons do not. So let's see this paragraph. It has some extra margin on the top and the bottom, and I would just get rid of this footer p tag. Let's do margin 0. Now it's a little better, but it's not in line with this, with the icons. So I would just put the same here because it's flex. We can do align self center, and now the paragraph text will be in the middle. As you can see, now it's aligned with the icons. Right, so now the only problem is that nothing is centered. So if I make this window really wide, you can see we have a lot of gaps here in the header, in the about me page, and also in the footer. So let's fix it with CSS. Right, so let's start one by one. First, let's do header. And as you can see, we have header here, and then we have a log link, and then we have navigation with links. How we can make it centered? We could put those two links in, we could put those two elements inside a different container and make it more narrow, and then make it centered. So let's try this. Let's go back to index.html and let's make it bigger for now here. And here we have our header, but inside header we need another container to make it centered. So let's do a div with class name centered, and we want to put all those elements inside our div with class name centered. But now, as you can see, something moved, and this is because we don't have those, and this is because we don't have flex on the div center. We had this flex box on the header, and that's why both a tag and navigation was in one line. But now we put here a div with class name center in between, and nothing works. So let's fix it. Let's go back to style CSS, and here on the header we have this flex box, space between, and so let's cut this out from here, and let's move it to header. And here we had this div with class name center, and we can put like this. Okay, so now we have our header working again, but we still have this, we still haven't solved this problem with centered content. So let's fix it. Let's define the center thing for our div with class name center. So I will put it maybe here under the body. So div center should be more narrow. So let's make it max width of try with 500 pixels, right? So now if I zoom out to 100% and I make it wider, you can see the navigation ends here, and this is because the div with class name center ends somewhere here. But now we want to center it, so let's also add margin 0 from the top and the bottom, and auto on the sides. So now, as you can see, it's centered. The header is still full width, but then we have this div with class name center that has a limited width to 500 pixels, and it's centered with margin by 0 pixels on the top and the bottom, and auto from the sides. So we can actually reuse this div with class name center to other elements, to this h1, to those to this intro, and even for the footer, I think. So let's go back to index.html and let's try to put some center class names. So let's see what will happen if we put a class name here, center, on our h1. Nothing happened because we only defined styles that for center for div. Let's see what will happen if we just say class name center. Oh, it's centered, but it's centered too much with the color gaps. So as you can see, we have this h1 here, but it starts here and it ends here, and here is the default color from the body, which is dark color. Right, so we can fix it, I think, by putting the text inside the div, a separate container div. So here we had about me. I will get rid of this. Let's do div center like this, and here let's put back about, and let's see what happens. Yeah, now it worked. As you can see, my IDE is screaming that element div is not allowed here, and this is because inside the text elements there should be only text. So how we can fix it? Let's put back as it was, about me. So this is what we had, but now we want to put another element outside of this h1. So let's do div with maybe class name header. All right, and I will put it here, or maybe div with class name h1. Yeah, so we have both h1 element and a div with class name h1. So let's go to styles and let's scroll to our h1 element. So to style this div, that is the parent of h1, we'll do div with class name h1 like this. And now what do we want to do? We want to make the child centered. So let's see, we have h1 div here, and inside we have this h1 element. All right, so maybe let's try go back and let's add a class name on h1 called center. So it's centered now, but we don't have the color. So as you can see, the div h1 with class name h1 takes all the space, but div h1 with class name center takes just a small portion of the width of our screen. And as you can see on the styles, the background color that's brighter is actually defined on h1, but if we cut it from here and we put it inside the div parent, now as you can see, the parent, the div with class h1, takes all the space, so it has this bright color that we moved here, and the h1 that has class centered. So here is the definition, and the center definition is somewhere here above. It is centered here with 500 pixels, margin 0 auto, and h1 styles are padding from the top, bigger size and small line height. So this works. Now let's go to our intro. So we have here div with class name intro, and maybe let's try by putting this intro inside the center and see what will happen. It just worked. And what will happen if we go back and just add a center here after intro? It works too. Yeah, so this is much clearer solution. So we have intro center, and the intro didn't have any gaps on the sides with color because it doesn't have an extra color. It just takes the color that is on the body. All right, now let's center our footer. So here it will also be simple. We can just add a class name center. So let's do class center, save, and now it's centered. All right, but because it's centered, it has removed the padding or the spacing between the intro and the footer. So as you can see, we have defined this margin top here. That should be 50 pixels between footer and the rest of the page, but it's not there. And this is because when we added this center class, if I scroll up, you can see we have auto on the sides, but 0 on the top and the bottom. And the 0 top and the bottom from center is like more important for the browser. If I go back to footer here, inspect styles, you can see that we had this margin top of 50 pixels, but there's a line through. So this is invalid now, and the browser is using max margin 0 auto from the center because the class name definition is more important than the definition on the element. So how we can fix it? We can get rid of this definition 0. So let's remove this, and we only want definition on the sides. So margin left should be auto, and only margin right should be auto. No other definitions. So now we have some spacing here as it should. And if I click here footer, you can see that we have only margin from the center that is left and right, and our margin top doesn't have any line through, so it's not ignored by the browser. Right, so Let's maybe like here. And I would say that 500 pixels is really narrow for desktop. So I will just update it to 600. That's a little bit better. Let's do 700. I think 700 is good. So now I would want to add some spacing actually here at the top for our header. So inside header we have header A. So let's see, we have some links here and we have header. Let's actually put some padding inside header. As you can see, we have color here on the header. Let's see what will happen if we add padding of 100 pixels. Yeah, it added some padding. It added padding on the sides and on the top and the bottom. It shouldn't put on the sides. So let's do second param 0. All right, now we have this padding on the top and the bottom. Let's make it smaller. Let's make it just 20 pixels. Yeah, that's better. And then another small thing, I would like to put some extra space here. So where's our H1? Here is H1, but where is this spacing? Padding top to 70 pixels. That's better. All right, so we are done with the home page or about me page. So now I would like to add this projects or maybe contact. I will start with contact. It will be easier. So with index.html, let's open this one, and I will just copy everything from here and I will put it inside a new file. Let's call this one contact.html, and here I will just paste it like this. So here we need footer, but we can get rid of this intro. I save and nothing happens because we are still on the home page. But if I click contact, nothing happens. And this is because inside index.html on our about me page, those links are empty here. So here I would do contact.html, but not on the social link. I want to put it on the contact.html. That is on the contact. And now if I click contact, went to our contact.html, it shouldn't be about me. Let's change it to contact me, save. And if I refresh, yeah, it worked. But now on our contact.html, we want to fix the link for about me that is empty for now. So let's fix and make it to index.html like this. So now if I click about me, nothing happens. Let's refresh. About me, it goes to about me. If I click contact, it goes to contact me. But as you can see, it doesn't matter where I am, it's still about me that is underlined. And this is because in both files, both index.html and contact.html, the navigation link that is active is about. So about me should be active only in index.html, but inside contact.html, we need to get rid of this active. So now let's see if I refresh, no links are active, and I will just put this active here. Yeah, so now the contact has this underline. Right, so now inside the contact HTML page, I want to put something here. And this will be just an email address here. So under H1 and above the footer, let's create a div with just class name, maybe contact. And here I will put my email address. Yeah, just my regular Gmail. But I'll put it this way, gmail.com. Let's see, it looks really bad, but we can add center here. So this will be centered now, but let's add some extra styling for div with class name contact. Let's go to styles to the bottom and div with class name contact. What do we want to do? Let's make this text, so my email address centered. So text align center. Yeah, so now it's in the middle. Now we want some extra spacing. So let's do padding and just from the top and the bottom. 50 pixels from the top and the bottom. We don't need any spacing on the sides. Let's refresh, see. Yeah, this works. I want also to make it bigger. So let's do font size of, I don't know, 25 pixels. Let's see. Yeah, this will work. I will add some extra text actually here. I will put my email like this, and I will add a break line here. So my email colon and my email. Let's go back to styles. I don't want this text align center. Let's make it back to left. Yeah, I think that will be it. Now let's fix the projects. So let's just copy the HTML from contact HTML, select everything, copy, now new file, and let's do projects.html. And here inside I will just paste everything. I can get rid of this email because it's not contact page anymore, because it's projects, and I will update this contact me to my, or just my project. Let's save. So now if I click projects, nothing happens because we are on the contact page. This is contact HTML. As you can see, if we go back to contact HTML and let's see the projects link, the projects link is here, but the href attribute is empty. So we need to update this to projects.html. So now if we are on the contact page, let's click projects. It shows my projects. All right, so that's better. But now let's also update links inside projects HTML. So the third link should be contact, and it should not be empty. It should go to contact.html. So now if we click contact here, it will go to contact. If we go to projects, it will go to project. But also inside projects HTML, we need to update this active. We want to remove it from contact and we want to add it into project. Now let's refresh, and as you can see, we are in project. It's active class name on the projects. If we go to about me, it's active here. Projects link doesn't work on about me page. So let's go to index.html. And let's see, we have those three links here. So let's fix those. The contact HTML is fixed, but not projects. So let's update this. Let's do projects.html. If I refresh, now let's go to projects, works, contact, projects, about me, projects, everything works. Let's go back to projects and let's open projects.html. All right, so I was thinking I would put some squares here. So squares with some titles. So I can actually put my React Memo game. So as you can see, if I put this link, I have this React Memo game that I can show. So I can put it inside projects. So first I need a thumbnail of this. So let's go to website screenshot online. And we have this screenshot guru. This will work. Paste the link. I'm not a robot. Screen capture. Yeah. So we have this image here. Let's maybe put it. Let's make another directory here. And let's call this one project images, or maybe just projects. And this I can put inside projects, or maybe not. I need to just, right now we have this image here. I can rename it from image PNG to something else. Let's call this one memo game, right? Now let's go back to projects HTML, and between the h1 and the footer, we want to have a div with class name projects. So we can style something here, and let's also make it centered. And let's put the test here to see how it looks like. So projects, and we have this small test here. So let's add some CSS first. So maybe let's put my project here. So let's put the div with class name project, and inside I will have an image. An image will be to my projects / memo game PNG. The alternative text will be memo game. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah. And I also want to have like an extra header. Let's maybe do header 2 memo game in react.js. Yeah. So it should be here. Yes. That's good. But I want to make this image smaller. So let's go to styles CSS and let's add some styling. So first I want some spacing here. So let's do div projects. So the container for all projects. Let's add some spacing on the top and the bottom. So let's do padding 50 pixels or maybe 20 pixels from the top and the bottom, and 0 on the sides. If I save it, refresh, yeah, now we have a little space, maybe more. Let's do 50 pixels from the top and the bottom, refresh. Yeah, I think that's better. Now let's fix this image. So now we have one project and it takes all the width. How much we want to take it? I think we could have 2 columns of projects, one here and one here. So inside projects, we can actually do we can actually change the display, but not to grid, because but we can actually change display, but not to flex, because if we change to flex, every element inside our projects, so every project with class name project will be in the same row. But we want only to have 2 columns. So I'll change it to grid. And now let's see what will happen if I add more projects. So here we have 1 project, but if I add 2 more, you can see that for now it's under each other. Let's see if I change it to flex. If I change it to flex, it's in 1 row. All 3 projects are in 1 row. So if I change it back to grid and they are under each other, which is also not that good, but I can use grid template columns to define the columns. And the columns will be only 2 columns, so I will have 2 values, 1FR, 1FR. Save, refresh, and now I have 2 projects in the first row and the third project in the second row. But they take too much space. So let me quickly add some they take too much space because the images are too big. So let's fix it by doing div project. So a specific project image, img, should have max width of 100%. Let's save and let's see. Yeah, now the image takes only the space it needs. Yeah, this worked. But now we want some gap between the columns, and we can use gap again here. So let's do gap and let's do 50 pixels. Let's see when I refresh. Yeah, we have some gap here and it works. Here I think it would be much nicer to have this text centered. So inside the specific project, so div with class name project, we had let's see, div project, and as you can see we have this h2. So for our h2, so div project h2, we want to make text align center, and if I refresh, yeah, the texts are centered here inside every project. Right, so I think that will be it for our first website. We have about me with some intro and a photo. We have projects that you can fill with your own projects and better pictures, and we have a simple contact with just an email address here. Yeah, the social links should be also updated, and we should put some spacing here out. So on the footer we have a tags with social link class name. Right, let's see, let's inspect here. Yes, we do. So we can actually add some spacing on the a tag here. So let's add margin left to, I don't know, at least 20 pixels. Let's refresh and see. Yeah, that's much better. That will work. So if you want to make those working, you need to update the here social links with the links to your Instagram, Twitter, and stuff like this. So here I have a link to Instagram, here I have the Twitter, and here I have a link for the LinkedIn. All right, so I think that's all for the first for our first website. And now we should go to our next website, which is this photography portfolio. All right, so let's close this one. Let's close ideas for now, and let's create a new directory called 02. Let's just do photo. All right, and inside our photo, let's add new file, index.html, and here same HTML boilerplate code that I used everywhere. We can close this one, we can close this image. We don't need icons, fonts, and we want only to open the preview. You can open the preview of this file by drag and dropping this like this. So now it's empty, but we can do photo, and if I refresh, it shows up. But I will use this link for my Chrome provided by IDE, so it will auto refresh when I change something. If I add 2 here and I save, yeah, it's photo 2. All right, let's also open image so we can get some preview here. Right, so this is what we are going to build, and we have a preview for mobiles here. So we are going to build this hamburger navigation, and here the navigation will be on the left side, and if it's mobile it will be inside this. So then we have some simple header with some button. Then we have grid, and inside this grid, as you can see, we have photos, but on the desktop we have 2 rows. This is the first and this is the second row, but on mobile we have 3 rows: first, second and third. And this is because on the first row on desktop has 2 columns, but on the mobile it should be only 1 column here, and those 2 images should be moved on the to the next row. I hope it makes sense. So if we just have 2 little space, we get those images from here and we put them here. If we have more space, we put them into this first row. What do we have later? We have some extra sections. So we have image on the left, text on the right, and then we have text on the left, image on the right, and so on. But on the mobile, we have only text, image, text, and image text, right? And then we have some simple contact form and social icons. Right, so let's scroll to the top and let's start with the header. So let me zoom in. So for our header, it differs a little bit from the header between header on the mobile and header on the desktop, but we will start with the desktop and let's see how it will go. So let me close sidebar and let's do header, and let's see, we have 3 navigation links here. So let's create a navigation tag here, and we have 3 links, so I can actually do a times 3 check, and let's put those on the separate rows. The first one will be home, the second will be gallery, and the third will be contact. It looks really bad, but let's continue. Then we have this icon of a camera, and then we have these social icons on the right side. So this is like the logo, I think. So and I think it will be also a link. So let's do a tag with class name logo, oops, not slash, dot logo. And inside this, we will put this camera, but we don't have any camera. So let's go to Font Awesome, icons, and let's search for camera. All right, and so let's pick a camera. I think this one will work. It's not identical. Let's copy SVG because this one is outline and our is not. Let's just copy, paste, and we have a camera. All right, we have also like social links here on the right side. So maybe let's put those inside the div. So we'll have an extra parent here. So we need 1, 2, 3, 4 icons and 4 links. So let's do 4 a tags. So a times 4 like this, and each one should be in a separate line, so it will be easier. And now we need the Behance, or I don't know how to pronounce it, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Let's try to find the Behance, copy SVG, and let's paste it inside the first. Let's scroll to the left, and on the second we had this weird, it was Facebook. Let's search for Facebook, and we have this F. Let's copy SVG, yeah. And the third will be, let's see, the third will be Twitter and then Instagram. So let's do Twitter, copy, paste, and the last will be Instagram. So let's just paste here, Instagram. Let's copy this one, copy, paste. Let's see how it looks like. Whoa, it looks bad for now, but let's fix it. So we need some styles, but we don't have any style CSS inside our second project yet, but we can create it. New file, styles.css, or maybe we can call it something else. We can call it photos.css. It doesn't matter. So inside our index.html here, let's just link this. So photos.css. So we add this link style sheet to our head, photos.css, because this is the CSS name here of the file. And yeah, first thing we want to fix is those icons. And as always, those are inside the header. So we can do just that, or all SVGs inside header. So header and then SVG should be small. So let's do height of 40 pixels. Yeah, that's better. As you can see, we have some purple underscores here. And this is because the default styling for links is this underline, and it adds a verb for icon links. So let's get rid of those. Let's do header a tag. So all a tags inside header should have text decoration none. Oops, text decoration none. So now we don't have an underscore. All right, but now we want to place it differently. Let's see here. As you can see, they have like links here on the left. This logo in the middle, and then they have those social links on the right. If we go to index HTML here, you can see that we have inside header first navigation, and the navigation is those 3 links. Then we have this a tag, a link with the logo, which is this camera, and then we have a separate div with social links. And I put those social links into this container. So inside our header, we have only 3 children. The first one is navigation, this one, then we have the logo, and then we have social links. If I would put those social links outside of this div, so inside header directly, we would have like 20, oh, not 20, but more than 3 children. So by putting inside 3 children, I'm preparing to using content, I'm preparing to using display flex. So this will be the first column or the first part, the second part and the third, and I will put space in between those as we did with the first project. So let's do photo CSS, and inside our header, let's do display flex, display flex. Yeah, and now as you can see, it just works almost. We just need to add the justify content space between, so it will put the space that we have here on the right side between the children. Yeah, that's much better. But we would like to make these icons smaller, like really small. Let's do 20 pixels. Yeah, I think that's better. All right, so now let's maybe change the background color. You can see this color is not white, it's yellow white-ish. So I will pick it from here. Oh, it's actually white. Is it white? Let's try again. No, it's not white, but it's almost white. Let's pick it, okay. And let's put it inside our body, so it will be everywhere. Background color, this one. Yeah, doesn't make that much of a difference, but it's more yellowish. All right, so now let's maybe fix the header first. So we want to change the color of those links, and we want to make them smaller and black or grayish. So as you can see, those are inside navigation tag. So we can do header navigation A, and then we can do just color. Let's do dark gray, so AAA. That's too bright. Let's make it darker. 777. Yeah, that's better. But let's fix the font. But we will not fix the font only on the links. We want to fix the font everywhere. So let's put on side our body font family. But for now, I will not import any font from Google Fonts. I will just use sans serif, and that will be good for now. Let's make the links smaller. So let's do font size, and let's say 14 pixels. And let's see, even smaller, 12 pixels. Yeah, and some spacing between those. So let's do margin right on each one of 10 pixels. So we have some spacing. So every link has an 10 pixels spacing on the right side. All right, they have much better font, but I don't want to struggle and try to find it. Now let's try to fix this intro. So we want to find this woman, or not this woman, but something similar, and we want to make it white-ish. So let's try to find it. Let's try to find an image on Unsplash. Woman, hair, something like this. Where is she sitting? Is it a lake or something? That's the woman lake. Yeah, almost. She's almost there. It doesn't need to be exactly the same. So let's see, just woman, hair. I'm looking for like a simple background, bright background. Let's go back to lake. This is more like photographic-ish. Let's see, what do we need? Yeah, no extra sun here. We don't need this. All right, let's take this one. Let's put it inside photo. So we have it here, but let's rename it to something simpler. Let's call this one woman JPEG. All right, and now let's put it here underneath. So let's go back to our index.html, and under the header, let's just do a div with class name intro, and here I'll just put an image with this woman. So let's do woman.jpg. And we have it here. No, not as it should look like, but yeah, almost. So we want to make it smaller. We want to make it to take only the width of the page. So let's go to our photos CSS. And we have div with class name intro now. Inside we have an image, and here we want to do that it takes max width of 100%. Yeah, so now as you can see, it doesn't matter how we scale the browser, the image will take max width of 100%. We could actually just make it not max width, just width 100%. So even if the screen is bigger, it will rescale to 100%. All right, so now we have this white overlay, or almost white, the same color that we have here. We want to make an extra overlay on this photo. So let's go back to our HTML here, and let's add a new element here. Let's create a div with a class name overlay. That's all. And let's go back to CSS and div intro, div overlay, and let's do background color of this. So now it's not visible because, as you can see, inside our intro we have this overlay, but it has 0 pixels in height, so it's not visible. If we change it to height to, I don't know, 50 pixels, then we'll have this overlay here, but we want to have it on the image. So how we can make it on the image, above the image? First, we need to make it position absolute. So we will change the position to absolute. So now, as you can see, the overlay is somewhere here at the bottom, but it's 0 pixels in width. So let's do width of 100%. So let's see. Now we have overlay here under, but because we have position absolute, we can add to 0. Now, as you can see, our overlay is on our header, but we don't want it to be on our header. We want to move it like 50 pixels down. So now we have it here, but we want to take the space that the image takes. So how we can do this? We can get rid of this height, and we can define bottom, and the bottom will be, let's say, 0. So now our overlay starts from the 50 pixels from the top and ends here at the 0 on the first view. That's not good either, because when we scroll we have extra image here, and pixel, it should be 50, it should be much less, so it starts somewhere here. So there's a better way of positioning this. So if we take div intro, so parent to our overlay, the overlay is inside the parent, this div class intro, we can do position relative on our intro, and this, what it changes, it makes our overlay position using the intro. So it calculates the 50 pixels from the top on the intro and not on the body. So now, as you can see, we have bigger gap here, and we don't have gap on the bottom, because now div overlay has bottom 0, but it calculates 0 on the bottom of our intro. All right, so now we can get rid of this top 50 pixels, and we can change it to 0. So now, as you can see, div overlay takes all the space that div intro takes. So 0 from the top and 0 from the bottom of intro. But we want to make it transparent-ish. So we can change opacity to 0.5 to make it like 50% opacity. That's, I think that's too much. Let's try with 0.8. Yeah, that's a little better. Maybe try with 0.9. Yeah, that's even better. As you can see, it's not like super perfect because we don't have the same photo, but well, it doesn't matter that much. So now we have again those margins on the left and right, and this is because we have margins on the body added by the browser. So let's get rid of the margin 0 on the body. Right, now, as you can see, the image here is even behind the header, and our intro with image starts under the header, and we want this div with intro and the image to be even under our header. So how we can do this? We can update the positioning of our header. So on our header, we can do position absolute to, and it disappeared. Why it disappeared? Because we have two elements with position absolute. The first one is header and the second is intro. And the thing is that intro is above the header. How we can fix it? We can update something called z index on the header. Let's change it to 3. We could make it, we can actually even update for intro, for intro, so I can show you how it works. I can make it like 5, so the intro is above the header, but if I make it to 1, it's under the header. Okay, but header is now above the intro, but it became smaller, and this is because we added this position absolute. So we need to put back width to 100%. So now it's 100% in width. Or we could do left 0, right 0. All right. So a nice thing would be actually be this header at the top, even when we scroll. So let's see what will happen if we add top 0 here. Yeah, it's on the top, but when we scroll, nothing happens. But this will change if we change absolute to fixed. So now if I save it, if I scroll, the header is 0 from the top, but it calculates the top on the view, so the scrolled view, and not on the body element. So you can remember that if you put absolute positioning, the positionings from top left and stuff will be calculated when absolute, it will be calculated on the body or the nearest relative element, and when fixed, it will be calculated using the view. So now if we have fixed and we scroll, it scrolls with the view, and it's fixed to the view, 0 pixels from the top. All right, let's see how our header looks like. It's still far from perfect. So let's fix it. We want to make this camera brownish as they have it, and the icons here should be grayish as the links are. So now let's fix maybe the color. So pick the color from the page, and let me try to pick this brown. Yeah, and let's see, inside header we have this a tag with logo, and we have this SVG here. So let's maybe do header, we have a tag with class name logo, and then we have SVG, and we want to update the fill color of this to this brownish. Yeah, and it worked, but this brown looks like, our brown looks like shit, and this brown is much better. Let me copy this brown again. I will copy this from here, it will be easier. So let's do color picker, this brown, and let's copy this and let's put it here. Yeah, now it's much better. Right, I think that this font differs so much from ours that I would actually like to fix it. So I can zoom it more here. This is what they are using, and this is what we have. So let's try to find something similar on Fonts Google, and let's type here home. So not search fonts here, I want type something home, and let's font properties categories. We only want sans serif, and let's find something similar to this. Maybe we can check what the font is. Let's find the biggest text here. I don't know, if I make a print screen of this, there's a tool called the font identifier, and now I can just drop this image here, and I don't know. Right, let's maybe take Roboto condensed. So I will use regular, and let's pick it from here. Imports, let's copy this import on the top of my CSS, put this import here, and font family, first Poppins. Oops, Poppins. No, it's not Poppins, sorry. It's Roboto condensed. Save. Let's see. Yeah, this is much better. It's not exactly the same, but it's much better. This is with 100%. Yeah, I think that this will work. Right, so let's start to maybe center our stuff. So the header should be centered. So because we don't have any extra colors on header, we can make it more narrow, so not 100%, but let's make it, I don't know, 780 pixels, but now it ends here, but we want to be in the middle. So how we can do this? We can't use left auto, right auto, because we have position fixed, and this will not be understood here. But what we can do is and we cannot do margin 0 auto here. 0 auto, this will not work. I don't know why, but this will not work. Okay, I know why. Because as you can see header here, and this will not work because of the position fixed. But we can do something like this. Left 50%, and now it's on the right side, but we can change it by margin left, and we can do negative and the half of this. So 390 pixels, but not positive, but negative. And now it's centered. So as I can see, we push it left by 50%. So it was there from here to the right side, but then we move it left by the half of the width. So now it's centered even with the position fixed. Right, maybe now let's add some padding on the top so it doesn't, so we have some extra spacing here. So let's do padding. Let's do from the top and the bottom 20 pixels and 0 on the side. Yeah, so we have some spacing here, but it's maybe too much. Let's do just 15 and let's see what they have. Yeah, that will work. Now let's change the icon colors. So as you can see, they are grayish. So let's here, we have some styling for header. Let's do header and color for SVG icons. Let's see. If we do just header SVG, it will update both this icon and those icons. But we want to only update those icons. So how we can update those? We don't have any classes on those or on this div. So maybe let's add it first. If we go back to our index.html here, you can see that those icons are inside a separate div, but this div doesn't have any class name. So let's put class name of social. And now we can do header and div social SVG. And here we can do fill. And I think it was 777, something like this we were using. On the links, let's see. Yeah, on the links we also have 777. So this will work, but the icons are too big. So let's make those smaller. Let's do height of, let's do 14 pixels and let's see. Yeah, that's better. I think everything is too small now. I will make everything bigger. Icons, let's do 24. Yeah, now those links should be bigger as well. Let's make them 16. Yeah, and now this logo SVG. We have it here. Let's change the height of it to 24 as well. Yeah, it's bigger and I think it's better. Now we only want some spacing here. So we have social SVGs. So we have this div social and we are styling SVGs, but we want also to style this A tags. So the links itself. So header, div social and A tag. Let's add some margin left on the left side. And I don't know, let's 10 pixels, maybe should work. Yeah, so we have some spacing here. Maybe let's make them a little smaller here, 20 pixels. Yeah, that's better. So the logo will be a little bigger and those will be a little smaller. And now let's see how they position themselves. So we have some small problems here. As you can see, the links are not in the middle, but those are on the top. So let's maybe go here and we want to point the header navigation. So let's do header nav and here align self center. Now let's see. Yeah, now it's in the middle. All the links are in the middle vertically. And we could do the same thing with social icons. So let's see. Here we have social icons, but those are not centered vertically. So let's try here header div social, and let's try also with align self center. Let's see. Nothing changed because they have like extra padding here. Let's see. Yeah, we need to make this one. As you can see, the links are not covering the whole SVGs. So let's change the links to display inline block. Now let's see. Now they are a little better. They have like a small space underneath, but this depends on the icon, I suppose. Let's check how they align with the text. Yeah, I think that will work. Okay, so I think we are done with this header, and the next part will be this content here, which is like intro content with call to action and some headers. So let's see, we have only the image. Let's go back to our index.html. Right, and we have this intro here, but inside we only have this image and the div with overlay that adds this whitish color above the image. But we need also some kind of content. So let's create a div with class name content. Yeah. And inside we'll put a header. So let's say it will say best photos in the town. And let's add also maybe H2 with some extra title, check it yourself. Right, so we don't see it yet, but let's see why. So we have intro here and we have content here. Okay, it's here at the top and it's behind this overlay. Right, what can we do with it? First, let's make this image behind also those this content that we created here. So we have this image here, and the styling for this is, let's see, it's just with 100%, and we want to make this behind even this text. Right, so let's maybe start by putting this image inside the separate div. So let's do div background, and let's put our our image inside this div, so it will be easier for styling. So let's see, nothing have changed, but we have this div with background and it's our image inside. Right, so now let's try to put this image even under the content that we have here. Best photos in the town, check it yourself. Right, so we have this div intro emg that is actually inside div background, so we can add it here and nothing will change. But let's now style our div background. So we have div intro and then we have div background, and let's style this one. So let's do position absolute. Yeah. And now let's do top 0. Okay, now what happened? This image now starts somewhere here. Our content is not visible anymore, but the image is closer to the top. See why it's not all the way to the top. Let's see, we have some content here. It's maybe because of those H1s and H2s that we have inside content, and we don't even see them. Let me test here in the browser H1. Let's end it here in the browser. It will not be saved. Yeah, if I do margin 0, then it's better. So let's update the content. Div intro, div content, and H1 here. Margin 0. All right. So now we have image all the way to the top, but we don't see the content. Let's maybe try to fix this. So div intro and div content, and now let's style the content to make it visible. Let's see. So we have this div intro and it ends here. The image is bigger, so the image is bigger. So that's why it goes even below this div intro, but we can fix it even for the image. It has top 0. Let's see what will happen if we add the bottom 0. Nothing yet. But if we add the object fit on the image cover, nothing happened. Let's see here. Okay, because I think we need height of 100%. Okay, now something have changed. So we have a div with class name intro that is only this small, because we have just this amount of text. Best Photoshop in the town, check it yourself. It's barely visible, but it's there. So I have this div intro, and then we have this content, best photos in the town, check it yourself. Then we have background, and the problem here is that the background should take all the width. So let's fix it. Div background, we have top 0, bottom 0. Let's also do with 100%. Yeah, so now as you can see, the image takes all the width. All right, so we have this, but now the content is not visible, but we have some prepared selector here. So let's fix it as well. So content is here somewhere below the image and overlay and other stuff. So how we can bring it up? We can actually use position relative, and let's try with z index of, I don't know, let's do 10. Okay, so now it's on top of everything. Maybe not on top of header, because when we check header, the z index is 3. Okay, so it's even above the header. But now let's see. We have this div content. Let's make it centered. So let's do text align center. Yeah, but now we want to make some spacing on this content from the top and the bottom, so it's not above the header. So let's try with padding top, and here we need at least 100 pixels. Yeah, that's better. Maybe let's do the same for the bottom. So padding bottom 100 pixels. Yeah, that's better. Let's see how it compares with the, I think we'll go with some more spacing, but not with the padding, but instead let's use min height of 400 pixels. Okay, so now, as you can see, the small problem we have now is that this logo icon is not centered. Let's see, the text is centered, the content is centered, but this icon is not centered, and this is because content here takes more space than the content here, and those spaces are even. So we need to change that this part take as much space as this part. Let's scroll to our header and let's see. We are using display flex here, but I think I will just change it to display grid. And now everything is looks really bad, but let's fix it. We can now change here to grid template columns, and we can define how columns should look like. And I think the easiest solution will be just to have 3 columns with the same width on each of those. So let's do 1FR, 1FR, 1FR. Okay, now it's a little better. So as you can see, we have header and we have 3 columns, and each column takes 33%, 1/3 of the header. The content should be centered for the logo icon, and for the social icons it should be aligned to right, but we can fix it. So let's see, this one is okay. A logo, let's go here. We don't have any pointer to this, so let's do header, a logo, and let's do text align center. Okay, now it's better, and as you can see, now the logo icon is centered with the text. Now let's fix those icons. So we have this div social here inside header. Let's see if we have something. Yeah, we have align self center. Let's also add the text align to right. Yeah, now the icons are to the right. Yeah, so now it works. Right, now let's see. They use different colors for this header and even for this header. So let's fix it. So our H1 should have different color. It should be this brownish. Let's see what is this brown color. We have it on our SVG, and this is this brown. So let's do color and paste. Yeah, that's better. They use different font as well, so I will try to find it. Let's try with free portfolio template. Right, I'll close this one. Let's go to Google Fonts, and we don't need this one. Free template something. No, not here. It should be here. Free template. But we don't search for sans serif fonts. We are searching for serif fonts. Yeah, let's see. Let's compare with the free word here. Yeah, I think this one will work. Let's see how the T looks like. I think Laura will work, but they don't have regular. Okay, let's take this one, not a serif. This will work. So styles regular 400. Select this font. Let's go here, import. Now let's copy this import. Let's go to the top of our CSS, and let's put it as a second line. Now we want to make our header with this new font. And I think we are going to put it on all headers. So not only on this header that we have here, but also on like all future headers. So we can actually define it here. So H1, H2, H3, H4. I think that will be enough. Let's do font family. And the name of our font was actually not a serif. So let's copy this name and let's put this name. And as a default, let's use any serif font that we have. And here should be a space. Okay, so now we have a serif font here. All right, and now let's fix maybe this subtitle. It should be gray and much smaller. And let's see what it is actually. It's H2 that we should style. So under H1, let's style H2, div intro, div content, H2. Let's make it gray, so color, and let's try with 777 that we have used, I think, on the icons. And let's do font size, so it will be smaller, font size of, let's say, 16 pixels. And I want an exclamation mark here, so check it yourself, exclamation mark with a space. No space. Right, then we have a button, discover. All right, so let's go back to index.html, and inside our content, let's add a button. We could make it a button, but it's actually, I think it will be actually a link. So when we click it, it will be better with a link. It will just go to a specific URL. So that's why I used a tag here. And here it will just say discover. Right. And let's add maybe a class name to this link, so it will be easier to style. Class name will be button. Yeah. Or short can be btn. Button. And I think we'll have, you see, more links that looks like buttons, so we can style them all with just a tag with class name button. And here we can do some styling. So for now the link looks like this. So how do we want to change it? We want to make uppercase letters on all of the links, and we can do this by changing this in HTML, or we can do text transform uppercase. Let's see. Yeah, now it's uppercase. And now let's change let's get rid of this underline, and let's change the color, as you can see here. So no underline, text decoration none, and now the color as well. So let's do color, and now we need this brown color. Let's see, where do we have it? It's here, so I can just copy paste it. Yeah, so now it's brownish. But now let's see, we need some border here. So let's do border, and let's say 1 pixel solid, and the line will be solid, and the color will be this one. Yeah, it looks almost like this one. I think it should be 2 pixels here. Yeah, now we only need some padding, so let's do padding. And let's see how much padding do we need. On the top and the bottom it will be like 20 pixels, 15, and on the sides it will be something like this. So let's try 15 on the top and the bottom, and 50 on the sides. Yeah, so now it's much better. I think it's too big. Let's decrease on the top and the bottom, so let's do 10 pixels. Yeah, that's a little better. And on the sides, let's decrease it to 40. That's better. Now let's just put some space between H2 and the button. So here where we have H2 inside content, let's do margin bottom, and let's say, I don't know, 40 pixels. Yeah, that's a little better. Okay, now let's fix it. Let's add in even more padding to this content, so it's more on this woman. We have this content here. We have min height. Let's get rid of this, and let's add some more spacing on the top and the bottom. It will be the easiest solution. So padding top, let's say 200. Padding bottom, let's try with 200 as well. Yeah, I think this will work. Maybe we can even decrease the padding bottom to 150. Yeah, this will work. And we can add more spacing between the button and the headers. So H2, we have margin bottom of 40 pixels. What if we do 100? Yeah, maybe this header should be even brighter. So we have this H2, color is 777, but let's change it to AAA. Yeah, now it's brighter. Yeah, so this will work. I think a small difference is that they have letters here more spread from each other, and we can fix it as well. So let's do letter spacing, and if I put like 5 pixels, let's see. Yeah, that's too much. Let's do 2 pixels. Yeah, that's better. I think it would be just good with just 1 pixel. That would be good. I don't even know if we need that much. Let's do a pixel. All right, yeah, this will work. Well, I think we are done with the header part. We have different, with this intro, we have a different image, but the rest is almost the same. So let's scroll down a little bit and let's see. Okay, then we have recent works. So let's do this one. So here we have under the intro, we have recent works. Let's add some recent works to our HTML. So here we have intro, and then now let's add recent works. Let's create a div with class name recent, like this. And now we need like an h2 with recent works. So let's do this, h2 with content recent works. All right, and then we have like a grid of images. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 images, and I think I will try to find something similar. But first we need to place them in some kind of divs. So let's see, if I zoom out here, you can see that they are having like 3 rows on mobile, but only 2 on the desktop. And the difference is that on the first row on desktop, it transforms to 2 rows for mobile, because those 2 go underneath. So let's create let's create a div for those 3 images. And let's create a div with class name, I don't know, let's say top 3. Yeah, 3. Now we need 3 images, a man that is walking, and walking man in the forest, and then I don't know, weird stuff. So walking man. Let's see. Yeah, I think we'll just take this one. We can take the medium size. What else do we need? Winter something. Winter man. I think this one will work. Medium will be enough. And then the third image is this weird, I don't know, it's a skull or some kind of woman. Yeah, we found exactly the same image. Medium download. Right, now let's copy those images. Think we could create a directory for the images. So because there will be more images, so let's do photos, and let's put them here first, second, and third. Yeah, so we have them. Let's just rename it. The first one will be, this one will be called winter, and this one will be called skull, and this one will be called road. Okay, now we can use those images because we have them here inside our sub project and here inside photos. So we have div with class name 3, and now let's see how it should look like. Okay, so on desktop we have 2 columns, but on mobile we have 2 rows, and the second row is with 2 columns. Right, let's try to do this. So let's place 3 images here. The first one will be road. So let's do photos / road. Yeah, road as an alternative. The second image will be this winter thing. So let's do photos, winter. And the third will be this skull thing, skull JPEG, and alternative text. Let's do just skull or woman with skull. Right, so now we have 3 images, and they are too big, so there's a scrolling bar that is really bad. So one thing I will show now is that many people and many websites are using default styles for specific elements, like for the EMG. Default one that you can see almost everywhere is max width of 100%. Now all the images will take maximum width of 100%. So nothing have changed with this image because it's already 100% in width, but all other images are narrowed down to 100% width. Okay, but now we want to build a grid of those photos to something like this. So we have created a div that is called free. So let's fix it. So let's scroll to the bottom of our CSS and let's do div top free. And here we want to do display grid, right? And as you can see, nothing have changed because we need to define columns. Let's do grid template columns. And now let's see how the columns should look like. We have 2 columns, first one, second one. We start with desktop, and the first one is double the size of the second one. So it will be 2fr, 1fr. We have 2 values here, first value, second value, because we have 2 columns, and the fr is like a default measurement used for grid template columns, and it means that that this second column should take like only 1 amount of the width, and the first column should take like 2 amounts. So let's see how it looks like. Yeah, so now as you can see, we have 2 columns, but the problem is that this skull have been moved to to the left column. How we can fix it? We can go and define columns as divs, just an empty divs. And the first column will be this first div, and the second column will be this second div. So we can do like this, and now those two images go here. So now let's see. So now we have the skull inside the second column, the second div, and this is our first column, the left column, with just one image. Right, now it will be nice to trim this guy. So I will just quickly edit this picture. So we have second project photo, and then we have photos, and then we have this winter thing. And let's edit this. Let's select everything. Let's put it down, and from here let's put it up to something like this, and let's crop it, save it, close. Yeah, now it's much smaller. Let's see. So we have this recent, and then we have 3, and then we have 2 divs, the first column and the second column. But we have this like white space here between the photos, as you can see. And I think this is because the default display is inline, but we can change it and see. Let's do div 3, and all images inside should have display. Yeah, so now this white space has disappeared. Let's see how they have it. They have some spacing, and they have actually some spacing between the images. So let's define a gap of 20 pixels to our grid. So gap 20 pixels. So we have some gap here now, that is 20 pixels, but we need to define a gap here also 20 pixels. So we need to define grid for our column. We have defined grid for our top 3 that are just 2 columns, but now we need to define grid for our right column, and the grid will be just 1 column but with some gap between rows. So to point this div, I will add a class name right, so we will know it's a right column on the desktop list. So div 3, div right. Also, if I didn't mention, you can actually skip those element names, and we could actually do just something like this. It would be easier to write. So top 3 right, and now those will apply for everything, all elements, all possible elements that have a class name top 3, but we have only one div with class name top 3, and it's here. So because we don't have this class name on any other elements like h2 or something, we can skip this div on the beginning. Right, so now let's define the grid for our right column. So display grid, now we have changed, but now let's do a gap of 20 pixels. So now we have some gap here and here. All right, but now let's make it like this for mobiles. So if it's super narrow, we don't want to go like this. We want to, those two should go underneath. So how we can do this? As you can see on top 3 div, we are defining the grid to be 2 columns. The first one should be double the size of the second one. And we want to make it different for the mobiles. We can actually do media queries here. So let's do media screen, and we want to make it for mobiles. So let's say max width of 768 pixels. Yeah, doesn't matter. And here inside we can define styles for this sizing. So max width if the screen, max width if 700. So even like 200 also applies because it's under 700. And if it's max 700 and everything below, styling from here will apply. So we want to add extra styling for top 3, and we want to change this grid template columns. We want to change it to only 1 column. So 1 value, and we have only 1 column with this image, then we have this image, then we have this image. Wait, but they have, if they move this column underneath, they have it 2 columns. Right, so this column that we have moved has actually class name right, and it has those 2 images. So we can actually copy this part, so we can apply for mobiles, and we can alter the display template columns for the right. So let's copy this, let's paste it here, and if it's mobile, so max width of 768, we want this grid of right with class name right. Those 2 images should not be in 1 row, but should be in 2 rows with the same width. So we do template columns, grid template columns and 2 columns with the same size, so it will be 1FR, 1FR. All right. Now it's better. It's not the best because those two are not in exact height, but let's maybe fix it. So this winter should be the same height as this school image. Let's see, let's make it like this. Now they're the same width, so now let's put it on top of each other. They're not the same width, but let's fix it right like this. And this one should be go like this, right? So now they're the same width. And now I can add this one. Let's reposition. And now I can mark everything. And I can put it up like this, crop and save. And now let's see if I refresh. Yeah, now it's better. It's not even perfect because there's a white space here, but well, it's better than it was. All right, so we have this one. We need also 4th image because they have a 4th image like a guy jumping off a cliff. So let's try to find it. Cliff jump. Let's see. Well, it's not exactly. Oh, here we have it. Okay, this is exactly the same picture we want. Okay, download medium and let's put it here inside our photos and let's rename this to cliff. And now let's go to our HTML, and this cliff jump should not be part of those top 3 photos that we have here. It should be just one column. Doesn't matter if it's mobile or desktop, it's just one column. So we can put it outside of the 3. So this is where the top 3 ends. Let's add a new div. Let's add a class name for it just in case. Let's call this one 4th, and let's put the image here. So the source will be photos because it's inside photos, and then it's called cliff.jpg. And the alternative text will be cliff jump. So the browser, so Google and other scrapers will know what the photo is about. So now let's see. Yeah, we have it here. If we make it more narrow, yeah, this works, but it doesn't have this grid spacing between those images. Let's see, here is a little better, but still here we don't have any spacing. And I think we'll just go to photos HTML, photos CSS, sorry, and we can define the styling here. So we have div with class name 4th, and let's do margin top, just easy margin top, 20 pixels, and this will work. So now we have some margin here. And even if we make it more narrow, we have some spacing here. It's not pixel perfect because this image is smaller in height than this one, but it doesn't matter. Okay, so now we have this. Let's see how it looks like here. Yeah, the header should be centered. So let's see, we have top 3. Let's see in the HTML. So we have a div with intro, but this is done. We have div with class name recent, and then we have recent works h2 inside it, and we want to make it centered. So div with class name recent h2 inside should be centered. So text align center. Yeah, this will work. One thing is that they have some spacing here and here that I also want to add. So on the recent that we don't have any styling for now, div class name recent. So everything, those images and this header. Let me inspect this. Inspect. Here we have div with class name recent. Let's make it more narrow. So let's say max width of 700 pixels. Yeah, so now we have some space here, but let's make it center. So margin 0 auto. Yeah, now it's better. Now it's, let's see here. I have a little different font, but yeah, I don't want to keep searching for this specific font. Maybe we can add some more spacing here at the top and less on the bottom. Let's see, yeah, we can increase both here and here. So on our H2 inside recent, let's put some, let's do padding top of, let's say 100 pixels and padding bottom of, I don't know, 20 pixels. Let's see. It will be okay with much less, 60 pixels. Yeah, this will work. Maybe even less on the bottom, 10 pixels. Yeah, That's good. Well, now as you can see, those images are not exactly in grid, but to fix this, you would need to make this one in height a little smaller, and then make this one also a little smaller, and those should be same in height. So height of this should be the same as height of this, and then you need to measure that height of this plus height of this plus 20 pixels is the same as height of this, but I don't have time for this, so we can leave it as it is now. Okay, so let's check what is the next section. So we have those recent photos that we are done with, and then we have those texts with images photos. All right, so let's go back to our HTML. Here we have recent with recent works. Oops, close this one. And then let's create a div for all this. How can we call it? We can call it texts. Div with class name texts, or maybe better text blocks. Inside we'll have many specific free text blocks. First, second, third. So let's do div text block singular here. Let's do times 3, and let's use emmet to generate all those 3. So in every text block inside, so this greater than sign, we have 2 elements or 2 parts. First one will be an image. So let's put this image inside the div. It will be more like a column. So let's do div image, and inside we'll have an image. Yeah, and then we want to go outside of this. So up, one level up, and then we want to add another column, which is this one. So let's do div.text or div.content, and inside this we will have h2 with some example content. Let's call this one B and W collection. Then we have some paragraph, so let's do plus P for a paragraph with content of, let's say, lorem ipsum for now. And then we have a button, so let's do plus button. But it's not actually a button, it would be a button kind of link. So let's do a tag with class name button, btn, that we've created before. And the text inside this button should be more, right? Now if I hit tab, everything will be generated. Let's see. Yeah, so we have text blocks. Yeah, we have text blocks and text blocks here. And then we have 1, 2, 3 blocks. Let me just format this a little better. This closing text should be below, right? And in each text block, we have a div with class image and image inside. And then we have a div with class name content with h2, paragraph, and more thing. And I think I can make this lorem longer by hitting tab after it. So lorem here, tab, and lorem here, tab. So we'll have more example text. Let's see how it looks like. Let's scroll down. It looks really bad because we don't have images and there is no CSS for it. Right, so maybe let's start with the images or photos. So we have 3 photos. The first one is woman on the rock. Then we have some mountains, and then we have a darker skin woman. Alright, so woman on a rock. Woman, rock. Well, I don't think we'll find the exactly same woman, but I think we can go with this one. So medium, download, then we need some mountains. Mountains. Oh, that's some cool mountains. This will work. Download, medium will be enough. And then we have a portrait of a darker skin woman. Dark. Not about the photo, about the skin trait. It needs to be more like horizontal. So let's see more. Let's get rid of this portrait. Well, it doesn't really matter. Let's just take this one. Download, medium. Right now, let's copy all those images. So this one, and this one. So I have them inside my photos. Let's rename them because they have weird names. Girl on a rock. So let's refactor rename. Girl on a rock, or just let's do. And then we have this mountains. Refactor rename. Mountains. I think that's how you spell mountains. And then we have woman in a garden or something. So let's do garden. It doesn't matter that much. And then now let's use those 3 images. So inside our index.html, we can close photos for now and close sidebar. So we have more space here. We have those 3 text blocks, 1, 2, and 3. And we have 3 images here, here, and here. So the first one, let's see, what's this rock thing? So photos, because we have all our photos inside photos directory, and we had this rock JPEG. Then the second will be mountains, photos/mountains, and the third one will be this portrait of a woman. So photos, and what was the name of this? Something with garden. Okay, so photos/garden. Let's save and let's see. Yeah, so we have images and some content. Now let's go to Photos CSS and let's do some styling for those text blocks. So as you can see, we have text blocks here, and we have 3 text blocks here, here, and here. And the content inside is almost the same. The difference is only the photos for now, but let's focus on the first text block. We have image, that is this girl on the rock, and then we have content with those 3 elements. So as you can see, we have 2 divs, and this is because I created those so we can do 2 columns of those. So they sit inside the text block. So let's add some styling for text block singular, and let's do display grid, because now it will be easier to define grid template columns. And we have 2 columns with exactly the same width. So let's do 1FR, 1FR, like this. All right, now, as you can see, the main difference is that the second row or the second text block should be with different order. So we can add an extra class name. So we have 3 text blocks, 1, 1, 2, 3, and every second, so second and fourth, so all even numbers should be with a flipped order. So image on the right and content on the left. So because we have only 3 columns, I can add an extra class only on 1. So on the second, let's add even, because it's even number, because it's second. All right, so let's go to photos, and now Photos CSS, and now let's flip the order in the second, or yeah, here inside even text blocks, div text block with class name, extra class name even. And now inside this one we have 2 columns, image and content, and let's put our selector on image. So div with class name image should have order 3. So now it doesn't matter, it should be just bigger than 2 because we have 2 columns. So now the image, even if it's first inside this text block, it has order of 3, and this one has like order default 0. So now the image, the div is on the right side. All right, so now it works. Now important thing is to add some spacing here, because you can see the text content is right next to the image, and we don't want this. We want some spacing, as they have this spacing here and on the bottom. So let's see where our content sits. So in every content, every content sits inside a div with class name content. Let's do div class name text block first, because we have 2 div. We have div with class name content in 2 places. First is here inside those text block sections, and we have it also here. So I don't want to use just div class name content, because then the styling will be applied for both this and those. So that's why I specify inside this div text block, not this, but those text blocks. Let's do div content, and then div content will be applied only on those 3. All right, some padding. Let's do padding, and let's do 50 pixels, and let's see how it looks like. I think it's a little too much. Let's do 20. Yeah, that's better. And I also want to have some extra spacing between the link and the paragraph. So it sits here, the paragraph sits here. So I will do this, copy paste and paragraph, and some extra margin bottom of 20 pixels. Let's see. That's too little. Let's see. Well, it kind of works. Let's see. On the second content, we have this H2 paragraph, but as you can see, the A tag, so our button sits inside the bottom margin of our paragraph. And this is because the default display type is inline, and that's why it sits here. So we can change it. Let's do just on the A tag. We can even do A tag with class name button just to be sure. Let's do display, and the inline block. So now it respects the margins. Yeah, so now it looks better. Now a cool CSS feature I want to show you is that we can actually get rid of this event class name. Now the order of the columns is destroyed for the second, but let me show you something. If we go back here and we go to definition of our even text block, we get rid of this class name, and we can instead do env child, and here we can do even, and we get the same result without using an extra class name on this div text block. So we don't have any extra classes on the text blocks. Here we have exactly the same 3 text blocks, but we are pointing to every second, so second and then fourth. If we add a fourth, let me just copy, I can add a fourth text block, and you can see even the fourth is with column with image on the right side. This is because, let me inspect here, and this is because we have now 4 text blocks, and we are saying that on all text blocks, this part is on all text blocks, but with column env child. This means that on env child, and here we can define what child. So we can say on the first child. So now if we scroll up, you can see that the order has been changed to the first child. So the first text block have changed that the order of the image is 3. So that's why the image is on the right side. But instead of doing like first or second, so we do it for the second text block, we can use word even. So all even numbers are on the right side. All right. Now let's see, this looks good enough, but on mobile it should look differently. It should be image content. So no 2 columns, it should be only 1 column. But if we do smaller screen, it still tries to put everything in 2 columns, sorry, on desktop. And we want to make it 1 column. So let's copy this media query of max with 768 pixels. And let's see, here we have grid definition for our text block. So we want to update the definition for mobiles. So that's why we use media screen max width 768 pixels, and here we want to change CSS for div with a class name text block, and the thing we want to change is grid template columns to be only 1 column with defined with just 1 FR sizing. But now the problem is that the order of the every second text block is wrong. So as you can see, what do they have? They have image content, image content, image content. But on the desktop they have image content, but then on the second row they have content image and then image content. We have fixed this for the desktop, and this is this part that on the even number of a child number of a text blocks, the order of the image should be different. But we don't want to have it on mobile. So what can we do? We can use this query and we can overwrite this order and change it to 0. Now, well, nothing have changed. Let's see. Yeah, it's fixed now. So here we have this girl on a rock and content, mountains, content, woman, content, and again mountains, content. Let me zoom out. Yeah, so this works. And if we make it bigger, we have 2 columns. Well, everything works. And now I would like only to have some spacing here. So let's go back to, let's see where they sit, text blocks. Okay, let's do div text blocks. Let's do margin top of at least 50 pixels. Yeah, do we have anything here? No, but they have different color here. It's like a pure white, more whitish. So I would do just here background color. Let's do white FFF. So yeah, now we have white, but we want to add some spacing here. So we have this div with white background, but then all columns should be centered and more narrow, the same way as this is. So let's go to our index HTML and let's see. Well, we can put all we can put all those text blocks inside another div. So let's do this. Let's do a div with class name text blocks outer, and we don't want to close it here. We want to close it under the text blocks. Yeah, and let's format this so we add more indentation here. And now let me show you in HTML. So first we have a text blocks outer, which is this div, and then inside we have text blocks, and then inside text blocks we have 4 text blocks. All right, and why do we need outer? Let's see. We need text blocks outer because if we make this one text blocks width of, I think it was 700 pixels and centered, so margin 0 auto, again, then you can see that this white color disappears from the sides. And now we can do a div text blocks blocks outer that is not centered and it's with 100%. We can get this color and we can move it to the outer. Now the white color is inside outer, that is 100% width. Then we have a text blocks that is more narrow, so it starts here and it ends here. And then inside text blocks we have 4 text blocks. But now it's screaming about property margin top is overwritten because of this, but I just put it here, 50 pixels from the top and the bottom, and we don't need this one. Right, but now it added 50 pixels here on the margin and not on the padding. So I think we can add padding as well. Let's see. Yeah, they have both margin here and here. So let's do padding, 50 pixels from the top and the bottom, and we don't need anything on the sides because it's already 700 pixels width and margin is out on the side. So let's see. Well, think 700 pixels is not good, and let's show me why. Because if we make it this, we have a scroll bar, horizontal scroll bar, and everyone hates it. And this is because we say make it always 700 pixels in width. Instead, we should do max width 700. So now it's max width 700, but there's no minimal width. The minimal width is 100%. So if we make it bigger, here is 700 pixels, but if we make it bigger like this, it stays at 700 pixels because this is the max width. All right, let's see. So we have intro, then we have recent works, then we have those sections. They're not that good. Let's see why. The paragraph text could be much smaller. So let's make it smaller and let's maybe decrease the margins here. So let's see what is the spacing here. So here we have content and there is a lot of spacing here. We have here spacing from the top on div content, padding top, as you can see, this part here. And then we have even spacing margin top on this H2 that we don't need. We can get rid of either this orange margin top on H2, or we can get rid of top padding of div content. So I think it will be easier with div content, 0 on the top and the bottom. Right, so now it looks okay for H2, but there's no padding on the bottom under the button. So let's add a third param with that will be for bottom. So if it's one param, it's all, or this, if it's one value, it's for all the sides. If it's 2 values, then it's the first one is from the top and the bottom, the second is for the sides. And if we have 3 values, then the first one is top, then we have sides, then we have bottom. So now we have 0 even for the bottom, but let's change it to 20 pixels here as well. So we have some spacing. Right, now for the content, it's much smaller, this paragraph text, and it's grayish. So here we have it. Let's make it smaller. So let's do font size of let's 12. That's really small. Let's do 14. Yeah, that's better. And let's make the color of it like AAA. So it's gray. Let's make it darker. Let's try with 777. Yeah, I think that's better. Let's try 555. Yeah, we'll go with 555. What else? Here we have H2 and then we have some paragraph and then we have content. Yeah, I think that will work. Let's see. I think that will be all for this section. All right, so I think that the next part will be this footer. So we have this contact form and then we have some social icons here. and that will be all for this website. And we will also fix the mobile navigation here. But now let's fix this footer. So let's see. Yeah, we need to add a footer. So let's go back to our index.html. Let's go to the bottom. After all the text blocks, let's add footer like this. And now let's see, what do we have here? We have a header, so let's do h2 and let's do get in touch. Yeah, and then we have this form with two inputs. So we have input for name, input for email, and input text area for message, and then a button. So let's do a form, and I will get rid of this action. And this form will not do anything, it will be just styled. And because we will not use JavaScript or any other language, it will be just a form that doesn't do anything. So let's do input. The first one will be for name. So let's add placeholder name. Then we will have an input for email. So let's here do type email, and let's do placeholder email. And then we have text area. So let's do text area, and we don't need name or ID or columns or rows. Let's just add the placeholder, and here will be message. Yeah. Now let's see how it looks like. Yeah, it looks really bad, but we can fix it. Let's go back to our CSS, and let's add some CSS for our footer. So it should be centered. I think, if I remember correctly, it was a width of 700 pixels and it was centered. So let's do margin 0 auto. Yeah, let's see if it's centered with this photo. Yes, it is. And all right, so now we need to center this header. And if I inspect, it's h2 inside footer. So we can do footer h2 text align center. Now it's centered. And what is this background? Let's see, what background should we use? Well, I don't know if it's the same as this one. Probably is. So let's use the same background as we have here, same background color. So let's see, what background do we have here? I will inspect here. It's white. All right. So on footer, let's add background color white. So FFF. Right. So now we have this white background with this other background that is a little darker here. And this is because we added width of 700 pixels here. And we have some also margins here. We have some bar that is a margin coming from, I guess, from the element above the footer. So we have those. And let's see, and we have some margin on h2, so we can get rid of this by margin 0. We still have some margin. Let's see where it comes from, what creates this gap here. It's on text blocks. Let's see, text blocks. We add the 50 pixels margin on the top and the bottom, and then out on the sides. But we don't want any margin on the bottom, so let's 0 as a third param. And now let's see. Yeah, now it's better because we have same color here and even here in the footer. All right, but footer is not centered anymore. And it can't be because we want to use this white color, not in the footer at least. So we need another element here to center all the stuff. So let's do a div with class name center like this. And let's put all the footer content inside it. So we have a div with class name center. Now let's style it. So let's put here footer, and here we have a div with class name center, and here let's do width 700 pixels and margin 0 auto. So now we have content centered with 700 pixels, and we have color, white color on the sides because it's on the footer. We show you, here we have footer, here is footer, and here is the div with class name center. So it starts here and ends here. All right. And because we added the color on the footer, it's on the full width. So the color starts from here and goes all the way to the right side. Right, so now let's add some spacing. Let's put some spacing on footer. So let's do padding, let's say 50 pixels at least. And same for the bottom. So let's do padding bottom, also 50 pixels. Yeah, so we have some spacing here and here. Let's see how it looks like here. I think that the main difference is also this line. I don't know if you can see it, but there's a line. So on the footer, let's add the border top, 1 pixel solid. And now the color of this line should be this almost white grayish color. So let's see what was the color here. It was this one. Let's copy this one and let's use it for our border. Now let's see. Yeah, I don't know if you can see it, but we have 1 pixel line here. If I make it 10 pixels, you can definitely see it now. But it will be 1 pixel, I think. Let's see here. Oh, it will be wider. Let's do 2 pixels. Yeah, I think this will work. We could even try with something darker. So I will decrease every part of this color by, let's say, 2. So instead of F, let's do D, F, D, and this one F, let's also do D. Oh, no, that's too dark. Let's go back to the previous color. Yeah, it was pretty enough. All right, so here we have get in touch, and let's add some padding underneath. So let's do, here we have H2. 0 on the old sides, 0 on the all sides, but let's change it to 0 on the top, 0 on the sides, and the pixels at the bottom. Maybe that's too much. Let's change it to 30. Yeah, that would be good. Now let's style the form and all the inputs. So let's do footer and input, and also footer text area, because those will have almost the same styling. So inputs will have almost the same styling as this text area has, or will have. All right, so what do we want to do? Let's see on this image. Wide, better borders, darker, and no background, and change color of the text, some padding. So let's do this. Let's do border of 2 pixels, solid, and let's take this color like this. It's barely visible, but here we can change it to 2 letters down. So instead of F, let's do D, so it will be darker. Yeah, I think this will work. Now let's do some padding. Let's say at least 5 pixels on the top and the bottom and on the sides as well. Now let's see. Now all the elements should be under each other. So let's say that the width of everything will be 100%, and as let's say display will be blocked just in case. All right, it doesn't look that good because it should be more narrow. It should be just this width. So we can style actually the form, because as you can see, we have footer here, center, and all the inputs are inside this form. So let's style the form element footer form, and let's make max width of it for 300 pixels. Yeah, it's better, but let's make it center. So let's do margin 0 auto. Yeah, now it's better. Now I think we need to make corners rounded, or are those corners rounded? Yeah, I think they are a little bit like 2 pixels or something. So let's go to our inputs and text area. Let's do border radius 2 pixels. Yeah, now those are rounded, but the problem is that we have too much border between those, and this is because on our side we have a bottom input of the name input and bottom border of name input and top border of email input are next to each other, but we can fix it by removing the bottom border of those two. So those two are inputs, and this one is text area. So we can do footer and only input, not text area. Border bottom should be 0. Now it's a little better. And now if I inspect this one, and if we go to computed, you can see that border is only, I don't know if you can see it, border is only on the top and left and right, but not on the bottom. All right. Yeah, it looks a little better. Now let's see. Yeah, I think it should be a little, the border should be a little darker. So let's change it even, let's make it even darker. Let's do C, C, and C here. Yeah, I think that will be good. And now the small problem is that, let me show you a border radius of with some bigger value. It's rounding the corners here where it shouldn't. It should only round the corners here, 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 and here. So I think we can get rid of this border radius, and we can actually add it on the form. So let's do border radius of 2 pixels here. And now this doesn't change anything because we need to add overflow hidden. So if anything is outside of this form, it will be hidden. But now, as you can see, we have some borders missing, and that's why and that's because when browser is calculating a width of an input or any element, it takes 100% and then adds 2 pixels border. But instead we would like to use 100% should be the width, including the border. And to change it, we can actually do box sizing border box. So now you can see we have back the right side of the border. So now let's change border radius to 10 pixels or even 20 pixels. So now, as you can see, the corners are rounded, but the color of the borders disappear because they are outside of this form. But to fix it, we can actually add for the border directly on the form like this. Now we have extra border on the top and the left and right and on the bottom of text area. So to fix it, we don't want to have a border on both the form element and on the text inputs everywhere. So let me show you. We have border here on our form element. This is form element, and we have border on top, left, right, and bottom. And we have a border on those inputs and text area, also on the left and right side, and on the bottom here. So we don't want the side borders on the inputs and text areas. So here we have the border definition, but we don't want to have on the sides. We want only on the bottom. So let's do let's change border to border bottom. So it will be only on the bottom. But now we have some default border that we don't want to have. So let's do default border will be 0. But then we change border bottom to 2 pixels solid and this color. All right, so now everything disappeared because here on footer input, we are removing the border bottom. We are making it 0. Let's get rid of this for now. And as you can see, it works. So we can get rid of this actually. But the only double border we have is actually here under the text area. So let's do footer text area and let's do border bottom 0. And let's see. Yeah, now it's a little better. So let's make the corners less rounded. So let's go back to, I don't know, 3. Yeah, 4. Yeah, this will work. And now maybe let's change this font because it's really ugly. So on inputs and text area, let's do font family. And we want to, as you can see, all elements are inheriting the font from body that we have defined here, except our text area and maybe input. So I will just copy this, make sure that they have the same, only for inputs and text area. We have some name, email, message with prettier font. Let's add some more padding, I think. Yeah, we want more padding. They have more space here than we do. So let's change it to maybe 15 pixels. Yeah, I think that's much better. Let's see here. Yeah, I think that will be good. All right, so under the form, we have a button with send as a text. So let's do here button send, and let's see how it looks like. It looks really bad. Oh, and it's inside this form. And it has the border underneath. It shouldn't be like this, but yeah, but we can get rid of this and we can put it here, and that's actually not that much better. So let's see, maybe we shouldn't style the form and all the form elements should be inside, but instead to style all those 3 inputs and text area, we will use another div here. Let's call this one fields. Fields that needs to be filled in, and those 3 needs to be filled in. And nothing have changed for our CSS. But now here for styling, instead of styling the form, we can style the div with class name fields. Yeah, so it's better, but we will also, so div with class name fields will make this border around those fields, but footer form will make this more narrow like this, and we'll add this centering margin on it as well. So now we have, let me show you, we have footer here that we have centerer that makes it this narrow. Then here inside we have this h2, we have a form that is 300 pixels in width as we defined it here, and it's centered, nothing else. And then we have fields. It's this div with 3 inputs, 2 inputs and text area, and this div with class name fields has this border of 2 pixels around those fields inputs, and it's defined here. And then those inputs have a border bottom here and here, so we have some border between the inputs. All right, but now let's style this button, and we had this styling here, so maybe we can find it. Let's do btn. We had this for links with class name button, but we want to also add it for this button, so let's do comma, and let's add button here. So now even this button has it. All right, but we want to make it centered, I think. Let's see here. No, it shouldn't be centered. This button should be super wide. So let's make it 100% width. So footer button should be width of 100%. Yeah, so this works, but the background color of this button is weird. Let's see. It should be the same as the background, so it should be white. So let's do background color of white, so FFF. Now let's add some margin from the top. Margin, let's test with 30 pixels. Yeah, that's better. And the only problem I have here is I want to have this hand cursor. So let's do cursor pointer. So now when I hover, I have this hand as a cursor. Okay, let's see here. I think we should add a little like rounded corners even on this button. So let's do border radius, and let's go with 4 pixels. Same we did for this form. Yeah, and this looks nice. So now let's see. Now we have this follow me on and social icons. So let's go to HTML, and under the form, but still inside this footer and div class center, let's do div with class name socials. Let's do socials, and then let's say h3 here. Follow me on colon. Was it like this? Yeah, but it's super small and without colon. And then we have icons. Let's see how many. We have 4, and also will be links. So we can actually do 4 links, so 8 times 4. And let's make those in separate lines. And now we need icons: Behance, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Do we have the same on the top? Yes, we do. So I think I can just copy from the top. Yeah, here we have also links with those icons. So I can just copy and paste it here actually. Yeah, this worked. But now the icons are super huge on the bottom. But don't worry, we can fix it with CSS. So inside footer, we have div with class name socials, plural. I don't know why I use plural, but let be. And here inside we have SVGs, many icons. And we want to make them small. So let's do height of 20 pixels. Yeah, so now we have those icons here. But we want those to be centered, both this title and the icons. So we have this div with class name socials. So let's make this one center div socials. Let's do text align. From here should be center. Yeah, so now it's center. Now we have this purple underline on those icons that comes from links, because here we have even an A tag on the way. So let's fix it. Footer div socials A tag should be text decoration none. Yeah, and now the icon should be, they shouldn't be black. So let's make them almost black. Let's say it will be 555. Yeah, so they are more grayish. And now follow me on should be also different. So let's see, it's a h3 inside socials. So footer div socials and h3 here, and let's make it so smaller. So font size, let's say it will be 14 pixels, and it should be gray. So let's do color of, let's say 777. Let's see. Yeah, follow me on, super small. Maybe it could be even smaller, 12. No, what, this will be too small. And are icons small enough? Maybe they should be, no. But let's make some spacing between the icons. All right. So on this A tag that contains a specific icon, we can make this a tag display of inline block, and then we can add some margin of 0 from the top and the bottom, but let's say 5 pixels on each side. So now every a tag has pixels margin on the sides. Right, but now this h3, I think it needs some extra margin on the top and less margin on the bottom. So let's do margin, and let's use 3 params for top, for sides, and for the bottom. So let's say 30 pixels on the top, 0 on the sides, and 0 on the bottom. That's not enough on the bottom. That's too small for the bottom side. So let's do 10 pixels here. I think that will work. As here, it's not like super pixel perfect, but this will work. So I think we are done with this footer. So let's fix this mobile navigation now. So as you can see here on mobile, we have some other type of navigation, this hamburger menu. But on our, it looks just really bad. But don't worry, we can fix it. Even have this scroll bar that we don't want to have. But yeah, let's fix this navigation first. So let's see. If we go to the top and we have header here, the header is huge. And it should be like this. So let's see, we have header and navigation that disappears somewhere, and we have a logo here, and we have a div with socials that is not visible anymore. Let's scroll to our header CSS. All right, and maybe let's start with adding this hamburger button. So inside our HTML, let's scroll to our header. We have it here, and we have header, and then we have 3 columns. So let's add a button with this hamburger navigation icon. So let's make those kind of lines for now, and let's see what will happen. All right, so we created this button and it looks like this. So we have header, and it has 4 columns now. The 4th column is this button, and it's this big. So I hover header, you can see 3 columns, this, and this, and then we have this button. Let's see if we can style it to make it look better. So here, let's do header, and is it the only button? I think it's the only button, but let's add some class name for it, just in case. Button with class name hamburger, and now button dot hamburger, and let's style it. Let's make it position absolute, and let's position it on the top right, so top 0, right 0. Yeah, we can actually make it smaller, so I think it has a lot of padding. Yeah, so let's alter this default padding that we have added somewhere here. We have padding of 10 pixels and 40 pixels, so let's change it for our hamburger. And if you're wondering how is browser deciding what padding should be used, if I change it to 0 and it doesn't have any padding, why it's using this padding and not the padding that is later on, it's because that this specification is more precise. So the previous padding was like this 40 pixels, but that was on the all buttons, and the selector was just only button. For buttons, do this padding 10 pixels and 40 pixels. But here we have like really precise selector. Inside header, you have a button, and this button has a class name hamburger. Let's make it padding 0. And the browser is all right. I know that this is precising that you were precise with this specification, so it's more important than the previous specification that wasn't that precise. All right, so let's see. We have this button here with 10 pixels of padding. We want to add a cursor pointer, so we have this hand. And you know, instead of making instead of changing those lines to vertical, we have instead of changing those lines from vertical to horizontal, we can actually just flip the button. So let's do transform, rotate 90 degrees. And now we have horizontal lines. That was a cool idea. But now we don't want to show it for desktop. So how we can hide it? We can use media query. So media screen. So for screens, and not max width, but min width. No, max width. Oh, not. I can get rid of this and I can put it. So we want to hide it on big screens. So let's do min width of 768 pixels. So if the screen is at least this big, we want to hide it. So let's hide this. Let's add specification to hide this element. Let's do just display none. So now you can see the button has disappeared, but if we make it smaller, we have this button here. See? Right. But for the small screens, we want to hide the other elements. We want to hide this and the icons, those social icons, and we want to make this logo on the left side as they have it here. So how we can do this? And we want to make this button to be clickable and open navigation. So let's maybe first hide those links and those social icons. All right. So if there's a small screen, we want to hide links and those social links. So we want to use media query for small screens. So max width 768, hide those stuff, those and those. And those are inside header navigation A. So as you can see inside header, we have navigation. We can actually just hide this navigation. So hide navigation, and we want to hide div with class name social. So header div social, those two. That's why I use comma here. Let's do on those display none. Yeah. So now, as you can see, we only have this button that it's not that visible, and we have this logo. So let's see, here we have the header, and we have 3 columns, but we have only 1 column, this navigation in this logo here. Then we have this hamburger menu, but it's not visible. I think it's because the header is too big. See, header is 780 pixels and it doesn't have enough space. I think it's the header that is too big. Maybe something else. Let's see what is too big here. You see, something is making this horizontal scroll bar. And I think the easiest trick to find it is to remove elements from here. So let's check, let's remove the footer. Yeah, you see, we have removed the footer and this horizontal scroll bar has disappeared. If I do Command Z, or Control Z on Windows, we have this footer back. So something is causing this scroll bar inside the footer. Let's see what it is. Yeah, this center is like super wide. Let's see why. Let's scroll to the bottom for CSS, and here we have some definition for our center. Yeah, footer div center has width of 700 pixels. It should be max width. So if the screen is smaller, it should take smaller space. Yeah, so now we don't have this horizontal scroll and our header looks better. Our header is now 780 pixels. Let's check the width of it. It's also 780 pixels with just width, and that's not good. Let's do max width. Okay, now it has disappeared. Let's see. Okay, now our header takes only 72 pixels. That's wrong. I think this is because it's position fixed. Doesn't work that great with max width. So instead of doing max width, we will just use, well, we can't use left and right because we are already using left, and then we are using margin left. Okay, so we can't use this max width on the header, but we can add a new element inside our HTML here to center those 3 columns. So inside header, let's just create a div with class name columns, and let's put socials and logo and navigation links here inside, right? So now nothing works, everything looks really bad, but let's fix our CSS. So as you can see, we had this display grid and columns on the header, but now we need to move it to our div columns that we have created, because now inside header we don't have those columns that we had before, like 3 elements with navigation, logo and socials. We have those inside this new div with class name columns. So, but if we take those definitions and we put those on div with class name columns, then it kind of works. You see, it's in 3 columns inside this div class name columns, but the header is not that great, because we have some margin left, minus 390 pixels. It was some kind of previous calculation to make it centered, so we can get rid of this. All right, Now we want to make it 100%. Let's make our header 100%. So let's do left 0 and right 0. Yeah, this works. Or we could, I think, just do with 100%. And this works as well. If we make it this, yeah, it works. If we make it like more narrow, the stuff disappear because we have added those media queries to make them disappear. Right. But now, if it's like super wide, we want those links and stuff to be centered the same way as other content is centered. So we can actually make it on div class name columns. So let's do max width, and now max width will actually work because it's not on the same element that has position fixed. We have default positioning on this div class name columns. Now you can see it has only 700 pixels max width, and let's also do margin 0 auto. So now it's centered, right? And if we make it more narrow, everything disappears, but we have this icon here. All right. So now let's fix this button. So let's scroll. No, it was there. Let's scroll to our hamburger button, and it should be right 0. Let's make it right 10 pixels. Yeah, and from the top, let's also make it 10 pixels. So we have some space to click it, right? It does actually nothing, but we can change it and without any JavaScript. So how we can change it? First, let me show you a trick. I will add an input of type checkbox. We don't need any name or anything. So as you can see, this checkbox is here, and I can check it, and I check it. And now I will make this button to check and uncheck this checkbox without using any JavaScript. And to do this, I will update this button, and I will make it a label. And now I will add an ID for this button, and I will call this one my checkbox, my CB, just for an example. And here on the label, I will add 4 and my CB. Now, if I click the button that changed CSS, toggles this checkbox. You see, this ID and 4 have created connection for this label and input. So now we can toggle this checkbox, but we can toggle also other stuff. Let me show you how. Let's add a div with class name mobile navigation. All right, and let's here for now, let's add just a test text. We have it here, and we want to toggle it with this mobile hamburger button. So and we can use the state of this checkbox actually. So let me show you. We can do something like this. If inside header we have an input of type checkbox, and that is checked, so colon check, and we have a sibling that is a div mobile navigation. Sorry, not checkbox. Here should be checked, and we have div with mobile navigation that is a sibling. Then let's update this mobile navigation. Let's do border of 5 pixels dotted red. Right. So now for header and input type checkbox checked, so it needs to be checked. Div mobile navigation should have more border of 5 pixels dotted red. So now we don't have on the test any border, but if we check the checkbox, we have the border, and we can toggle the checkbox with this button. So we can toggle styling for our div mobile navigation with this button. Right, so we can actually make it display none, so it's not visible, and we can copy paste this, that we can make it that default mobile navigation is display none, but when the checkbox is checked, then it will be visible. So display. Okay, so now the test text disappeared, but if we click here and check the checkbox, it shows up, right? And that's how we are going to use this functionality for mobile navigation. But let's fix this button first. So it's not a button anymore, it's label. So we have it here, but our pretty styling has disappeared, because here later down we had this, where is it? Here we have that links with class name button, and button should have this styling. Now we want also to add it for our label with class name hamburger. So now we have back our styling. So now as you can see, I click it and it selects this checkbox, checks this checkbox, and it shows this test. But now let's hide this checkbox. because we don't need to show it. So for this checkbox, we can actually do just display none. Search checkbox, we don't need you, but it still toggles this test. But instead of test, let's do some links, and we can actually copy those 3 links that we have here. Let's paste those here. Now let's see. Yeah, we have 3 links that show up, but let's style it to make it look better. So let's see. We have this div with mobile navigation. So let's add some styling for this. So header, div with class name mobile navigation. And what can we do with it? It should be display block when it's the checkbox that is invisible is selected. But what else? Let's add some background. Let's make background color red, just for now, or maybe white. Okay, and now we want it to take all the possible space, maybe. And the links should be under each other. And we want some padding. Okay, let's do this. Padding, at least 50 pixels on every side. Now the links should be under each other. So let's style the links. So header, div, mobile navigation, a tag. And let's say it will be display block. So every link will be a block that takes 100% of the width. And now let's update the color of the links. Let's make them this brownish, right? Or let's pick a color. I think this brownish will work good. Let's copy the color from here. This brown, copy, put it here. Yeah, this brown looks good. And now this div should take all the width. So how we can do this? We can actually do position absolute, maybe. Position absolute. And now let's do top 0, left 0, right 0, bottom 0. Okay, it doesn't take all the space to the bottom. Let's see why. We have this mobile navigation and it takes only this space. I think this is because the header is much smaller, and if we use, and the header has a position fixed, and if we have a position absolute, it will use the nearest parent that position has been changed to something that is not the default positioning. But if we change it to fixed, maybe, yeah, then it works. It takes all the space. But we still want to show the button to close the navigation, and we want still to show the logo. So from the top, let's change it to 50 pixels. Yeah, that's better. Maybe even more, 60. Yeah, that's good. Now let's make those links centered. So maybe even here in div mobile navigation, we can do text align center. Yeah, now the links are centered, but let's add some paddings on those. Padding, and let's do 20 pixels on all sides. That's too big. Let's do 10. Yeah, let's see how it looks like. Yeah, so we have this link, this link, this link. Maybe let's add some border. The same border that we have on the footer. Let's see, footer. We had some kind of border here. Border bottom 2 pixels. Let's add it on mobile navigation links. Border bottom, I think that's too big. Maybe let's change it to 1 pixel. Yeah, and let's make it a little brighter. So D instead of C. And we don't want to have border under the last one. So I think we can do just copy this part, where we can use a colon here and let's say last child, and we can do border bottom of 0. Yeah, so you can see the last child, that is contact, doesn't have border bottom now. All right, so this works. Now we can toggle this navigation, and it works really well. Maybe we would like also to make this white, this header. Let's see, we have this div mobile navigation. We have this hamburger here, columns. No, I don't think we can do header with this color, but we can take this div mobile navigation. We can take it all the way up. Let me show you as it was. So top back to 0, but now we can actually update this hamburger, and we can update to make it Z index of, let's say 10, and now it's above here. All right, so now we can toggle and it looks better. But let's add some more spacing on the top. So mobile navigation, we have 50%, 50 pixels. Let's do 150 from the top and the bottom, maybe less, 100 on the top and the bottom. Yeah, that will work. Let's see if I close this one. Yeah, it's not in the middle, but it doesn't have to be, or we can change it. So try to make those in the middle. Right, so to make them in the middle, I will actually put another div here. just to, this one is for mobile navigation, like a container for mobile navigation links, but we'll have another container here inside to make those in the middle. So let's call this one centered vertically, or just CV for short. Put those, and let's change it, center, just center. Right, so we have header, and we have div mobile navigation, and then we have div center that we are going to style. Let's see. Okay, our div center, let's see how big is it. Div center is this big. Let's maybe put it like this. I will put this on the side. Yeah, right, so div center is this big. Let's make it bigger first. So let's do height of 100%. Right, now let's do display flex and align items center. So now they are in center here, but there are as columns, like 1, 2, 3 columns, and we don't want it this way. We want to make them under each other, so flex direction column. So we have now 3, but those links are really narrow now, and you can see that the border is really narrow as well. So let's add some definition here for our links. Let's make them with 100%. Yeah, so now we get back this long border, but it's not centered anymore. Let's see. Now we have it here. Now we need to add justify content, and let's try with space between. Okay, now we have space between links, and let's try with something else. Justify content, let's do center, and now it works. Now we can open and close this. Navigation, everything works. We can maybe make the links bigger. So let's do font size of 18 pixels. That's not that much bigger. 22 pixels and even more padding. So instead of 10, let's do 16. Yeah, so if people have like big fingers, they can use it as well. Right, let's check. On mobile, they have this logo on the left side. So let's fix it. And we have logo not that much on the left side. And recent works should have some spacing here, as you can see. Yeah, so this is what we are going to fix. So now let's first fix the logo. So for small screens, so max width of this, we can add some logo definition, CSS definition here. So header, and I think it was somewhere here. Let's see, we have columns here, and then we have a tag with class name logo. So header, a tag, class name logo. Let's make it position absolute here as well. Yeah, and left, let's make it 20 pixels. Yeah, that will work. All right, and let's see here. They have different button. Well, we can update our button as well. So they have like dark gray, almost black bars. So let's see where we have our hamburger. Yeah, here let's just change the color to almost black. So let's do 444. Yeah, so we have let's make it brighter, 777, and let's maybe change the font size to make it to make those lines bigger, because those are just vertical lines. So let's do 22 pixels. Yeah, let's get rid of this border because we don't need it. Border 0. Let's see how it looks like for them. They have just 2 bars, so we can remove 1 bar. Let's see, here we have our bars that are vertical. Now, as you can see, we have 2 bars, and I have also 2 bars. I think it looks good enough. And we have our logo here. All right, and this works. Let's see. Yeah, I think now we need to fix this spacing here, but we should have a little bit. So on the wide website, let's see if we put this at the bottom. Let's see, what do we have? We have div with class name recent, and it's just centered, but it doesn't have any margin on the sides. Well, it has margin on the sides. It's auto from the left and auto from the top, auto from the right. But let's maybe add even some padding on this div recent. So let's search in CSS, let's do div recent, and here we have our definition. So let's add some padding, 0 from the top and the bottom, and let's do 20 on the sides. Nothing have changed here, but the padding has been added. It's this green bar here, but let's check how it looks like for mobiles. Yeah, we have some empty space here and empty space here. So that's good. So it looks like more like they have it here. You can see spacing here, right? But even under, they have it on those text blocks and we don't have it. So let's add it as well. Let's inspect those sections. Let's see. We have text blocks and text blocks outer. I think we can put it on text blocks. Let's do text blocks. We have 50 pixels padding from the top and the bottom, but nothing on the sides. It's 0. Let's try to change it to 20 pixels. Now we have changed on desktop, but we have this padding on the sides. So now let's check it on mobile size. Yeah, we have a pretty padding here. See what they have? Yeah, and small difference I see now that on mobile, this content is centered, and on desktop this content is not centered, but don't worry, we can fix it. So where is CSS for the content? Here, text block, content, some padding, right? But for mobiles, so for mobiles we want to make it centered. So as you can see here, we have some media query that we can reuse. That max width of this, so max width of 768, everything smaller should have this CSS. So I will copy the selector. Instead of changing the padding, I will change the text line to center. Now, as you can see, the content is centered. Well, the same way that they do it. Okay, and I think that's it. Let's check the website. We have a link here, we have navigation here, and best photos in the town, recent works, and we have some texts here, and we have the form, and we have this follow me on. Yeah, everything works. So I think that will be it. That will be all for our second project. If you want me to show you something more on it, you can comment it in the comments. But now let's close this one and let's start with the project. Let's open this one here. And the third project is a restaurant website. All right, so let's create a new directory and 03 restaurant. All right, so we want to recreate it. I will create a new file in this new directory, 03 restaurant. Well, let's do index.html as always, and the same HTML structure. Let's rename this document to something better. Let's call our restaurant David's Pasta. Why not? Here, ampersand and this. And now I want to open preview. You can open preview by drag and dropping, or if you have some extra plugins in your IDE or editor, you can open live preview as I do. So now we have this David's Pasta here, and let's put the test so we see it works. Instead, let's do pasta. All right, so now the first thing, let's add a CSS. So in this, we have 10 websites here, and then here we have this 03 restaurant for our restaurant project. Let's create a new file and let's call this one, we can call it style CSS, or it doesn't matter. Let's call this one pasta CSS. Why not? We could even call our index.html pasta HTML and it will work. All right, but in pasta CSS, let's make our website dark. So body should be background color black. So we can do, let's see, it doesn't work because we have forgot to put it inside HTML. So let's place a link to style sheet with ref to not style CSS, but pasta CSS. And now everything is, so we need to update pasta CSS to make the color of our text to white. So our test pasta text is visible. Now let's focus on this header first. So let's go to our index.html. And here, let's remove this pasta and let's put some header. And inside header, we have like 3 columns. The first one is logo, then we have navigation, and then we have this phone number to call. So let's create a div here with class name columns. And here inside, let's do a logo link. So a logo, and here inside, let's just add a text, not Amsterdam, let's do David's Pasta. Yeah, and let's see. It kind of works. Now we need navigation. So let's do nav. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 links. So I will do just a times 6. And first I can actually do content, and let's just do home s, and it will be home's not here. It should be like this, and now times 6. And now, as you can see, I have home 1, home 2, home 3, or home 4, home 5, and home 6, because this dollar has been replaced with numbers. Right, so the second will be menu, then we have wine list, then we have about us, events, and contact events. See, yeah, so far so good. Now the third column will be our this phone number, so it will be just a link with class name, let's say phone. And here I just put random phone number, so do +7, and doesn't matter, something like this will work. Now let's see how it looks like. It looks very bad, but yeah, we have our header with div with class name columns, and then we have our 3 columns that we can style in CSS. So let's jump inside here, and header div columns, and here we want to do display grid, and let's do grid template columns 1FR, or we could actually use flex here. Flex, it will be easier. Align items, justify content, space between, so we have some spacing between those. Now what? Now let's change the color of the links. Let's start the links. So header div columns, all the links. So as you can see, this A is inside div columns and header, so it will be styling for this, those, and this link, not only navigation. But if we add like nav here, then it will be styling only for navigation links. I want to style all links here inside the header div column, so we do it like this. All right, so let's see, let's do color of white. What do they have it? Yeah, it's white, and they have like 2 different fonts. The first one is serif or sans serif, and yeah, they have 2 fonts, serif and sans serif. So let's maybe find something on Google Fonts so we can import some cute fonts. Search with Amsterdam, and not font name, but here Amsterdam for preview. Categories, just serif, and let's look something like this. Let's do capital letters. I think this one will work. It doesn't matter that much. So what sizes do we need? Let's see, restaurant here. I think I would pick a different one. Let's see. No, it doesn't matter that much. So let's pick this one, and let's take regular. And I have selected, so I have it here. But now we also want like a regular sans serif. So let's see, restaurant. Here, let's do restaurant, and let's change this to sans serif, and let's find something that will look nice as this one. I think Open Sans will work, so let's take regular. Now let's import those 2. Import, so we have now 1 import for both fonts. Now let's see, those navigation links should be with let's see, sans serif font, so Open Sans. So let's do header navigation A should be font, or actually we can do it even better. Let's say that the default font will be sans serif. So on body, let's do font family. Yeah, Open Sans serif. So we have sans serif font on everything, and on the logo and on headers. So you can see here, on headers and on the logo, we'll have this different font. Yeah, just on logo and headers. So let's go maybe here, and let's do a logo that is inside header. So let's do header and headers. So let's do H1, H2, H3, and H4. We will not have more header sizes, so H4 will be enough. Font family, And the one we picked, what was the name? Okay, here we have the name Merryweather, and default will be serif. So let's see. Yeah, everything worked. Now let's go back to all links inside the header and columns. So we want to get rid of this underline text decoration, none. Yeah, and you can see that this font is different than these. Now let's make those smaller. So header, div, columns, and we want actually inside navigation, links inside navigation, header, div, columns, navigation A, and so we'll get those, and now I comma, so I will also add this one, so header, div, columns, and a phone, because this one has a class name phone. Okay, so now I have selector for these, and let's make them small. So font size, maybe 14 for 14. Yeah, I think this is just because I have this zoom, so we don't need to actually change the font size. But let's see what else should we change. Let's add this restaurant and bar under David's Pasta. So here we have David's Pasta inside logo. To make other like subtitle here or slogan, I will do a span inside a element, and let's do restaurant and ampersand and bar capital B. Now it looks really bad, but let's style our logo now. So let's get rid of those. We don't need this. Header, a logo, and let's do that span inside a logo is display block. Yeah, and let's make it small. So let's do font size. Let's do 12 pixels. Yeah, let's make some let's spread the letters, letter spacing, and let's see how it will look like. Letter spacing 1 pixel. Yeah, I think this will work, and maybe even smaller, 1 pixel. Yeah, and let's see now. Okay, let's put span directly after David's Pasta, so we will not have empty spaces here. Yeah, and I think that here inside the span we can do even text align center, so it will be centered. Spare just 1 pixel, but makes everything much better. But let's also add some styling for only for the main text inside logo. So I want to make it smaller, so I will get rid of this spacing here. So I will change it by using line height, and let's do 16 pixels, and let's see. Yeah, 14. Yeah, I think that's better. Let's see. Yeah, that looks good. Let's see. Maybe I will make this more grayish. So here, let's do background color. Not color, just color here, and more grayish. So let's do DDD. That's not enough. BBB. Yeah, that's better. But let's do AAA. Right. So now let's style maybe this navigation. So as you can see, we need some spacing here. So let's do header, div, columns, navigation, and the links inside. And what should we do with the links? Let's see, we have navigation here and we have links. Let's make them display inline block, or it's not needed, but so let's do just margin 0 from the top and the bottom, and let's say 2 pixels on the sides. So we have some spacing. Let's do more, maybe 4. Yeah, 4 works good. Now as you can see, those links are not centered. Yeah, it's not centered. So I think we need to stand it on this navigation. So let's do align content center, nav headband. Let's do try with, let's do display flex first here. And let's do align items center. I think this fixed. I think now it's fixed. Let's see header. It's not that perfect because we have this logo that is it's trimming like some pixels from the top, but we can fix it here. Let's do padding top on the logo of 2 pixels, or maybe even more, 4. Let's see. Yeah, I think this will be good enough. All right, so even on the columns, let's do same, because we have this extra phone link here, and it should be also centered. So let's do align items also on columns here. So now even this link is centered vertically. All right, so this works. we can make maybe the home link active. So here inside our CSS, let's add a class name on home active with small a active like this. Now inside our CSS, we can do header div columns navigation a active. Now we can add the different color for active. We need this brownish color, or maybe we can do just color gold and it will work. Let's see. Well, it should be darker. See, let's change it here. See, I think this will work. See, close enough. Maybe let's pick it from here. Right, so let's pick a color, and it's this one. Copy, and let's sit here. This will work. Actually, I will show you now something, because I think we'll use this color much often. So I will copy this one and I will define it as a CSS variable. So here at the top, let's do root, and here we can put some variables. So let's do gold. Our gold will be this. Should be only one here, one colon. Now instead of using this color, we can do var, so variable, and here inside just gold, and this will work too. And we can just use variable dash gold if we need this gold color. All right, so I think we are done with this header. See, I think it looks good enough. We'll fix the mobile navigation later. All right, so the next part is this header intro-ish. So let's maybe find a pasta picture, photo on Unsplash pasta, and let's find something similar to this. I think this one will work. Right, so now let's put it here inside our restaurant project, and I will actually rename it. So let's do refactor rename, and let's rename this to pasta. All right, so in our index.html, now let's put it inside some kind of intro div. So the same way we did it for our previous project was photo. We can actually do just under header, let's do div intro, and here let's do div background, and inside image and source will be just pasta JPEG. So we have this pasta photo here. All right, so now we want to style it. So let's add this default to our CSS that all images can be max width of 100%. Yeah, that will make everything much better. Now, as you can see, we have some padding everywhere, even here. And I think, yeah, it's because of the body, but I will reset padding and margin on everything. So asterisk all possible elements is just reset margin to 0 and padding to 0. Yeah, so now as you can see, we don't have any padding or margin on the body. All right, so let's see. The div intro should be position absolute, so we'll have the image also behind this header. So let's go here, div intro, and let's make it not position absolute on the intro, position absolute on the header. Sorry, position absolute on the header. So let's go here where we have styling for our header, and let's do header and position absolute. Yeah, but now as you can see, it doesn't take all the width. So let's do width 100%. Yeah, now it's better. Yeah, so now we want to have also some overlay color on this photo we have. So let's go to our index.html and let's do div overlay, same way we had it in our previous project about photography. And now let's do div overlay, and it should be background color of black. So let's do 000, or just we could write black there, but doesn't matter. And let's make this one position absolute as well. And because we want to put this overlay only on the sizing of this intro, we need to make this div intro relative. So let's do position relative here. Now our header has disappeared, and this is because we need to add that index here. That index, let's do 10. Yeah, and now our overlay. Let's do top 0, left 0, bottom 0, and right 0. Yeah, so we have overlay that is black. Now we can change opacity. So let's do opacity 0.5. Yeah, that looks nice. All right, so now we can add some content. Let's place H1 somewhere. So everything is almost the same that we had this photo project, or at least this intro. So now let's do div content and now H1 inside. And let's do David Pasta. Yeah, and now we have also like a slogan. So let's do maybe, I don't know, H2, a piece of Europe in the center of Moscow. Let's do the best pasta in the town. Yeah, so here is our content. So we have this div intro, but then we have a background that is this image, but we need to change this background. So let's go to CSS, let's do div intro, div background, and this one should also be position absolute, and here we should do this top left, bottom right, but it's there is also an easier version of this, inset 0. Yeah, so now let's see, we have this image here and background takes this space and the image is like outside, but we can fix it. Div intro, div background, img, object fit, cover. Okay, now something is wrong with this overlay. As you can see, it's dark only here. See, div intro is this big. Okay, I think it's just with the image. So let's do with 100% on the image and have also 100%. Yeah, now it's better, but we don't see our content that is here underneath. So let's do div intro, div content, and let's bring it up. So let's do just position relative. That doesn't change anything here. And let's just make, we don't need Z index. It actually just shows as it should. All right, so now on the content, we also need some margin from the top because the waist, as you can see, it's same position as the header. So let's do margin top of, well, I don't know. Let's do maybe 100 pixels. And now it created margin here where it shouldn't. So let's change it to padding instead. Yeah, and that's better. A padding on the bottom. Let's do 100 pixels as well. Right, that's better. Now I think everything should be centered. Yes, it should. Let's do text align, center. Yeah, and the H2 should be smaller, so it will be just this. So div intro, div content, H2 should be super small. So let's do font size of maybe 16 pixels. Yeah, this works, I think. Let's see here. We could, H1 should be much bigger. So let's do div intro, div content, H1, super big. So let's do font size 30 pixels. No, that's smaller. Let's do 50. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, I think I forgot to, on all headers and where we use different font, let's do font wave should be normal as default. This doesn't change anything, but I thought that this font is bold right now, but it isn't, so it doesn't matter. Right, so this works nice. The H2 should be Open Sans, this different font. So let's do font family. This is just an exception, so let's do Open Sans here. This will be the only header that is with sans serif Open Sans font. And let's make this one even smaller, or maybe not. Let's see, 100% here. Let's zoom out. Yeah, I think we should make this one even bigger. So one way is for sizes, especially on font size, is pixels, but different way is rem or m, and I will use rem here. Let's do 5 rem, and the value here for rem is 1 rem is like default font size, so it's like 16 pixels, and everything bigger like 5 rem is 5 times that. So I will use 5 rem. Let's zoom in to 150 pixels, 150%, maybe a little down, 125. Yeah, so you guys can see everything. Yeah, so this will work. This looks good. We can do some more spacing here. Let's go back to our navigation. Let's do 10 pixels. That's much better. Right, so we have this intro. And now we need a bucket table. So let's make a button. Let's go to our HTML All right, and here inside content, let's do we can do a button or we can do a link. It doesn't matter. I will do a link with class name button, and here inside book table. Now it's a link that is barely visible. So because this button will have class name button, I will not do div intro, div content, and div button, because I think all the buttons should be like those. Yeah, those are almost the same. So I will style default buttons. So we have two types of buttons here. As you can see, we have a button that is like white and we have button that is outline. So first I will style default class name btn button to look like this. And then I will also add like button outline class later. So let's style first our default buttons. Let's do it here at the top. So our more global classes will be more at the top. So button class name will do that. The border will be 0 and we will have background color of white. And the color of the text should be black. Doesn't matter, we can do black or 000 here. And let's see how it looks like. No text decoration. Text decoration none. So we get rid of this underline and let's do padding of, I don't know, 15 pixels from the top and the bottom and on the sides. Let's do at least 50. Now let's see. Yeah, that's good. I think that's good. Let's see. Yeah, but it's above the H2. And I think this is because this button is display inline, but if we change it to inline block, it will be better. That's better now. And let's see how big it should be. Maybe we can decrease padding from the top and the bottom to 10. Yeah, I think now it looks better. But now we want some spacing above the button as they have it here. But we don't want to have it on all buttons. So we don't want to have it on this global class name for all buttons that we'll have on our website. So I will make it for just this specific button. I will do div intro, div content, and the class name button here, margin top, and it will be, I don't know, 50 pixels. Yeah, I think that looks good. Yeah, that looks good enough. Yeah, right. So I think we are kind of done with this intro. Let's see, maybe we can add some padding on the header so to look better. So we'll have some spacing here. Let's go back to our header and then let's do this here on header. Let's do padding of 20 pixels from every side. Yeah, so we have here, so we have some padding. But as you can see now, the problem is that we got this horizontal navigation bar, and this is because that header now is above 100% width, and now on top of it they added 20 pixels padding. So the header width is actually now 100% of the width plus 40 pixels, because 20 here and 20 on the right side. But to change the way browser calculate this, I will I could actually put here box sizing border box. Yeah, so now the 100% width will include this padding on the sides, because I love to have I would like to have this border box sizing calculation on every element. I'll put it here where we reset margin and padding. Right, so yeah, so now this box sizing is on all elements including the header. Right, so now it looks much better because we have some spacing here, actually. Yeah, maybe we can do even more spacing here. So let's go to our div intro and div content. We have 100 from the top. Let's do 120, 104. That's better. And yeah, I think we are done with this intro. What's the next part? We have those text blocks, almost the same ones we had for our photo project, but with some extra lines here. So yeah, let's do this. Let's start with finding some photos. So I will do Italian food, and let's pick something. Yeah, I think this will work. And then we have this photo here. I will just put it here directly inside my project directory, and I will just rename it to Cheers JPEG, because they are, yeah, Cheers. You get this. So now I will use Cheers for all text blocks here. You can change it to different images, but you will get you will understand how it works. Yeah, so let's go inside our HTML and let's create a new div with class name. We could actually use the same class names we used in our photo project, like text blocks and text blocks outer and text block. So let's use the same or maybe different ones. We can call all those, let's call those features. No, it's not features, it's restaurant menu, one list. How can we call this? Let's call this one those content blocks. Like this, and inside we will have a free content blocks. So let's do just content block, and later I will just copy paste this one. But in each content block we need an image, and let's put source will be this cheers.jpg, and let's do alternative text cheers, and then we need this content on the side. So let's do just div content, as we did the same way with photo project. We can change it to div texts, and inside let's put h2 with restaurant, and then we have a paragraph. Doesn't matter what's inside, I will do lorem ipsum, and then we'll have a button that will be actually link. So I'll do a button because we have already started this button link, button class name. And here let's do just read more, and now let's see, yeah, almost there. So we need 3 of those content blocks. So we'll copy this content block to 3. Yeah, now let's go back to our pasta CSS so we can style those content blocks. And div content block singular, because specific content block should be display grid. So we will do 2 columns, and let's do grid template columns, 2 columns. So 2 values, 1 fr, 1 fr. Yeah, so the same width for this column and for this column. So as you can see, we have this out here content blocks. We have content block, and we have 2 columns because 2 elements. The first one is this image, and the second is div text. If you have more columns than 2 in the future, you can do something like this, repeat, and here just 1 fr, and you want to repeat 2 times. Not this way, it should be another way around, 2 times 1 fr. Yeah, and they have more columns. You can do just like 5 here. It will be 5 columns the same size. Yeah, but now what do we want to do? We want to add some padding here as always, and also we want to add some border here, this white border. So let's fix it. First, I think I will actually put images inside the inside divs. So instead of having this image, I will cut this out. Let's do div. We can do just div image or div side image, doesn't matter, and image inside. And because we have the same image for all 3 blocks, I will just copy paste it on this one and on this one. Nothing have changed for our website yet, because now the column has become this div, and the image takes 100% of this div, as you can see here. But now let's add some padding. So pasta CSS, and on all content blocks. So on all this section of content blocks. So that's why we have these content blocks, plural, div content blocks. Let's add some padding on the sides. Let's do 0 from the top and the bottom, and 20 on the sides. Yeah, so we'll have some spacing here, as you can see. But now I think we need also some spacing on the top and the bottom. So I will do actually 50 pixels from the top and the bottom. So we'll have some spacing here. But now let's add some spacing here on the content. So div on content block. Inside content block we have a div with class name texts. So do div texts plural, and let's do padding, I don't know, 20 pixels on each side. Yeah, that looks good. Now we want to put some spacing between those. Let's see. Yeah, it's like the same spacing, so I can actually use display flex, but I don't want to make those as a column, so I will do flex direction column and this button shouldn't take all the width. Let's don't use flex here. I think I would just add some spacing from the paragraph. So now let's do div content block, div texts, and paragraph. I will add some margin from the top. Let's do 20 pixels. So we have some margin here, and now also on the bottom. So let's do margin bottom of also 20 pixels. Yes, this works nice. And well, I think this image is too much vertical and it should be trimmed. So let me open it and let's trim. Not pasta, but cheers. Let's make it smaller. So let's edit this one, add from here, and let's do like this, and let's crop, and let's save. Now I think it will be better. Yeah, now it's not that long in height. But now we want to make the content centered vertically anyway. So let's try to do this. So a content block is a grid. We have text here. Let's do justify content center. No, this wasn't this. Align content center. No, not this one. Align items center. No, not this one. I think maybe it should be here on this block. Content block. Align content center. No, maybe items will work. Yeah, I'm not that good at flex, but now it works. Okay, so now let's see the context. Sorry, yeah, it's centered. It looks good. Yeah, it works good. But now we want to change, like for every second content block, the image should be on the right side. So let's do div content block every and child. And for child even should be, the image should be on the right side. So let's do div side image. The order should be 2. So now every second is image on the right side, or side image column is order 2. And those that are not even in numbers, the div image will have order default 1, so it will be first. Right, so this works, but not exactly the same. So first, the button is outline and not the default as we have here. So let's go to our index.html, and I will actually add different class names on those three buttons. So let's do also outline here. So now those buttons will have extra class names, not only button but also outline. So now let's go to our pasta CSS and let's search for button definition here. Not this one, but the default one here for all button. So let's do also button, but with extra class name outline. We should get rid of this background color, and the background color should be black, so 000. But the color of the text should be white, so let's do FFF, and we should have a border of 1 pixel solid white. Yeah, and now it's much better. Let's see. Yeah, I think it's like almost the same. Maybe we could add some more spacing on the sides here. So on our texts, we have 20 pixels here from the all sides, so the top from the left, right, and bottom. So we don't actually need anything from the top and the bottom because it's centered vertically anyway. But on the sides, let's make it bigger to 40 pixels, so we have more spacing here. So now let's see. And I think paragraph text should be smaller. So here, let's put the font size of, remember 1 rem was default font size, so now nothing changes. But if I do like 0.8 rem, now it will be 80% of the default size. So now I think it's better now. We can also maybe change the color of this one. So let's do AAA. That's too dark, I think. Let's do CCC. Yeah, I think that one is much better. Let's see now. Yeah, maybe we can decrease the margin top. So let's do 14 instead of 20 or even just 10. That's much better. Let's see here. Yeah, I think now the next thing will be this weird border. So remember we put every image in this content block inside a div. Now we can style this div. So div, a content block. We have a div with class name side image. Yeah. And now we can maybe add the border on this side image. So let's do border width, or maybe just border left. And on the left, because we will put two borders on the left side only and on the bottom. So let's do border left 1 pixel solid white, and same for the border bottom. Border bottom 1 pixel solid and white. So now we have this funny borders here, as you can see, and it connects with this one. To make it not connect with the next section, we need to actually make spacing between those content blocks, because they do have a lot of spacing. So let's do on every content block. So we have a content block definition here. On every content block, let's add some margin, and we will do 20 pixels from the top and the bottom, 0 on the sides. But that's not enough. Let's do 50 pixels. So we have that match. I don't think that's enough, and I want to make this image even smaller. So let's update this cheers image again. It will be even smaller. Maybe not that small, but something like, I want the best part of the image, so maybe here. Save. Yeah, that's better. And let's put even more spacing here. Should we do like 100? Let's do maybe 80. Yeah, I think that's good. And now, because we have even 80 from the top here, can get rid of this padding from the top and the bottom on content blocks, plural, that we have here. So 0 from the top and the bottom, because we have margin from a specific content block. So no padding here, but on specific content block we have some margin. All right, so that's good. But now, as you can see, the border is not like 100% of this image height, because it starts here instead of here, and the same way is on the width. It's not going all the way, and then the image is like moved 10 pixels to the outside of it. So let's move this image. Right, so let's do div content block, div side image, and here we have image. And then let's maybe start with doing display block. So we will get rid of this. We'll show you, we have this small space here. And if we do display block, it will fix. But now let's move the image. Let's do position relative. This doesn't change anything, but we can do top, let's say top minus 10 pixels. So it will be pulled 10 pixels. And now also to the right, we can do minus 10 pixels. That will be the same as saying just push it left 10 pixels. We have the same result. And yeah, I think that will be good. Maybe it shouldn't be that bright, this line. Let's see where we have those lines. Not here, it was border here. So I will use RGBA colors here. So RGBA, let's do white for now, and 1. So now, as you can see, the color is the same, but if we change those ones, to let's say 0.5, now it's like 50% opacity on this, on white color. Too much 5s here. So now I think it's better. Let's see. But on the every second image, over every second section, they are flipping the side of the image, and they are flipping also the border to the right side. So as you can see here, we have this side image definition on every second. Let's copy this one. Let's do the same, but all for the image inside it. And no, sorry, not the image. We want to do this on this side image. So so we can just paste it as it was. And now we can copy the borders, but we don't want on the left side, but we want on the right side. So let's do right. Let's see. We still have this. We have right that is not visible, is hidden behind the image, but we still have the left border that we need to reset. So border left, let's do 0. So we don't have this left border here on even content block numbers. And now we want to push the image not in this direction, but in this direction. So on every nth that is even on the content block with div site image, we have an image, so let's do image. And as you can see on all images, we push it to the top left 10 pixels. But now instead of doing left that we did 20 pixels, we will do left minus 20 pixels. So now as you can see, this one is pushed left minus 20 pixels, so it's in this direction, and others are pushed in this direction. So this one works. Let's see. Another thing is, yeah, I think they have a lot more spacing here. So let's put some gap definition here between the columns. So we have content block, grid, and here we have columns definition. Let's do gap of 50 pixels. Let's see. And that's better. We have more gap here. So now we can decrease the padding here. So let's do just 0. Yeah, and that will work. Let's see. Should be this way. Yes, it should, because it should be centered with the image. So we can do just padding 0. And I think we don't even need this definition then. But let's do even more gap here. So let's do 90 pixels. Yeah, that's better. Let's see what they have. Yeah, I think that's good. All right. So I think we are done with this content blocks. Right. So let's go to the next section, which is our client say or reviews. In other words, so let's go back to index.html. Let's create a new div before the body ends, and let's do a div with class name reviews. And here we have h2, our clients say. It should be plural because we had many clients. And then here we should have like 3 reviews. So let's do div review singular for a specific box times 3. And on each we have a header of a name of a person. So let's use maybe h3 here, and let's put the name in those. So let's say Nikita. And then we have like a small date. We could put it inside div, but I think there's a date element also in HTML. So let's use this one. And then we have the text of the review. So let's do just, let's first put date. Oops. Let's first put date here inside. So let's do 25th of 8th of 2022. It doesn't matter. It's maybe today's date. It's month is 7th and the date here is 9th. And after the date, we'll add a third element, which is this paragraph here. So we'll do plus p, and the content inside will be just lorem ipsum. So we'll generate more text here. Now let's generate everything, and the date is unknown. HTML date tag, and it should be time. So I will replace those with time. Yeah, and now let's see, it looks really bad, but let's fix it. So let's see, we have the main, everything is inside the div class reviews. So let's do div reviews, and here let's add some padding on the sides. So let's do 0 from the top and the bottom, 20 on the sides, like this. So we'll have some spacing here, and now we want to make a space between this. But we also have a read more button that I forgot about, but let's add it. So at the top inside reviews, we have h2 and only those 3 boxes, but we forgot about this one. So let's add a link, a regular link, and it will say just read more and the arrow to right side. Like this will generate arrow to the right side, as you can see here. But now to put those two, this one on the left and this one on the right, I will put them in a separate div with class name, columns, or I don't know, let's do it with columns. So I'll put those 2 here. Now nothing have changed here because we need to add some CSS. So div reviews, div columns here inside reviews. Columns will be display flex. We could use display grid and do the grid template columns 1FR, 1FR. It will be 2 columns with the same sizing, but it will be easier to just do flex and do justify content and space between, like this. And now let's see, we have columns here. Let's put this link more to the bottom. So align items bottom, no, flex end. Yeah, so as you can see now, this read more link on the right side is vertically aligned to the bottom as I wanted, or we could do maybe center, so it will be centered. Now let's add some margin bottom here, margin bottom of the pixels. Maybe that's too much, let's do 30, so we have some spacing here. Now let's do reviews of those. So as you can see, each specific is a box or is a separate div, so we can do just div reviews and div review, or because this will not repeat, we can do just div review. And what do we want to do here? I think we need some border, so let's do border of 1 pixel solid white, some padding, and I think it will be good with just 20 pixels on every side. Now let's see how it looks like. Yeah, that's better. But as you can see, every div just takes 100% as a default, and we want to make like a grid of reviews like we have here. So I will actually go back and I will put all those 3 reviews inside the reviews grid div with class name reviews grid. So I will select those, the third one ends here, cut and paste it here. Now I will add some extra CSS for reviews grid to put them next to each other. So let's put it here, div reviews grid, let's do display grid, and now we can do grid template columns, and here we can do 1fr, 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 or we could actually do repeat and 1fr times 3, wrong, 3 times 1fr, and here let's do gap of 50 pixels. Now smaller, let's do 20. So now I think the content of the review should be smaller, and the date should be also smaller. So div review paragraph, because this text is paragraph. If I inspect here, yes, it is a paragraph P. Let's do font size of how much? Let's do 0.7 rem. Yeah, and now the date, div review, and as you remember, we don't have date element inside the HTML. It was time that we actually used, and this one should be also small, so let's do font size 0.7. we can use here as well. And if you are doing zeros here, you can skip the zero, so you can do just 0.7. It will be the same as 0.7. All right, so we have this, and let's see about some spacing here. Under the date, there should be, under the time, it should be a lot of spacing. So let's do margin bottom, and let's say 10 pixels. Nothing have changed. Let's see why. Div review margin bottom. Nothing have changed here. See, we have margin bottom, but only 10 pixels. Let's change 20. Let's change it to 120. Maybe because we need to add some display to block, because the inline elements doesn't work that good with margins. So we need to change it to block or inline block. It will take the whole full width, so block is better. And let's do 20. 20 is too much. Let's do 10. Yeah, 10 will work. Let's see how they have it. Well, actually the names should be the serif font or Open Sans font, the different font. So div review, and it's H3s we are using for names. Oops, I'll make this one bigger. This one will be smaller. So if I inspect here, it's H3, and so div review H3, and let's do font family and Open Sans serif. Yeah, so we have different font here, not the same that we use for all headers. We forgot about read more link. So this link is actually, we can style just all the links inside the reviews div to be white. So div reviews a tag, so all links inside div reviews. Let's do color white. Yeah, that's better, but I think we should get rid of this underline. Yes, we should. So text decoration none, and the arrow should be longer, but I don't want to design an arrow now, so this will work for now. And maybe let's add some underline when you hover a mouse. So div reviews a hover, so colon hover as a text decoration underline. We remove the underline here, but when you hover mouse, we add it back. So now when I hover, I get this underline. And maybe we could also do something on those buttons. I don't know. No, it's not that important. Let's go to next part. And the next part is Instagram section. And then we have a book table with this form. Are we done with this part? Yes, we are, I think. Yes. So in this part we have Instagram, so almost the same. So we have like the same, we have almost the same content, but the difference is that we have photos here. Well, but let's do this anyway. To reuse, no, we will not reuse CSS. It will be easier to write this again. So let's do div with class name Instagram, and we have h2 here. That will be just Instagram, and we have this link here. So let's do a link. Let's add the class name Instagram, and we maybe want to have this Instagram icon here. So let's do font awesome icons, and let's find Instagram icon, Instagram. And here we have the icon. Let's copy SVG and let's put it here. And under the SVG, let's add maybe just a span. Let's put the text inside span. And I think it was just a handle to Instagram that we want to have here. Yeah. So let's do handle. No, without this, do David pasta. That's it. So we have those two elements inside our HTML, but again, we need to put those on the next to each other. So we'll do div columns here, same way we did with the reviews. Put them here, and then we have like Instagram photos here, 1, 2, 3. So I will do div photos, and I will do just emg times 3. So we have 3 emgs here, and the source, maybe I can just reuse this cheers photo here. You can change it to something else if you want. Cheers, same here, cheers, same here, cheers. Yeah, it doesn't look good, but we'll fix it. So first, we have an icon here that you cannot see because it's black. It's SVG that is huge, and it's this Instagram icon. But well, let's fix everything. So in our CSS, pasta.css, let's do, what's the name of this main div that everything sits inside? It's div with class name Instagram. So let's do div Instagram, and we have an SVG that is super here that we want to change the color for. So let's do color white. So fill FFF or fill white, doesn't matter, but without hashtag if we use name. So with this huge icon here, let's change the height to 16 pixels so it will look better, as you can see here. Right, we can actually, maybe it will be better to rename this because we have two Instagram class names here. That will be the same, but here we have a div, here we have a tag, a link. So here I will do Instagram link. So it will be easier for me to style this Instagram link. So I can do just directly here Instagram link without doing this div Instagram and then a listagram, Instagram link, or a Instagram. Now remember, let's do Instagram link should be white, so let's do color FFF. Yeah, that will work. And no underline, so text decoration none. And here's this. I want this SVG to be pushed to the bottom a little bit, so we can do actually position relative, and from the top let's push it 4 pixels. That's too much. Let's do 2, and that will work. Let's see how the link looks for them. Yeah, I think it's like almost the same. Now we had this div columns to put everything next to each other. So let's do div Instagram and div columns, display flex, and justify content space between. Now I want some spacing that we have also here for our reviews. I want also to have it on this div Instagram. So padding 0 from the top and the bottom, but 20 on the side. Yeah, that's much better. But now I want also some spacing here between. So div Instagram, I want to do margin top and let's say 50 pixels. So we'll have some spacing here. I don't know if it's too much. Sorry, too little. Yeah, I think it's too little. Let's do 80. All right, so we have 80 here. And then we have those columns. We call it columns, but let's add some spacing under the columns. So this is div columns. So we can do here margin bottom of 20 pixels at least. Yes, this works nice. Then we have those photos here. As you can see inside our HTML, we have div inside our div Instagram. That is a section. We have div with class name photos, and then we have 3 images, those images. So let's style div Instagram and div photos. And let's make, we can do flex or grid, it doesn't matter. Maybe let's use grid because there's some gap to put display grid and grid template columns, 3 columns. So we can do repeat 3 times 1 FR. Yeah. Now some gap of 20 pixels. Yeah. So we have some gap here. And I guess those images shouldn't be just images, but links. So I will actually go back to photos. I will select every image here separately and I will put an A tag and the closing A tag after the image, and every A tag should have a link to Instagram something, but we can do just Instagram small I and slash, and you know, you get the idea. Every image should have its own link, and it should be Instagram. It should be instagram.com. Yeah. And let's see how it looks like. It looks not that bad. So I think it looks good. And now we have this hand, so we know it's links. Let's see, what else do we have here? We have some arrows here, but because we will not use JavaScript to spin those photos to see more, we will skip those arrows. Sorry. But let's go now to book a table. So on our, let's see, are we done with this Instagram? Think we are done with Instagram. All right, so in our HTML under div Instagram, let's do div booking. Yeah. And yeah, where you see I'm writing my div and booking to create a div with class name booking. This annotation is emmet that generates this stuff, so we can Google this emmet like this, emmet, not this, emmet like this, so you can read more how to generate this stuff. So you put like CSS abbreviation and it generates full HTML for you. That's a much easier way for writing HTML, right? But let's go to booking. Let's see our image, and we have like 2 columns here. The first one is with all this content, and then we have this image again with those borders here. Yeah, doesn't matter. But we have 2 columns here. So let's just have 2 divs, and here let's create an h2 with book a table. That's it. And under we'll have this form, and here in the second we'll have this image. So let's do div side image, the same class name we had there, div side image, and the image will be, let's use this cheers image. Yeah, now let's see how it looks like. And it looks really bad because we don't have any styling for our booking. So we have booking, and then we have 2 divs, so we can put those divs as a grid, those as a columns of this grid. So let's do div booking, and this should be display grid, and now grid template columns should be 1FR, 1FR, or repeat 2 times 1FR. And we want some padding on the sides, so 0 from the top and the bottom, 20 pixels on the sides as everywhere. Now let's add also some margin top. I think it was 80 pixels that we want. Yeah, that's good. As you can see, we have added this div with a side image as a class, but we don't get the same borders that we get here. And this is because the borders on this side image are defined inside our CSS with div side image that is inside div content block. So let's scroll here or search back for side image. Now here you can see that's here div side image. It's inside content block, but we can actually do just all divs with side image class name will have this border stuff here. So even here we have this, but it's on the right side. It's on the correct side here. Well, it was here because we had this. Let's see. We had this on every even content block. The side image border should be here on every even content block. On every even number of content block, the div side image border left should be 0, and we put also border right. And the image is pushed in different direction. Oh, sorry. All right, but we can actually update this one. Where is it? The border stuff here, even to make it also on just div side image, but with extra class name right. Yeah. So this one didn't change because we still have this definition, but now if we add a class name right to our site image here at the bottom and right, the border has been removed from the left side and added to the right side. Right, but now we also need some this pulling the image to up and left. So here we have this definition for image to what we did for those images. But here, as you can see again, it's not for just div site image, but it needs to be inside content block. I think we can just remove this. Nothing has changed for those, but let's scroll. Yeah, this one has been pulled this direction, but it should be this as we do for those. That is every second content block image. So let's even here put a comma and let's do div site image that has extra class name right, and on the image inside it we do left minus 20 pixels. So let's scroll here. Now as you can see we have this border and the image has been pulled this direction, correct direction. Right, but now we have this, let's see, I think this will work, this works. Right, but now we need to add this form. So let's go back to our HTML and let's put the form. We don't need an action, it will be just an empty form that doesn't work and doesn't send anything, sorry. So we will have an input with so first let's see, we have 1 2 3 4 inputs and then a checkbox, and every input here where you put texts has an like extra label here. So let's do something like this. Let's create a label here. Let's put an input. We have an input. Let's add a placeholder for this input for our first. The placeholder will be your name. Yeah, sorry, your name, and let's see. So we have this input. It looks really bad, but we'll fix it. And then let's add a label. So we'll put this, we could put it as a span, but let's put it as a label. So above, let's put the label, and the label will be name. The for attribute is empty because we don't have an ID on this input. Let's put name input, name in on this, and here for name input. So we link this label with this input. Now let's see. Now the thing is that when you click on the label, it has this for value. It will focus the input. So click here, I can type because it will focus. It will do the same as I click. Right. So now we need 1 2 3 4 of those kinda. So those two lines, copy 2 3 4. And those IDs shouldn't repeat. So this one will be phone. Let's do phone input, and then let's do date input, and here the last one will be time. So let's do time here, and this one will be date, and the second will be phone number. All right, and let's style our inputs. Right, let's go to pasta CSS. So we can do div booking and inside the input, but we can just style all inputs on this website. It doesn't need to, the input doesn't need to be inside div booking. We just style all the inputs. So input should be display block. So it will take the whole width that is available for inside the parent. And now let's do width 100%. And now it goes bananas. Let's see why. Because this form is too big and this div is too big. No, this div and everything is the correct size. The problem is that this image has been moved to the left 20 pixels. Right, so I think to fix it, we have this grid on booking. We would just add a gap here between those columns. So as you remember, we have booking here and we have two divs, left and right, but we don't have any gap defined. So let's do gap. Let's do just 40 pixels. Yeah, now we have some gap here and everything looks nice. Right, so let's style our input. So what should we do? There should be black background, white text, background color and black, so 000, and white text color FFF, right? And now the border should be fixed. So let's see, it's a white border. So let's do border, 1 pixel solid FFF. Yeah. Now we need some padding. So let's do padding, try with 10 pixels. Yeah, that's much better. But now, as you can see, we want those labels to be on top of padding of the border here. So let's do label. We can style all the labels. So just to be sure that it's only for this booking form, let's put it inside div booking labels, only for div booking labels. Let's do position relative. Nothing changed for the labels yet. Let's push them left 20 pixels. So now, as you can see, they have been moved 20 pixels to the left. Now let's push them to the bottom 20 pixels. So from top 20 pixels. And that was too much. That's a 10. Yeah, that's good. But even from the left, it should be just 10. Yeah. Now we don't want this line underneath. So we can do just background color on those. This is 000. Yeah, so we have some, so now the line underneath is not visible because we have background color. And there is like a little spacing on the side. So I will add some spacing as well. So let's do padding, 0 from the top and the bottom, but let's do 4 pixels on the sides. Yeah, so we have like more spacing here. Now even if we click on this label, it will focus the input. That is a nice feature. Let's see how it looks on this. It looks good. Maybe the padding from the top inside this input should be bigger. So on the input, let's do padding top of 14 pixels. So now it's underlined because we should put it together. We can do it like this, 14 pixels from the top and the bottom as it is now. But now if we put the third parameter, third value, it will be for the bottom. So now as you can see, it's 0 on the bottom, but we can put back like 10 pixels. So now it's much better. Let's see, maybe we can decrease the padding from the bottom and here. So from the top, let it be 10, but from the bottom, let's make it 6. Let's see. I think it was better with more padding. Yeah. And now a checkbox and then more spacing here. So the gap, let's make it 60 pixels. Yeah. And let's see. Now let's add this checkbox. So let's go back to HTML and here let's add the input, but the type will not be text but checkbox. And for the checkbox, let's also add the label. And the label will be I agree with terms and policy A tag because it will be link. And here inside terms and policies, not placeholder, policies. Yeah. And the label for our box. and let's add ID on checkbox, and let's call our checkbox terms checkbox, terms CB. And here let's do terms CB as well. Now let's see how it looks like. I guess it looks really bad. Yeah, as you can see, the first problem is that our checkbox is on the middle, and this is because the checkbox is also an input, and we styled all inputs here to be 100% in width here. But we can change this definition to input type text. So this fix kinda our checkbox. But now we can do input type checkbox. And here we can do something like, I don't know, we can put some padding 10 pixels. This doesn't change anything. Let's see if we change it to margin. Yeah, now it's better because it's like more to the right. Let's see, what do they have? It shouldn't be to the right. Let's do only margin from the top, 10 pixels, and more, let's do margin top 20. Now the problem is with this label, and this is because we styled all those labels, div booking labels, to push them left 10 pixels, top 10 pixels, and that's why even this label has been pushed from the top 10 pixels and from the left 10 pixels. But then we don't want this, or at least for this label. So we can add maybe an extra class name on this label, CBs or checkbox. So here we are styling all the labels, but let's add some extra styling for CB label. So div booking label.cb, and no position relative stuff. So let's do left 0, top 0. Yeah, so now as you can see, everything is much better because this label now has the default position, no pulling to the bottom right side inputs. Right, but now let's fix this link here. We can just style all the links inside the booking, or even all default links for website. Oh, doesn't matter. Div booking A, and the color should be white. Yeah, and we can leave this underlined so we know it's clickable. But actually it should be this, it shouldn't be white, it should be this gold color. And as you remember, we have defined it as a variable. So let's do var, and we have this gold here color that we can use. Let's see, yeah, and we have underline that we want to get rid of. So text decoration none. Now it works. We have this link here. Right, let's see, let's maybe add some margin bottom first. Margin bottom 80 pixels as well. Yeah, everything says your name, but well, let's change it. So we have phone number, that should be like a 4 number-ish, plus 4, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, and something like this. And then we have a date, so I prefer those dates kind of. So 07, and we have 9th today, and time. This should be actually a select, but well, it doesn't matter. It can be an input text. And let's see, yeah, I think it's better now. Right, so let's see. Then we have this button bucket table. Let's add the button. Button book table. It's really small. I think it's because we need to add this our class button. Yeah, now it's much bigger, but we want to add some spacing for it. So div booking, inside div booking we have a button. It has class name button, but doesn't matter. Just for all the buttons here we have only one button. Let's do margin top of 10 pixels. That's not enough. Let's do 20. That's much better. Let's now see. They have even more, but yeah, it looks good. They have much bigger image, so it takes more space for them. Right, but let's see now. I think we are done with bucket table. Yeah, and now we have this footer, and it looks really nice. So let's go to our HTML, and before we end the body element here, let's do footer inside our body, just before the closing of the body. Footer, and let's see what do they have inside the footer. So they have this logo, and I guess it's a link. So I will do a with class name logo. All right. So here we want to do same thing we did on the, but we want to do David's pasta, and then we had a span element, pasta span inside this. It was restaurant and bar inside our span. Let's see how it looks like. Yeah, we have David's restaurant, David's pasta restaurant and bar. But this sexy styling that we had, it's only for the header. Let's see. We had it somewhere. Let's search for logo. Yeah, here we have, as you can see, for a logo, so this one, but it needs to be inside header. So only this one, not the one that we just reuse on the bottom. But we can just, I think we can just get rid of this header here and header here. So get almost the same thing here. Now let's see. Let's change this one to inline block. So we now have this, oops, now let's put it back to block. So this one will work. But here at the bottom, something have changed. Let's see what happened. I will inspect this one and let's see. Okay, we have footer, and inside here we have a link to our logo, but it's really long here. So why is it? I don't know. Shouldn't be that long, but let's exit. Let's see, why do I have it? It's very long. Well, I don't know, but let's style it. But just for the footer, a logo should be display inline block. You see, now it's much better. And the color should be white, but it's for all logos. So I will go back to logo here and do color white and text decoration to none. I could even put it here. Doesn't matter that much, but okay, we have a logo that looks good enough, but we need to put this logo inside this footer border. So let's define footer border. So border 1 pixel, solid white. And let's see, what do we have here? Yeah, we have this border that we just created. And let's add some padding for this footer. Padding, let's do 20 pixels. Yeah. And now let's maybe put some more content, not on the logo. More footer content, more. And now for the logo that is inside footer, we want to place this logo here on the line, on the border. So first I will do position absolute, so we can reposition this absolutely to the element, to the parent element, which is footer. So here let's do position relative. Okay, now on the logo we want to put it top 0, oops, 0, and left 50%. Okay, but it's 50% is exactly here, and we want to pull it left like 50% of this width. So the margin left, and let's now do minus 100 pixels, something like this. Maybe that's too big, but let's also add width of 200 pixels, and let's see. No, that's not good. Let's do text align center. And now instead of top 0, we want to do top minus 10 pixels. Yeah, let's see what they do, what they have. It should be like in the middle. So let's do minus 18. Yeah, but now this line underneath shouldn't be there. So let's add the background color black. So 0, 0, 0. Yeah, that's much better. But we shouldn't have that much spacing here. This is because we put width to 200. So let's change it to 140. And instead of minus 100 here, we do half of it. So half of the width, so 70. Now it's much better. If you're wondering why we are putting width instead of padding on the sides, this is because when we put position absolute and then left 50%, it would be here from the left. So not exactly in the middle, somewhere like this. It will be here. And if you know the width, you can do left 50% and then pull it left with margin left on the minus, with the minus value, minus half of the width. So even if it starts here because of the left 50%, you pull it extra left with minus 70, which is half of the width. Right, but now let's put more footer content, and inside footer we have like 3 columns. And I think I will just, once again, I'll create a div with class name columns. I like this class name, and here we'll just have 3 divs, div, and the first one is like a phone number and stuff. So let's do +7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, doesn't matter. And then we have more info, which is we work 9 to 7, 11, 00, oops, 002, 20, 30. Yeah, and the address will be Stockholm and Kongsgatan 9 Stockholm. And then on the middle we will have terms and privacy. I guess it's a link. So let's do a tag here, and terms and privacy, and underneath let's do BR here, and underneath we have copyright sign, and I think it goes like the cop, and all rights reserved. And then on the left side we'll have follow us and social icons underneath, but let's fix them in a minute. First let's fix the columns thing here. So on inside our CSS footer div columns, and let's use grid here. I think, let's see here, yeah, let's use grid. So display grid, and now grid template columns to 1fr, 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 because 3 columns. Yeah, that's good. And now for the middle column we want to make text centered. We don't have an extra class name on our middle div. It's just 1, 2, 3 divs inside div columns. So I will just do something like this: footer div columns and div with an div child that is second. Let's do like this. I think it'll work. Let's do text align center, and it works. Now let's fix those links here. So inside our footer, all the links, all footer A, all the links, doesn't matter which column, the color should be white. And now text decoration none. I think it's weird because this is a link and should be clickable, and the user should know it's clickable, but we don't have any indication. You need to hover to know that it's a link. I think there should be text decoration or different color, but well, let's make it more as they do it. I think we need more spacing from the top. So on our footer we have 20 pixels on each side, but instead let's do 40 on from the top, 20 on the sides, and 0 and 20 on the bottom. Yeah, and this will work. Let's see how they have it. Yeah, I think we can do even more spacing, 20, but we can do 30 pixels. Yeah, that works. And now let's see. I would like to put some more gap here. No, it doesn't matter because this one is centered, so it will be the same positioning. So, but follow us. We don't have the icons, and we should have at least 3. So let's put some icons inside our index.html. So follow us. Let's create at least like 3 links. So first, second, and third. They have like 5, but it doesn't matter. First, let's see, do they have Instagram? Yes, they have Instagram. So copy Instagram. Let's put it on the first. Then what else should we put? Facebook, Twitter. They have also Telegram. But do we have Telegram? Yeah, they have Telegram. Okay, we can take Telegram. Let's put it here. And the third will be, let's take Twitter. And take this one, copy, put it here. Now let's see, everything looks really bad because we have huge fonts that we don't see because those are black. But inside footer, let's just style all SVGs, all SVG icons. Let's make them filled with a white color. Yeah, let's make them smaller. So let's make them like 20 pixels. Yeah, so we have follow us, and let's add a BR here, break line. Yeah, that's good. Now we maybe need some styling here. So third column, footer, div columns, and child, third child. So third column, and links here inside. So a tag should have some margin to the right. So it's the margin right of 10 pixels. Now let's see. Yeah, we have some margin to the right. Well, maybe we can actually, I don't know if a gap will change anything, but let's test here. Gap 50 pixels. Did it push this one more to the right? No, it did not. Yes, it did. Okay, so this should be like this. Yeah, and now we need some spacing on the left, on the right. So div footer, let's do padding. No, not on the links, on the div footer. Sorry, footer. Padding 0 from the top and the bottom, or wait a second, we have padding here because it's padding inside. Okay, we need another element that will be outside of the footer, so we can put some spacing, or we can actually use margin. Yeah, sorry, margin 0 from the top and the bottom, but 20 on the sides. Let's see. Yeah, so as you can see, we have some spacing here on the left here, and now also here. Let's also actually add like 50 pixels on the top and the bottom, so we have some space underneath. Yeah. Well, now I would like to have everything centered. So that's inside our div columns. We have display grid. Here we can do align item center. And now as you can see, this part is centered more vertically, so pushed more to the bottom, and this one too, because we have 3 lines here, but only 2 lines here and here. All right, so I think that will be it. Let's see. They have more icons here, and we have some menu here that we could create, but we will skip it for now. I think that's enough for this website. And we could actually do some mobile navigation for mobiles. So when the screen is super small, and maybe we should add some actually styling for mobile, because as you can see, it doesn't look that good. So yeah, let's fix some mobile CSS. So I will just open inspector, but the right side, so everything will be super small on inside the browser. But here, let's pull this up. All right, so for mobiles, let's fix some media queries for mobiles. So well, as you can see, the first thing I don't like is this header that looks terrible, and it makes the view scrolling to the left and right. So here for the header, I will just hide the navigation for now. So media, so media queries, screen, because we want to do for screen. If you want to add some styling for like when you print stuff, you do media print, but we do for screens. So screen and max width 768, and that's that would be good enough. I forgot to add end. And so everything that is smaller than 768, we want to do this CSS that will be here inside. So I want to hide the navigation. So header, div columns, navigation, and display none, just for now. Right, then we have this intro h1 that we should make smaller, I guess. So that's also, we can put it here, or maybe not. Let's put it next to h1 header 1 that we have somewhere here lower. Yeah, div intro, div content h1. So here, let's do font size, and for desktop, as you can see, we had 5 rem, but for mobiles, so devices with under, sorry, it should be just like this. It should be with the selector. It shouldn't be 5 rem. It should be, let's make it 3. Yeah, maybe even less, 2.4. Yeah, 2.4 works good. Now we'll copy this to make more for those content blocks. So now for content blocks, we have this display grid and 2 columns, but let's make this 2 columns only for desktop. So not max width this, because then it will make this for mobiles. But if we change it to min width, it will make this CSS for desktop. And I will just copy this everything, and I will just leave this definition 2 columns. but this will be for desktop. And for mobile, the default definition will be just one column, one FR. And so we have a image and content underneath, because on mobile it will be one column, and if we make it bigger, at least 768 pixels, then it will have this CSS with different grid template columns. Right, but now for mobiles, let's see. Now we have this weird, the same thing we had with this photography agency stuff, that here on this where is it, on every even number of the section we flip the here we flip the order of the side image, and this one should be also only for desktop. So I'll copy this one and let's do like this, and the closing brackets here. Yeah, so on mobile it goes all the time, image, content, image, content, image, content. Right, but now the annoying thing is that we have a lot of space here and we want to get rid of this. So let's see what it is. So on a content block, we have this gap here, this purple gap that is 90 pixels. Let's see, and we can change it by we can do media query, or we can do change it to column gap. I think it was column gap, so it will be only for columns. But for rows, let's do row gap, only like just a little bit, 20 pixels. Yeah, so this one is much better. And now the weird thing is that, okay, this pulling the image worked really nice, look really nice on desktop, but as you can see now on the mobile it doesn't look that good because it's not aligned with everything. So we can either get rid of those borders. Let's see also for the content, no, for the bucket table. Well, here it looks I don't know, but I think this borders, well, I don't know. We can either make the images shorter here, or I don't know. Let's see, where do we have this side image? Here we are doing like left 10 pixels and stuff. So here we are putting top minus 10 pixels, so we are pulling up, and from the left also 10 pixels. And what can we do to make it not take this right space here? We can actually can make the image shorter. So we can do that if it's mobile. So let's do media query, and max width. So it's for mobiles, max width this pixels, so everything smaller. And let's add some CSS for this div side image, and we want to change the width only for mobile still, and to let's do 80%. And now we can see we have gap here. So we can do actually 100% as it was, but inside calculation, 100% minus the amount that we are pulling to the left. So 10 pixels, 10 pixels. Oops. So now as you can see, it ends where this border ends. But it doesn't work for the opposite direction because there is another definition. So let's copy this definition, and here we are pulling left minus 20 pixels, but it should be minus 10, so it will be the same sizing as we have here. And that was a bug from me, but here, even for this 10 pixels, as you can see, it's it doesn't look that good because it's here not aligned with the other texts. So I copied this definition, but I will here for mobiles put this instead, and I will also and I will actually change the left to 0 here. Yeah, so for if it's side image right, so this or the one inside here, or the even number and even number on content block. So this one is even because it's second. We pull it left 10 pixels if it's desktop, but here for mobiles we have media query for mobile, max width 700 something. We pull it left 0, right? And I think that looks much better. Yeah, and it should also looks good here. Yes, it does. Yeah, so I think we are done with this content sections. Yeah, let's go to our clients says. So reviews. What do we want to change? Well, I think if it's mobile, we don't want to have it next to each other. So as you remember, we have div columns here with display flex, but for mobiles, so let's do media screen and max with this. For mobiles, max with this. Let's change the display back to block, so there will be no next to each other. Let's do display block. This. Sorry, I forgot that I need to put the selector. I forgot about the selector. Okay, I want to change display block for on what? Display block should be on div columns inside div reviews. So now we have, now it's much better. We have this our client say, and underneath we have this read more. Okay. Now underneath here, we have those 3 reviews. We have this reviews grid, and we say it should be 3 columns, but on the mobile should be just 1 column. So let's just take this, let's put it here, and we want to update the reviews grid for mobile, so max with 768 pixels, and we want to change grid template columns, so we can maybe just copy this and paste here, but instead of having 3 columns of 1FR, let's just do 1FR, so it will be 1 column. Yeah, so we have 3 reviews, but as everything inside 1 column, and if it's desktop, so we have 3 columns. Right, now Instagram, because I think reviews look really good now. Div Instagram, we have also div columns here, and here the same thing. I think we can do media query for mobiles, and when it's mobile, let's do display block. Okay, div columns was actually this part. Why does it matter? It should be also like this. But we have div photos. That is also a grid. So I will copy this and I will put it here. And the same thing that we did for those columns, well, let's do also for those columns. So we have grid. We can do it in 2 different ways. We can update grid template columns and make just 1 column, or we can make this display grid, but and we change it to display block. But the thing is that if we change it to display block, it will not use this gap 20 pixels. So instead I will use this to just update the template columns to 1 column. So now we have a 20 pixels gap. So this one is respected if you use display grid. Right, I think it looks good enough. Well, we have 3 the same pictures, but it doesn't matter. Let's go down to our book table. So booking. So here definitely you can see that, well, we can make this column first, or we can make this column second underneath the form, but form should be on the full width of the browser if it's mobile. But I'm wondering if we need this photo for, yeah, I think we need photo for mobile. We could just get rid of this and just make this form full width, or we can put it above or below the form. I think I will put it below the form for mobiles. For desktop, it will be on the right side. So I think we just as easy as doing media screen, max width this. So for mobiles, max width. So everything smaller than this. The div booking should be grid as it is defined here, but grid template columns, it shouldn't be 2 columns the same size. It should be 1 column, so 1FR. So now as you can see, we have everything inside 1 column. So we have form and then we have this photo. So I think the booking works. Now let's see the footer. Let's scroll down and let's see footer. So inside footer we have also this div columns. So let's do media query, max width this. So media query for mobiles, and we want to update div columns. And what do we want to do? We have this grid and we have this template columns. Let's just change it to 1 column, so 1FR. Yeah, that's much better. It's perfect, but that's much better. And we can actually maybe decrease the gap. So I will copy gap, I'll put it here, and I will decrease it to 20 pixels. And maybe a little more, 30 pixels. I could also like change here gap to gap columns, and then add also gap rows that will be smaller. Here doesn't matter, you could just update the gap here. But now this shouldn't be aligned to the center. So here, as you can see, inside div columns, the second div inside div columns should be text align center. Let's change it for mobiles. So let's add a media query here. Also, the media queries doesn't need to be next to the element you are putting CSS into. You can actually like get all media queries for mobiles at the bottom of your CSS. Doesn't matter. So I can show you this one. So the second column, second div inside columns, text align center, not for mobiles should be left. Yeah, it is. So yeah, this works good. So here at the top, you probably remember we have removed this navigation, and we could actually do the same navigation that we did for the photo, but I don't want to repeat myself, so I just got rid of this navigation. You can do it yourself the same way we did it inside this photo project. And I would just go and now see if everything looks good on mobile. Yeah, and I think it does. Reviews, Instagram, and those are links. Yes, we have book a table form, and yeah, and footer. Everything works. All right, so let's see here. Yeah, so I think we are done now with this third project. Now let's only test on desktop size. David's pasta. Yeah, looks really nice. And yeah, and we are done with this one. So let's close this one and other. Let's go to next project, which will be the wedding agency. So I will create a new directory here called 04 because fourth project and wedding, right? So we have fourth project wedding. I will open this image also in my browser. Let's zoom in, and I will close here images, and here inside wedding my subfolder, I'll create a new file. We can do as always index.html, or doesn't matter really. If it's homepage, you should always use index.html. So I will do index.html because this is the default file name for homepage. If you have like many HTML files and you put it inside into an HTTP and you send it to your server and you visit your website, it will pick index.html as a, if you don't specify anything like slash contact.html and you just have like domain name, it will take index.html. So that's why I'm creating index.htmls everywhere. Right, but now let's create a wedding agency website. HTML5, boilerplate, default language English, UTF-8, encoding, viewport, so we can use media queries. What else do we have here? The title, that is document. Let's open preview. I forgot about the preview. We don't need David pasta anymore. Okay, we have preview, but we have a document here and we want to change it to wedding agency. Yes, so we have wedding agency here. All right, so so far so good. Right, so first thing, header, or no, first thing will be adding a CSS. So well, even for CSS names, it doesn't really matter. We can do just wedding CSS. And here, let's just create new file, wedding.css, and we have it. Okay, so now inside HTML, let's create a header. As always, this part of the website is called header. Then on the bottom, you have always footer. Right, but for the header, so here inside we have like navigation on two sides, and the logo type is on the middle. I don't think that's a good choice, but let's style it as it is. Right, so you will not like me because I create so many divs with class name columns, but sorry, this is the way it is. We can rename this to header navigations if you want, but yeah, it will be just columns inside here. So we will have 3 columns here, as you can see, 1, 2, 3. Yes, we have like 3 parts here, and the space between should be equal. So that's why we will use, we can use space between, or we can use grid. I think it will be better with grid, because if we use flex and space between, if this column will be shorter, then the logo will be more on this side because it will be the same space from this side and this side, but this column will be much shorter. So we use grid and we will define those columns as, well, exact same sizes, doesn't matter. So let's do this. Let's do navigation. The first one will be with 3 links. So the first one will be link will be home, then we will have about us, and then we will have gallery, and then outside of navigation, let's do a logo, and okay, we can call it choice, and then a second navigation. Choice will be our link, but it's a logo, and in the second navigation also 3 links, services, and then we will have testimonials, oops, and then contact, or contact, doesn't matter. All right, so we have a header and we have header navigations instead of columns, why not? And then we have one navigation, then the element with then this a tag with class name logo, that will be our logo, and then a second navigation. Right, so let's go to our heading CSS and look that everything looks like shit. But let's fix it. So our header had this div with class name navigation what was the name of it? Header navigations. This name is so specific that we don't need this extra definition that it's inside the header. So let's get rid of this. Right, so let's see now. Inside header navigations, we want to have a display grid, and let's do grid template columns, and let's do 1 FR, and see. Yeah, the third column should be aligned to the right, and the second should be, well, it's a link, so let's see. It's a link, but it's still, it's like really, it should be centered. So let's fix the alignment. So div header navigations, and we have a with class name logo. That's our this choice link. So let's type this one first. Text align center. Okay, and let's see how it should look like. It's beautiful green font. Let's make every font just serif here. Body font family, sans serif. I think it's sans serif. Yeah, that's better than the default one. All right, so the logo is centered now. Now let's try to make this align to the right. So the second navigation, let's do div header navigation. We have nav here, but let's try to, if we do nav and text align right, the right element will be even on the first one, so we don't want that. So let's do nth child, and the second, this didn't work. Maybe if we do third, because it's third actually child, it's the second navigation. This one is second navigation, but it's third child, so it should be 3 here. All right, but now everything works. Now let's style all the links here, all the links, so inside navigation and even outside of navigation, the one with class name logo that is outside of navigation. Let's just style all links. So div header navigations a, and link. It can be a logo or it can be a inside the navigation, doesn't matter. Let's make it green, like this green, and we will use this green in other places, I see. So I will find this green here. Let's see, I will copy this green. So let's pick a color, and it should be this green, and let me copy this one, and let me put it as a variable inside my CSS. So root, and this variable will be called green, and here is our green with hashtag, because it's hex definition of the color. Right, so now all the links here inside header navigation should be color, and variable green, dash green. See, yeah, that's good. But we want to get rid of this text decoration, so text decoration none. And now the important thing is that on both navigations, so both here and here, we want spacing between links. So div header navigation and a tag inside should have some margin and 0 from the top and the bottom, but 10 pixels on the sides. I think that's too much, and let's do 4. Yeah, that's much better. All right, so the logo should be much bigger and should be different font. So maybe let's do font family serif. Sans serif. I still mix them. Yeah, so it's different font now. And let's make it bigger. So font size, and let's make it 3 rem. That's too much. 2 rem. Yeah, but now, as you can see, the links are not vertically aligned with our logo, as always. Let's see here to the bottom. And let's pull this down a little bit. So as you can see, the links are to the top and logo is big. So we have this header navigations, and let's try to do align content center. No, align items center. And now it works. So now if I hover, you can see that the links inside navigation on the left and right side of the logo are in the middle vertically. Right, so this works. Now let's see. That's good enough. Under the header, we have this wedding couple, and this will be our div with class name intro, because why not? We can call it something else if you guys want. Let's call it couple. Doesn't really matter. I think that intro is a better name because this is an intro content or CTA. And if you change this couple to, I don't know, a tree, then it shouldn't be named couple anymore. But I will actually name it to CTA from call to action, because this is the main content people see, and it should have this button that is call to action button. So let's do H1 here, or no, first we have this background, and yeah, we have this background, and we have this content. So H1 should be inside div content, and here H1 wedding agency, and underneath there should be a small paragraph, and let's do low rem but with much less text. Let's end it here. Let's see. Yeah, that will be good enough. And now we need a wedding couple. So let's go to Unsplash, and let's search for a wedding. Oops, OMG. Wedding. Let's see what kind of wedding. It's a wedding couple, and it should be more horizontal-ish photo. Let's see. This one is good, but too much white background here. And let's see. This one looks epic. I will take this one. Doesn't matter that they have a lot of white background. And let's download Medium, and let's put it inside our wedding project directory. Yeah, and I want to rename this CTA because it's call to action photo. And all right, so now inside our CSS for wedding, we want to, let's see, we want to add a button as well, but it will be a link actually. So let's go to our index.html, and under the wedding agency header, let's put a link that will have a class name button, or we can let's do button, and let's put a book discovery call. Book discovery call. Yeah, so we have this link. Now we need to make this background. We could put it inside as an image inside div background image div, but there is also, we can do this inside CSS, and let me show you. So we have this div CTA, that is the main intro div, the whole thing that we have here. Here. And can do background image, or not background image, but just background image actually, background image, and the URL to the image, and our URL will be just cta.jpg. So now, as you can see, we have this image here that we barely see, because we need to do also we need to add background position to center. We need to do 2 centers, because the first one will be horizontal and the second will be vertical. So if we do just center top, we can do center bottom, or we can do, I don't know if middle works. No, middle doesn't work, you see it's red. So we do center, center, so it's center on the vertically and horizontally. Right, so, but now we also want to zoom out on this picture because we are missing a lot of details. So let me show you. I will do background, background size, and here we can do cover. So now you see it zoomed out to cover, to put as much of the image as possible inside this div. So there was a lot of like mountains here on the left side and some sea on the right side, and we just zoomed out this image to cover as much, to put as much of the image as possible. Right, so now let's see. Now we need to make the text white. So let's do color white. So FFF. Yeah, so we see a little more. Right, so now what else? We get this weird padding from the body as always. So scroll up and on all elements, so that's why asterisk. Let's do padding 0, and same on the margin 0. And so we don't forget box sizing, border box, because I think we will need it later. Right, and now let's see. What do we need now? Everything should be centered here. So let's do text align center. And now we can see everything is barely visible, but inside our CTA, we have all our content inside div content. So we can do div CTA and then div content and add some background color on our div content. And if we do just black, it will hide the image, but we can do RGBA of black, oops, sorry, 0, 0, 0, but with 1, so it's still black. But if I change this one to 0.5, it's 50% black. Yes, so as you can see, if I do just 0, nothing is visible over the text, but if I change it to 5, it's much better. Alright, but now let's also add some padding from the top and the bottom. Padding top, let's say 100 pixels, and the same for the bottom, padding bottom 100. That's much better. Now what? Now we would like to also put some padding on the sides. Let's see. Yeah. Well, let's get rid of those and let's do just padding 100 pixels from the top and the bottom and 100 pixels on the sides. That's a lot better. So now let's style spacing between this link and this header. So I will define it spacing from margin top from this. So div.cta, div content, and we have paragraph here as I remember. Let's do margin top of 30 pixels and margin bottom of also 30 pixels. So we have some margin here and margin here. Maybe a smaller margin on the top, 10 pixels. And now let's style our linko button. Div CTA, div content. We have an A class with class name button. Actually, guess we will need the same button-ish styling for other places. Let's see. No, we will not. So we can style it here. Doesn't matter. So how this button should look like. The color is white. We have no text decoration. Sorry, here white. And we have border that is white, 1 pixel solid. And we have some padding from the top and the bottom. It will be, I don't know, 20 pixels. No, 14 pixels from the top and the bottom, and at least 30 pixels on the sides. And all letters are uppercase. So let's do text transform and uppercase. Yeah, let's see how our button looks like. Almost the same. Well, it looks really good. Maybe we want to have more spacing here. So do 40 pixels, maybe even more 50. Let's go bananas. 60, but 20 here. Let's make wedding agency bigger and thinner. So div CTA, div content H1, font wave. Let's make it normal. Yeah, so it's not that bold. And let's make font size of 3 rem. Yeah, I think that's much better. What's now? Let's add some spacing to the header. Yeah, they have a lot of spacing here. So let's scroll back to our header. We can do it inside the navigations or just inside header. padding, and let's do 20 pixels, and let's see. Yeah, that's much better. It's much bigger because I'm zooming in. If it's zoomed out to 100%, it's much better, but I zoom in so you can guys see better. Right, so wedding agency. Well, I would like to have a prettier font here, so let's find something nice on Fonts Google. Let's do wedding agency, and let's change category to only serif. Let's see here. It's really like thin, the thickness, and let's see here. It goes like this. Maybe this one would work. Yeah, let's go with this one. It looks really weird. I think it works. Let's pick thickness. Can do 100 here, but let's check the other headers here. Should be as thin as those. About us. Yeah, I think this 100 will work. Maybe we can add the 300. So let's import those. Now we don't need that many fonts. We don't need this. We just need this Roboto slab, the last one. Import. Let's import this one, and to the top. Doesn't matter. Doesn't have to be to the top, but above the point where we are using it. So we can put it here. Roboto. No, we will not use it everywhere. So not inside body. Let's see. We want to put it on H1 and so on. So H1 should have font family, all H1s. There will be only one, but font family should be Roboto. I think it was like Roboto slab, and the default will be serif. Yeah, so now as you can see, this one is much better. But let's do font wave of 100. I think it was 100. No, it doesn't work. I think it should work with 100. Font wave 100. Maybe this is the way it should look like. I think it was thinner. Yeah, it was much thinner. H1 font wave 100. Let's see here. Okay, we are overwriting this to font wave normal. Let's get rid of this. Now what? Font size, Roboto slab. Let's see if I put it like this. So no, nothing. This doesn't have to be here. So we have this H1 here. Let's see what's wrong. I think it should be much thinner. Maybe something wrong with this. Misplaced import. Okay, it needs to be on the top of the file. Alright, I didn't know. I thought I could put it somewhere else. Okay, now it's on the top of the file, and now it's much thinner. I think it's too thin. Yeah, we have both 100 on the thickness, but I think it will be enough with just 300. So I will get rid of this 100, and I will use only 300 here. Yeah, and I think this one works good enough. Let's do also text transform to uppercase. Yeah, that's a little better. The font is not exactly the same, but well, close enough. I would say it's close enough. Now let's see. The rest is kind of okay here on this intro. Let's see. Yes, it is. They have more colors, but well, I want to find another image. Sorry, I want more colors. Wedding. This one looks nice, but too much background. Or is it? Not enough details. Let's see. This one is really nice, but I would need to trim it. Doesn't matter. Let's trim it. Medium. And let's put it here. And let's just rename this. We can rename this to CTA2. And I want to open it in Finder. Not this one here. And CTA2. And I want to edit this to make it more vertical with the sunset and stuff. Yeah, save. Now let's go back to our editor and index.html. No, the image is added somewhere here. Yeah, CTA. Let's change it to CTA2. Yeah, I think that's much better. We don't need that much of the content backdrop. We have 50% of the black. Let's change it to 20. I think it's good enough. That's 30. 30. Another cool feature I can show you, that if you want to make the contrast better, you can do a text shadow. And here, let's say 2 pixels, 2 pixels, and let's do black, so 0, 0, 0. Oops. So now, as you can see, we have some shadow here that is pure black. I think it's just better to do RGBA with black and black, but with 50% or maybe even less, 20. Yeah, that's better. They don't have any shadow, so now let's get rid of this shadow on the text. I think that looks really good. Yeah, that looks good. Let's jump to the next section. So here we have some kind of intro or about us. And then we have services, stages of work. Yeah, let's go to about us. So this is the next section, right? Right. So let's do a div with a class name about, or why class name? Let's do ID, div ID about. And inside div with ID about, let's do an h2. That will be about us. But we want to have also this letter in the background. So I will add a span element inside, and I will also do an A here. And this will look really bad, but we will fix it. So let's maybe do that on all H2s. On all H2s, we will make them green. So let's do a color variable and green. And the font family should also be this. So now, yeah, the font family is better, but because we are repeating this font family on this should be on H1 and H2, we can do H1 and H2 and the font family, so we can get rid of this one and this one. We can maybe put font wave is this. Yeah. About us. I think it should be thicker, so I will import another thickness, 300. Let's maybe also import 600, maybe 700, and I will put H2 should be font wave of 700. And let's see. It's now super. I want super thick. Let's do 400 and font wave 400. Yeah, 400 works good. So now let's make this weird A in the background. So if inside H2 we have a span, then we want to apply this styling. We want this span to be opacity, so 50% transparent, as you can see here. But now let's see, maybe we need this H2 to be a little bigger, so let's fix it first. Font wave, font size, sorry, should be 2 rem, yeah. And now this letter in the background, let's make it super huge. So let's make it, well, it's at least 7 rem. Let's do 8. Font size 8 rem. Yeah, let's make it even more transparent. So 0.3. But now we need to make it position absolute, and we need to position it relatively to this one. So this H2 should be position relative. So now we can do position absolute top 0 and bottom 0, left 0. This actually work because the full letter is that big. But now, because the font size is 8 rem, we can probably pull it up, so minus 4 rem. And let's see, now it's there, but maybe we should also pull it left. So left, let's try with minus 3 rem. Yeah, let's see how much we should pull it. So the leg of it should be on top of a little less, let's 2.4. Yeah, let's test another. So let's do H2 with span inside, that will be O, and let's do about us, because later we'll have our services underneath. So get this one, div with ID about. We don't need to, oh, sorry, not about, we already have about. We need services, and we don't need to use classes all the time. We can use IDs if you know that only one with this name will exist on the page, because the IDs cannot repeat. And for services, let's put this one out us, not out us, to go our services. Our services, yeah. All right, and because this part and this part and this part, they have something in common. They are like blocks of this website, and there is something else that we can use instead of divs actually here. So I will use an element called section, because this is a section of a website. So we have section with ID about and section with ID services. Right, and now in my wedding CSS, I will say here that all sections on the page should have some margin from the top and the bottom, and this margin from the top and the bottom will be 50 pixels and 0 on the sides. Now let's see, maybe do 80. All right, and actually we can do like max width here, so we can center it a little bit. So max width, let's say 780 pixels, and let's center, so margin auto on the sides. Now let's see, yeah, so those are centered. Let's zoom out here, yeah. And this is how it looks like. Let's compare with those. I think those should be even more transparent. So let's scroll back to our H2 spans. So 0.1. Let's see, maybe a little 0.10. Yeah, I think this will work. So let's go back to sections, and the first section is about. Okay, and we have two columns, the one with text and the one with image. So we can start by typing some CSS here. No, let's first put some HTML. So we have two columns, so let's just do two divs, one div, second div. This H2, our header, should be inside our first div, inside first column. And inside second, we'll have this image, but it will be just an image, so we can do just image. And we need to find a wedding couple. So let's find something, and let's load more. I think I will take those medium, and I will put it here, and I will rename it to couple.jpg. Right, so this will be an image here on the right side. So let's do couple.jpg, and alternative text wedding couple. So Google and other spiders on the web will know what this photo is about. Right, now this photo is really big, and let's do our trick here that on all images, let's do max width, should be 100%. Now let's scroll down here. Let's see. Now we need some content, because you can see they have some content here, not only about us. So under H2, let's add lorem ipsum here, lorem, and then paragraph also with another lorem, but smaller. So I will maybe start here and do it like this. Let's see how much content do we have. Yeah, that will work. I will just make capital letter here. Right, now we want to put the first div on the left, and now image, and then image on the right, on this inside this section ID about. So section ID about, display grid, and grid template columns, and let's do one FR. Yeah, that's much better. Now let's see. I think all headers, all H2 headers should have some margin bottom as default. So I will scroll back to our H2s, and I would do margin bottom of 30 pixels. Yeah, that's good. Let's see. They have a lot more. So let's do 8. Yeah, that's maybe not that much. 60. And now on those paragraphs, we need to style those texts. So let's see. It shouldn't be that black. It should be lighter. So section about and paragraphs inside it should have color of let's do maybe let's do 555. Yeah, I think that's better. And also I want to add some gap here inside here. So let's do gap of at least 50 pixels. Yeah. And then now on the paragraphs, I want to some spacing margin. Let's do margin from the top and the bottom. Let's do 50 pixels. And on the sides, we don't need any, so 0. 50 is definitely too much. 20 is good enough. Right, so now I want this content to be centered vertically, so it shouldn't start here. It should start, I know, here with the header, and then it should take this amount of space. So I think it'll be good enough here to put align item center. I remembered. I think it's too bright. This letter is too bright. H2 span. It should be 0.1, just 0. That's better. All right, and maybe the letter underneath can be thinner. No, that's better. Right, let's see, we have paragraphs here. I have also some texts. Maybe we can make it even brighter, 888. I don't know. Yeah, that will work. Any buttons here underneath? No. All right. So I think that this part is done. About us is done. Let's see. Yeah, we could actually maybe add some more spacing. I don't know, 80 pixels. We can change it to 100. Didn't make that much of a difference, but let's go to the next section, which will be our services. All right, so here we will have at least 4 squares, and we should have a kind of scroll or something. So our services, and we should put some services inside. So services, let's put a div with class name services, and here we will have like 4 at least 4 service divs times 4. Let's not generate it yet. On each service we will have an image and a header. So inside every service, every service, let's do an image and plus h3, and inside h3 let's add some name like event planning. I don't know if it should be h3, and the service shouldn't be actually a div, it should be a link. So whole this thing should be clickable actually, so that's why I changed this from div to a tag, so it would be a link. Right, let's generate 4 services. So yeah, so we have it, but let's format it a little better like this. See, I think I fucked up. No. Then we have this one, then we have this one, then we have this one, and yeah, and on each image should be also here, and those should go here. Right, so I have 4 service links, event planning. Right, so we need 4 pictures, 4 photos that are more vertical. So let's see. Let's scroll to the top. Okay, let's take this one, and this one will be about decoration. So let's put it here inside wedding, and let's rename it to decoration JPEG. And now let's find something else about services. Design, wedding, table. Do we have something like this? Yes, let's take this one, medium, and let's rename this one to table. Maybe it should be design or something, but now let's find a couple or something about the planning. Let's take this one, medium, let's put it here, and let's rename this to planning, and let's rename the table to design. And what else can we have? Let's see here. Let's check the photos. Let's maybe honeymoon. No. Wedding. Oh, we can add this and put like night party or something. So let's save this one, and let's rename this one to night. Okay, right, so let's put those inside our HTML. So the first one will be this night, not here, in here in image night, and it will be night party. I don't know, doesn't matter, it's a service. Night party is a service. The next one will be, let's use this design, and let's put design here, and then we have also decoration, and decoration. I have more photos, design, decoration, planning. All right, so let's do planning here, planning JPEG. Let's see how it looks like. Well, here. It shouldn't look like this. It should be 3 squares or 4 squares. So let's go to our wedding CSS, and we have a tag with a class name that will be service, and it's inside the div with class name services, as I remember correctly. And let's style this service first. So I think I would do this like this. I would do width of it should be 300 pixels, and the display of it should be blocked. Okay, Now it goes like this. And now we want to put, maybe instead of block, I will do just inline block, so they will be next to each other. Let's see. Yeah, now they are. Almost. And div surfaces, let's do display grid. And let's do grid. There's something called auto flow to column. Right, so now there's some scrolling here. These are columns. And everything is in line, so that's good. Now let's add some gap of at least 20 pixels. And now let's add a service. Let's style this h3. So header that we have here should be text align on center. No text decoration, decoration none. Yes. Okay, it's not h3. Okay, the text decoration should be removed on the A service because this one is a link. Okay, and here we should put a color of h3 should be, let's make it green. So var green, maybe it should be green. Let's see, it should be grayish. So let's do 555. Let's add the margin top. Of 20 pixels will be more than enough. I think 10 will be good. Yeah. And now I want to do every second will be pushed down. Or let's do that odd number. So first, third, and so on. So array, service, and child, and here odd. So first, third, and fifth, and so on. Should be position relative, and let's do top 20 pixels. And as you can see, this one is pulled down and this one is pulled down. Let's make it more 40. Let's see how they have it. More spacing. Let's do more spacing. Just spacing 40 pixels. Yeah, that's good. Now let's do what else. We don't want to have this scroll, so let's do max width 100%, but it still overflows. But now we can do overflow. We can do something like this. We have some, okay, this one is, this margin from the sides is from the section, right? But here we have services, max width is 100%, but we still have, let's do overflow on X, should be scroll. So now we don't have scrolling here at the bottom of our browser, but instead we have scrolling here. And now this scrolling is not something I want. So I will add the padding, or I can do overflow Y, and instead of scroll I will do visible. Or wait a second, how should I do this? Overflow Y, what do we have here? Yeah, let's do visible, but let's do padding from the bottom of 40 pixels. Yeah, so now we don't have this up and down scrolling, but only on to the sides. But now let's maybe do here even more, 50 pixels. Here we can add something called overflow scrolling behavior, X, over scroll behavior. And here we can do contain and overflow snap. Oh, sorry. No, not overflow, scroll snap. Where is it? Scroll snap type will be X mandatory. So now if I scroll this, no, it doesn't snaps back. Maybe because I need to add to a service thing called scroll snap align center. Now let's see. Okay, but it shouldn't be centered. So let's see. Let's do left. I think left is not okay. Align start. Yeah, so now if I scroll this, it will scroll back, you see? If I scroll to this point, that design is clipped from the left side, it scrolls back. And it's really nice on mobiles. Maybe I can do even more services. I can just copy paste those. So we have 4, but I can make 8 like this. So now if I can do more scrolling, and you can see if I put away the scrolling bar, it scrolls automatically to the nearest. So that's cool, right? We could make this see all services, but I think that it's better to like display all services here. Maybe we can even hide this bar. Let's see, wedding, CSS, and we have scroll here. But if we do hidden, let's see if we can scroll. No, we cannot scroll then. So let's make it back to scroll. So those are links, and it's auto scrolling here. Yeah, so it scrolls and it snaps to the nearest service. That's really nice. All right, so now stages of work under services. So let's go to our HTML, new section with H2 here, and stages of work. And let's put this sexy span letter here and S here. And let's see underneath stages of work. Yeah, at the section, let's put ID here. Section, the ID will be stages. Right, so now let's add some CSS. Section with ID stages, H2 inside it should be centered, I think. Yes, it is. Text align center. But even with this letter, well, that's okay. We are aligning, but we are aligning to the center. Right, I think I need to fix this letter. So here, instead of absolute, I will do relative, maybe not absolute. Instead of top, I will use margin top, like this. And instead of left, I will use margin left. Yeah, so now as you can see, it's almost the same, but the S is not here, but here. Because before, when we were using left, the H2 was this big, and if we center it to the center, align to center, the text is here, but actually the element starts here, and putting on a letter -3 rem or -2 rem from the left, it will start from here and pull left 3 rem, and instead now it's absolute, but it starts here, and we are doing just minus on the margin instead. And with just position absolute without any left, right and stuff like this, it will just say to the element, don't take any space. So don't push other elements on to other places. So it doesn't take any place. It's just behind everything. Stages of work. What do we have here? We have here again some kind of like left-right content blocks, but we can name them differently. We can do div with class name stage, and we can have 2 of those times 2. And on each we have this inside each we have 2 columns. First one is a list, so we can actually OL with OL is a list, numeric list, and inside we'll put 3 elements, so we can do li, and let's put some content here, and we'll have like free list items on every list. And so instead of putting content inside li, let's put it inside. So let's do h4, and inside h4, or maybe let's do just h3, we'll have like a first meeting, and we'll have also a paragraph, and the paragraph will be like lorem ipsum, but maybe not that long. So let's see, I'll make it shorter to this dot, and maybe let me make this editor bigger. And we have paragraph inside this, and inside this LE element, but now we need to go up one outside of LI, then we need to go up outside of OL list, so we can do img element, and I think that's all. So we can hit tab, and let's see, we have div stage with OL list and 3 LI, so 3 points, like 3 numbers, and we have 3 stages. Only this div, closing div should be here, and this closing div should go here. Otherwise, I think it looks good. So let's see. So we have like 1, 2, 3 and 1, 2, 3, but we can change it. We can make like 1, 2, 3, and here 1. See, they're using parentheses. No, they're just using numbers. So let's maybe use spans here. 1 should be 4 here. Sorry, 4 here. Let's shoot span 5, so we can easier span 6. Also here span 1, span 2, and here span 3. So we still have this number because those numbers are generated by these li elements, but we can get rid of those inside CSS. That's why we have 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 here, because those are inside different OL lists, because we have 2 OL lists. Here's the first one, the first like stage block. You see we have like 2 stage blocks, and here we have the second OL with 4, 5, 6. But now let's get rid of those numbers that are not correct. So we have div with class name stage, and we have OL list of type of element. So let's do list type, I think it was list type, and we can do none, so we don't have those numbers anymore. Instead we can use our numbers that we put inside this spans element, those span elements, div stage and OL li, and here we have a span, and inside spans we have those numbers. So what do we want to do with numbers? We want to pull them to the left side. So let's do this. Let's try with float left, and let's do them bigger. So font size 3 rem. Yeah, I think that kind of works. I think we just need more text, and it will work. Let's see. Yeah, as you can see, we have this lorem ipsum here. I will select every lorem ipsum of this size, and under each I will add more lorem ipsum. So let's see, I should have much more text now. Yeah. Well, it doesn't look that super good, but we can fix it. Because this number is floating, you can see that it's floating, but when there's a space underneath, it tries to put the text underneath, and then we don't want this. So I will actually make on the number display in line block, so I can be more sure about some padding on the bottom. Let's see, padding 20 pixels. So we will not have, so we'll put some padding here, so nothing will take, no text will take the space here. Let's see, also let's add some spacing everywhere. So padding from the top, let's say it will be 10 pixels. On the sides it will be, I don't know, 10 pixels, and on the bottom it will be more. Now the problem is that this number takes like this space, and there's no space to put stuff here because it's taken by this one. So the second list element can't go here because this place is taken by this big one. But we can fix it by saying that it should clear on both sides. I think it doesn't matter, it doesn't make sense for you, but clear buff makes it that even if this number 1 takes this space here underneath because of the padding bottom, the next one, so every other, because it has clear bottom on this span element, it will clear this extra floating space that number 1 takes. Alright, so now we can probably get rid of this top padding. So let's do 0. And now on every element of the list, let's add some margin bottom, because we need some space here. Maybe not margin bottom, but margin between those, and because we don't need margin bottom, extra margin bottom here, or do we? Maybe we do. So let's use it. Div stage OL LE. Let's do margin bottom of I mean, say it's at least 40 pixels. Yeah. We still don't have those images, so let's fix those. So on the first image, let's put maybe couple. Let's maybe use this planning also. So okay, we got a lot of images. I made something wrong with this. We only need one image here. I generated too many images, so I did something wrong there, but doesn't matter. Planning, JPEG, let's see. Yeah, but now we need to make columns on each of those stages. So let's see. If I do inspect here, you can see that each stage is actually a list with those steps and the image. So let's do div stage, and here we can do display grid and grid template columns, 1FR, 1FR, yeah. And now let's do some gap of at least 20 pixels, yeah. And now you can see we don't need that much of the text anymore. So let's say that it will end here at elite. We have this elite, and I will select this, and I will select on every li element, and now I will get rid of the text that are that we don't need. All right. So now I think I would like to style those numbers. So those numbers are those spans. So those. So I would like to make them font weight of, I think it was 300, but let's use font family of I don't remember what was the font family we use here. It was Roboto, Slab is and Serif. Okay, so we have this Serif font here. Was, I think it should be green. Yeah, it should be green, but barely visible. So color, variable, green, but barely visible and bigger. I don't know if it's green or gray. That doesn't really matter that much. Let's make it barely visible and let's make it bigger. Bigger font size, it's 3. Let's take to 5. Yeah, and let's pull it up. Let's make we can't pull it up. You see there's no padding on the top. The line of this text is that big. So let's do line height and let's change it to 3 rem. Yeah, maybe a little more, 3.4, 3.6. And now there should be barely visible. So let's change opacity on those, opacity. And let's do 0. Yeah, I think this is the color we need. Yeah, this one is really good. And I want more padding on the right side of the number. So let's see. Let's do just padding right, and let's make it 30 pixels. And those can be replaced with just one padding. As you can see, if you have 4 parameters, you can do like top, left, bottom, right, and stuff. But I don't remember what was the order here. But let's check. Okay, it's top, right, bottom, left. Top, right, bottom, left. We don't need anything on the left, so we can get rid of this 10. We can do it 0. And top 0, right 30, bottom 20. Yeah, that looks nice. Maybe even less on the right. No, it doesn't matter. Let's make more spacing between those. So margin bottom here on the list element 50. Yeah, 50 works good. But let's see. We need a better font here. So inside element, list element, leave stage all. List element li, we have hrefreeze, as I remember if I remember correctly. Let's do font weight to normal. Yeah, so we have thinner. Maybe it should be bold actually, bold. But let's make some margin bottom. Margin bottom 20 pixels. Now this text should be, let's add a little bit more text. So the same amount that we already have. So let's, okay, I selected all 6. Now I will do like this, copy, I will go to the end and paste. And now the only problem is I want to have space here. So I'll add space like this, right? And now I have enough text. But now the next thing is, well, let's see, I want to center it vertically. So let's go to my CSS, winning CSS. And let's say on inside each stage, I want to do align items center. Let's see if it changed anything. Yeah, it did center vertically, just a really small difference. And now I want that if it's desktop, let's put this image on the left side here. So let's do media query directory here, media screen and mean, sorry, not media and mean width of 768. And so for desktop, maybe we can decrease it to like 600. So for 600, at least 600, let's do that. The image on every second should be on the left side. So div stage, and I think it's EMG here, and the order 0. No, it's not. See, it should work. Maybe it's not 600, minimum 600. No, it should work, but I don't know why it doesn't. Let's see. Order 0 on the image, div stage, to 5 or -1. Okay, then it works. -1. So I can actually do OL on the list and make the order to 5. Okay, and it will be the same result. But I want to make it only on even. So let's do nth child and every even number. Right, now it works. And let's see, we should have more gap here. So let's scroll to gap, let's do gap 40. Yeah, that will work. And under each stage, let's do margin bottom of also at least 40 pixels. Yeah, that will work. And then I want this first part to be on the left side. So let's see, if I put it back, okay, it changed it. It have changed it. Okay, because it's not the first. This stage, it's first stage, but it's not the first child. It's second child. The first child is this H2. So let's do odd. Okay, now this is how I want it. All right. So now, as you can see, for example, here, this content is vertically aligned, but it doesn't look like, because every list item has a lot of margin bottom here, and that's why it looks bad. But we can fix it. You can see we have margin bottom here 50 pixels. Instead we can do margin bottom here of 25 and margin top of also 25. And let's see, now I think it should be both should be 50. Now this looks more centered, because now they have like 50 from the top and the bottom, and even if we have from the bottom here 50 pixels from the number 6, we have also 50 on the top of from the number 4, so it looks more centered. All right, so this is how it looks right now. I think headers should be more grayish and not that dark, and same with the texts. So, and the text should have more spacing between lines. You see, they have more spacing between lines. So we have this paragraph number here, do we? No, we don't have any styling for paragraph, but let's do div stage, and on each stage we have paragraphs here, so we can do just directly div stage paragraph. And let's do color on those. Should be let's try with 555. Yeah, that's I think that's better, right? So this, and now let's do also, let's make font size smaller, 0.8 rem. Oops, 0.8. No, that's too small. Let's do 1 rem as it should be. Bigger line, so line height, let's do 2 rem, and let's see, that's too big, 1.4 rem. Yeah, but now we need some more padding from the numbers. So let's see, well, here we have those numbers. So I think this one was the bottom padding. Yes, it was. Now it's fixed, and yeah, I think now it looks much better. And the headers should be also more grayish. So let's see, stage H2, stages H2. No, it should be H3. Here it is. H3 is inside lists. Should have a color of, let's do 555. Yeah, I think this one is much better. Or we can go with this green, but also make it a little transparent, variable green, but not like super green. Or we can make it opacity 0.7. No, that doesn't look that good. I just change it to 444 or 555. That's better. Yeah, so this one looks good now. And I think that was the last part, last section. So now let's try to make it mobile view. Let's see how bad it looks. Doesn't look that bad. Right, so let's first fix this intro for mobiles. Right, so call to action section, let's see where it is. Header, call to action. All right, so as you can see, it has too much padding on the sides, and that's why this button looks really bad. So let's fix it. Here we have div content, and we have this huge padding, 100 pixels on every side. But on screen, sorry, media screen, and max width of, let's go with 700 pixels. That will be easier to remember. Let's do div CTA, div content, padding. So padding, so max width 700, so everything below this, and call to action, this is this part, content is everything content here inside. But the padding, let's do padding 50 pixels from the top and the bottom, but only 20 on the sides. Didn't work. I say, sorry, I have 2 times padding. Okay, now it's much better. Maybe we can do more padding from the top and the bottom. Let's maybe do 80. I think that's better. All right. So then we have like copy this part because we'll add more styles for CSS. And now let's go to About Us. And here, the first thing I really need to add is some padding. So 0 from the top and the bottom, but let's do 20 pixels on the sides. Yeah, so we have some padding here. But now we can see we have 2 columns and, well, I think we only need 1. So let's do this. So styling for mobiles, and the section About should be still grid, but let's change grid columns to only 1 column, so 1FR. So we have like About Us, and then text, and then a picture, and then let's go to services. So we have div services here, and but we don't have any section services styling. Let's see. Here we have section services, and let's add some styling for section services, but only for CSS. CSS for mobiles. So I add this media query, max width, this width, 700 pixels, and section with ID, not class name, services, should have some padding. But actually we can add this padding even for desktop. So padding, let's do 0 from the top and the bottom and 20 on the sides. Let me just align this so it will be formatted. Yeah, now it's better. But on mobile, you see, we barely see that there is another section, another service to scroll to. So let's fix this. We have service here, but let's add a media query. So max width 700 pixels, everything smaller than this CSS. And we want to update that a service. So a link with service. This is a link with service. Hold this box is a link with class name service. We want to maybe change this width from 300. It's too much, to 200. Yeah, maybe a little more. 220, 240. Yeah, so you see that there's something more, so you can scroll to other services and you can see other services. Maybe those should be even smaller, like those. I don't know, and the gap should be smaller. Gap between those should be smaller. Yeah, so let's fix this. So the gap is defined here, but we can actually put 2 definitions inside one media query. So div services should have gap of not 40. Let's change it to 20 pixels. Yeah, so the gap here is much smaller now. And if I scroll, it snaps. You see, I scroll this, it snaps to the nearest. All right, so as you can see, we have 2 definitions for max width 700 pixels. The one is for services and the second is for a specific service link. Right, so I think services looks nice now for mobiles. And of course, if you are on mobile, you will not see this scroll bar. Now let's fix stages of work. So if we scroll down, we have div stage, and let's add the CSS for media query. I have pasted this. Now we want to change that div stage. So this is a stage with the image. So let me select this image too. I'll show you. This is a stage. We don't want it to be 2 columns. We want to change it to only 1 column. So div stage selector, we have its grid, but it's grid with 2 columns. We want to change it to only 1 column, like this. And it can go like numbers and photo, and then numbers and photo. Doesn't matter. It looks good. Right, so but I want some spacing on the sides, and this spacing can be added even for even desktop. So here we have a section with ID stages, and let's add some padding, 0 from the top and the bottom, and 20 pixels on the sides. So we have some spacing here, and that's good. And I think that will be stages of work. First meeting, number 3. First meeting, you can change these texts yourself, but yeah, I think it works. Let's see on the desktop, wedding agency, blah blah blah. Everything looks nice. Yeah, this one looks good. This one looks good. Maybe we can fix this button a little bit to add a little bit of the background. They don't have it, but oh, never mind. Okay, I think it looks good. I like those services, and I like those big letters here. We need even more spacing here at the bottom. So on every stage, let's see, let's do 45 pixels. No, 50 pixels, 60 pixels. Now it's better. All right, so this works. And as the rest looks good as well. Maybe the content takes too much space and it should be centered. So let's fix the content here. So let me search for content. We have only padding 100 pixels on the sides, but let's actually make it max width of like 700 pixels. And now we cannot do this because it has also some dark background. But let me get rid of this, and we can do something like this. We can go back to wedding HTML, and let's scroll to our call to action tab. It's here, content, and let's add here a center div, and let's put everything inside. And now we can do the div CTA, div content, div center, and we can do, let me show you the preview. We can do max width of 700 pixels. So you can see it takes just this space, and we don't need padding on the sides. Actually, we can decrease it to, and we have max width, but now let's center it. So let's do margin of 0 auto. So now it's centered. But if I inspect it, you can see that the center div class center makes it max width of 700 pixels, and that's good, right? And I think we are done with this. We don't see any, we don't have any footer, but it doesn't matter. Let's move to the next project. So close this one, and this one, and let's close the photos, right? And let's see. The next project will be a gym website with some cool shapes here. I don't mean the woman, I mean the SVG colorful shape here. And yeah, the circle here and some dots here. Yeah, those people are also in good shape. So we have also like there is some light gray text here, and I like this underline on the active page. Let's see, what else do we have? Some rounded corners here, some flying text here, like facilities, this light white text. Same here, best team, and you can barely see. And some more like shapes here. Yeah, a nice, interesting project. And the whole website looks really nice. We will need to find like fit people photos, and then we need to cut them off from the backgrounds, but we can fix it. So I will create the new directory here, and it will be 5th project, so 05. And if you're just making one project, you don't need to create subdirectories. You can put everything in one directory. 05 gym, right? And as always, just a new file, index.html, and HTML5 boilerplate set of document. Let's call this one David's gym. Why not? And let's open a preview. All right, so here we have the preview, and it says David's gym. Here we have the preview, how it should look like, and we can close this one, and well, we can start with the header. So we have a header, And this one will be easy because we have those links here, and then we have this search icon. I don't think we need it. Then we'll have this join button. I will also have it. So navigation and join, and navigation links and join button. So let's do navigation and links. We have 2, 4, 5 links. So 1, 2, 5 links. The first one will be home. Then we have about us. Then we have services and classes. And then we also have blog, right? And also we have here join now button. And as you can see, this button style is everywhere. It's here, join now, it's here, book now, it's here, explore more, get started. So we can maybe make a generic class like btn black or something. So let's do A, so it's a link, and let's add a class name btn for button, and the text inside will be join now. And of course it looks really bad for now, but we need to add some CSS. So let's link it first. It doesn't exist, but let's do gym.css, and let's do a new file, gym.css, right? And so the first one is also selected as active. So I will also quickly add a class name active. So let's do class active like this, and let's style it now. So header, navigation A, all links inside navigation, all those links. What should we do with them? Get rid of this underline text decoration none, and make it more black and not purple. So color, let's do free, so almost black, and change the font. So body, let's maybe import a nice looking font, something similar to this. Let's go to fonts Google, and let's preview with get fit. We don't need those fonts. Let's see, font properties, we don't need any. Okay, now let's see, and get fake robot will work. Yeah, let's take this one, and we will take the bold one, maybe not 700. Let's see, yeah, let's take bold, and let's take regular, and now let's use them. Imports, and let's copy this, and on the top of our CSS let's add this import. And now, and we can do font family, Roboto, and otherwise sans serif, any sans serif that we have on computer. Okay, this one is much better. What else do we need to do? We need to make some spacing here. So let's do like margin right of at least 20 pixels. Should be, yeah, 20 pixels. Looks good. And now this join now button, but it will be for all buttons, I guess. So let's do a that button, and even just button. It's dark, or at least, yeah, I think it's black, almost black. Background color, it's let's do 222, and the color of the text is white, so the color FFF. And then we have also some padding. So padding from the top and the bottom is like 12 pixels, and on the sides it's 25 pixels. Oops, it should be like this. Yes, and then we don't have any borders, so let's do just border 0, and we have rounded corners on this button. So to make those corners rounded, border radius, and let's do maybe 5 pixel. Yeah, it looks really good. Just text decoration none, and it works. Now we just need to put it on the other side. So let's say that header will be display flex. So display flex, and we can do also justify content, space between. Now should be on the right side. Yes, but now we want to make those links. Let me show you. Now those links should be also in the middle. So align items center, and now they are. Alright, so I think the next thing is that this green bluish active underline that we don't have here, but we have this active class name on this link. So let's say I will grab this color from here. If you are wondering, this is Affinity Designer. It's like an non-subscription based type of Photoshop or InDesign program. So we'll just grab a color here, copy, and now as you can see that this active should have this underline. So let's see, we had header navigation a tag, and with class name active we should have this border bottom, and let's say it will be 4 pixels solid, and the color I just copied. Let's see, yeah, we have it. Let's see how it looks like here. But as you can see on the design, the border is actually on inside the letters, like it starts in the middle. So let's see how we can do this, and it should be much wider. So let's do 10 pixels. All right, and now let's maybe try to make the line smaller. Line height, let's do 10 pixels, and let's see what will happen. Nothing have changed. Let's see what happens if we change it to 5. Still nothing. So we can't do this like this. So instead I will create a fake-ish element. So for a active I will do before. So before the content goes, I want to put the content of, so I can show you how it works. Test. So you can see we have a test and this border bottom before the home. And as you can see here, we have this a link with class name active with home inside, but it has this magic element that is before that we have defined with CSS. But we don't want any content, and we want to make it position absolute because we want it to take the whole space that home is using in the width. And let's say that a tag inside navigation will be position relative, so we can do position absolute here. And so let's do left 0, right 0. Yeah, so now we can see we have border here, but let's move it down, bottom 0. Yeah, so you can see now it kind of works, but it's above the letters and not under the letters. So let's see, maybe we can fix it by using z-index. Let's use z-index 3 on links, and on those borders let's do z-index of 2. Didn't help. Try with -1. Yeah, this helped. Maybe we don't need z-index 3 here. Yeah, that's correct. And now let's see. Yeah, I think now it looks good. We have home with this really big underline here, and I think it works. Maybe we can pull it down even more with the bottom -2 pixels. Yeah, I think this one looks better. It looks better now. All right, so I think we are done with this part, this header. So the next part will be this. This intro text, intro content, and then we will have also this SVG shape, and this woman, and these dots. So yeah, let's try to put it here inside our website, inside our HTML and CSS. So let's start with the left side. But yeah, let's remember that we'll have two sides, and the left and right. So let's define it in our HTML. So let's say that under the header, and as you remember, this will be our header, including this button. Under the head, we'll have like an intro. So this will be an intro section. So let's create a section with class name intro. And what do we have inside? I don't know if you see this, but we have these texts with this button, but even behind we have text flying behind that's barely visible. It says something like grow your strength. The G starts here, so we want to do this as well. First I will put this text. Let's put a div with class name, let's say shadow text, and here I would do grow your strength. Yeah, like this. And let's just put PRs here between the words. Now let's see, we have this grow your strength. And alright, so the next part will be, I guess, this don't stop till you succeed. Alright, so let's put those texts into another div just so it will be easier to style. And let's put it like content here. And inside, let's start with H1 and don't stop till your. no, I think it should be success exclamation mark, and here let's just do BR here, and now H2 get fit to happy, get fit to happy. I think it sounds weird. I would do just get fit, get happy. Now we have a paragraph here with this small text. When we create a gym base something, I will do just lorem ipsum, and I will make it shorter, maybe like this. Maybe that's not enough, so I will put it like this. This should be enough. Let's see. Oh, that's not enough of the text. I will get all of this. Yeah. Right, so now what? Now we need to style everything. So let's start with this H1, this pink text. So let's go to gym CSS, and we have section with class name intro, and there we have H1. It's inside div content, but it doesn't matter. And the color of this one should be pink. Let me grab this color. So here, color picker, and this color, copy, and I think we'll use it in many places, or no, it's just this title. So just paste it like this, and with hashtag. All right, and let's see. Yeah, but it needs to be capital letters, so text transform uppercase, and now let's see. Yeah, much bigger letters. So font size, let's do 4 rem, and let's see. I think that's too much, 3 rem. Yeah, this will work. I think it should be until you succeed. I'm not an English teacher. All right, now let's maybe fix this one. Get fit, get happy. So as I remember, it was H2, so let's do section intro H2. Oops, H2, and it should be also a capital letter, so let's do text transform uppercase, and then we need to do color black. I think it will be already black. Let's see. Yeah, the only problem is we have a lot of border here that we don't need. Sorry, not border, but margin. Let's reset margins. So on all elements, margin 0, padding 0. Now we don't have margins. Now let's let's make it bigger. So let's do font size of 2 rem, maybe even more, 2.4. Yeah. Now let's see. The whole section intro should have 2 separate divs, because there will be 2 columns. So I'll put this in 2 divs. So and let's get some name for those. The first will be, let's say, content column, like this, and let's put everything here inside. And so content column will be this part, and then for this part it will be intro image, intro picture, I don't know, let's do intro picture, intro picture, like this. All right, so let's fix columns then. So in section intro, we want to make this display grid, and let's make grid template columns to 1FR, so 2 columns with the same size. Let's see. Yeah, I think it works. And just to be sure, let's put intro picture woman here. Yeah, so I will know where the picture with woman should go. All right, and also we have this paragraph, but underneath there should be a button. So let's do a tag with class name button, and it should say explore more with capital M. Let's see. Yeah, something like this. And as you can see, the problem now we have is that this explore more goes on those letters that we have, because this paragraph ends actually here, and this is because explore more or buttons are display in line and not inline block display. So I'll change it to inline block, and now it's much better. So now the paddings and margins are respected as for block elements. All right, but now let's see else do we have here. All right, so for this left side we need to add a lot of padding from the top and the bottom. So let's do this. Maybe even some padding on the sides. Yes, I think so. add at least 20 pixels on the sides, and from the top and the bottom, I don't know, let's do 100. Yeah, so we have 100. Maybe it's too much. Let's maybe do 60. Yeah, and we also should have padding for our header. So let's do padding of 20 pixels everywhere. Yeah, now let's fix this grow your strength. I don't know if you see this, but the G starts here and then the text goes like grow your strength. It's barely visible and it's behind everything. So the class name was shadow text or something like this. So let's do section intro. We can do just that shadow text, because we'll have more of those, as you can see about us here behind ready to make a change. The us is here. So for shadow text, we want it to be position absolute, and so it doesn't take space. See, now it's here, grow your strength, and then now it should be, the color should be barely visible, and I think it's barely visible black. So let's do 0, 0, 0. Now it's black. But now if I change it to 0.1, it's yeah, almost it's barely visible black. But now let's make it much bigger. So let's do font size. Let's do 5 rem. Yeah, so now we have this grow your strength that is behind, but it's not behind, it's actually above our content, and we don't want this. Maybe we can fix it by using z index of -1. Yes, we did. Alright, so now we have this growing strength, but let's see how it should look like. It should be much thicker text. Do we have such thickness? Yes, we have bold thickness here, 700 that we are importing. So let's use it here. So let's do font wave, bold, yeah. And now let's do that from its position absolute, but let's do that from top it should be 0, and from left it should be 0. But now it's positioning from the based on the body element, but we should position it on this section intro. So let's add position relative. Yeah, now it's better. I think it's visible like too much, so we do 0.5 here. Yeah, now it's better. Let's see. Yeah, let's see here. Maybe from the top, let's change it to like 30 pixels. Yeah, and let's put left -30 pixels. And maybe we can do this even bigger. Let's do 7 rem, and the line height of let's do 5 rem. Yeah, so there's less space between the lines of this shadow text. Let's see here. Yeah, maybe 6 rem. All right, so now let's maybe fix this paragraph here. So section intro, we have paragraph here and intro text here that we want to make it look like this. So let's change the color, I think. Color to something brighter than black. So let's do maybe AAA. That's too bright. Let's do 666. I think that will work, but it should be smaller. So let's do font size of 0.5 rem. Yeah, I think this will work. Yeah, and now we want some spacing under the paragraph between the button and also above, so here and here. So let's do margin top of I do 20 pixels, and margin bottom I don't know, 20. No, let's do more, 30. Let's see. Yeah, I think that is much better. All right, now let's try to put this woman on the right side with dots and everything, and in this shape. Right, so let's maybe start with this shape. The proper way of doing this would be to get this shape, this circle, as an image, but we can I think we can just generate a linear gradient and make it just a circle as a div. So let's try. Inside our HTML we have this intro picture, and we have this text woman goes here, but let's add a div with circle class name. It will be empty, but we only want to style it. So let's go to CSS, and inside section with class name intro we have this div with class name circle. And now let's try to let's now try to make this circle. So it's really big. So let's do like width of, I don't know, 500 pixels, and same for the height. And border radius, it's circle, so 50%. Now let's see. I don't see any circle. Okay, because we don't have any background color. Let's make it red. Yeah, we have a circle here. But now we want to put this circle there. So again, let's do position absolute. So now the circle doesn't take any space. And but now let's do top 0. Okay, but we should pull it even more. So let's do top minus 200 pixels. Yeah, and now right 0. Now right minus 200 pixels. Yeah, and now as you can see we have this horizontal scroll, and we don't want this. So because circle sits inside this section class intro, we can scroll back here, section class name intro, and we can say that everything that overflows will be hidden. So we don't need to have a vertical or horizontal scroll line. We will actually change this overflow hidden to overflow X hidden. Yeah, that's better, but we want to have this circle here. So let's see if we comment this out, we see the circle. Let's say like this. Let's go to our body instead. And let's say that everything that overflows will be hidden. Yeah, now we have this circle, but now there was a black button here behind. So let's try maybe with the circle to make z index of -1. Yeah, this helped. And let's see if it's similar on the position. I think it is. But now let's maybe change the colors of the circle. So we want a gradient here because it goes from this color, this pinkish, to this purple. So instead of this red, let's do linear gradient. I think it goes like this, or we can do linear gradient. And instead of background color, we do just background. Right, and here now let's define the first color, and the first color will be this pink. So we will actually reuse this pink. Let's see, let's copy this pink including the hashtag. So from this to this purple, so I will grab this purple from here. So let's select the color, this one, let's copy like this. Let's see how it looks like. Wow, it looks really nice. Now we can even change this. I think it looks good, but maybe let's replace the colors. So the pink will go first. Yeah, now it's much better. And we can change the angle so the pink will start here and not like from the bottom. Let's see if I put 90 degrees here as a param. Now let's put 180. Now let's put 270. Yeah, I think that's much better. I think the pink here and here differs from this one. So I will grab a new color, grab this one, copy, and let's paste it here. And let's see. Yeah, I think that's much better. We should say maybe that this pink will, and the first color should stop at 20%. Yeah, I don't know if this changed anything. Let's change to 10. Let's maybe do 100 pixels. If I change to 10 pixels, yeah, let's do 300 pixels. Yeah, now we see a difference. Let's do 250. Yeah, maybe just 200. Okay, this should work. What if I add 200 even here? Whoops, no. If I remove this 200, no, let's leave it like this. All right, so now we need this woman. So I think I will just cut her out. So let me select here. I will do a selection with color, and I want to make this thing smaller, and I want to add stuff. Yeah, and let's make it even smaller. Let me open this previous separate file, and now let's zoom in on this woman. And now let's select, let's use this. Yeah, also with this leg, the arms, the head, the ear. Let's see. Yeah, I think this will work. We want to, want this. Yeah, let's copy. Let's create a new file with, I don't know, this size. create, and I will just paste her here. Now let's just I want a transparent background, sorry. Transparent background, create, let's paste the woman. Now let's go here, YouTube, 10 websites, gym, and let's save her as a woman. But we want to also save it as a PNG, so let's do export PNG, export gym, and woman, yes. Let's put her here at the top, and let's make everything smaller here. Document settings, so it should be, the size of it can be just 300, 304, 400, right? So we can do document setup 304, 400. Okay, yeah, now we can save this and re-export it. So the export PNG, save, replace. Yes. Right, so now we have this woman PNG. So now let's put it maybe inside our HTML. Woman here, instead of this, let's do img and woman.png and fit woman as an alternative text. And let's maybe, no, we don't need any class names, I think. Yeah, we have this woman here. Now let's make this woman smaller. So we have section intro, and we have this intro picture. So let's maybe just use intro picture, and we have img here that we want to style. And let's make this woman smaller. So let's do width of 200 pixels. Yeah. And let's make it, well, I think that will work. Now we want some spacing here between the columns, right? Yeah, I think so. So let's add some gap here. Section intro, let's do gap of, let's say 50 pixels. Yeah, this works. But now this text is has not enough space. But I think I can change something like this. I do 1.2 FR, and here I can do 0.8 FR. Yeah, so we have more space for our text column. Right, and let's see now. Right, so I think this woman shouldn't have this padding here on the top. So this padding that we have on section class intro, we will move it down to this column. So from the top and the bottom it will be 0 here, and the padding top will get here inside the content column. So let's do section intro and content column. Let's do padding top of 60 pixels. Yeah, maybe that's even too much, I don't know. Let's maybe change it to 50. All right, so we have this, we have the left side, we have this woman. I think that woman is too small now. Let's make it 300. That's too big. 250. Yeah, I think that will work. 250. Right, and the next thing will be those dots. So I will go to HTML, and I will do just a div with class name dots. Right, so let's go to our, let's do new. This can be like 5 by 5 pixels with transparent background. Doesn't really matter. As the document setup, 5 by 5 pixels. Now we just need a simple dot here, and there's a new layer, circle, fill with white color, something like this. But it should take half of this. Yeah, and let's put it like this. Let's save it as a dot, and let's export this as the PNG. Right, now let's try to put it. So we have div with class name dots. So let's do dots, and here background URL, and let's do just dots PNG. Why doesn't it work? Okay, it's dot PNG. Okay, and let's say that this one will be width of 250 pixels and height of 180 pixels. Yeah, so we have dots. They are too small and too close to each other. So I will actually fix it. Let's do document setup. Let's change to 15 times 15, and let's center our circle. Let's maybe even make it bigger. So let's make it 5 pixels in size. Let's put it in the middle, save, and export. Yeah, I think that is much better. I think we have better dots than they have. But we need to make it position absolute. and let's do z index -1. So it's behind this woman. And now let's do also right of minus, I don't know, 100 pixels. Yeah, that looks really good. Let's change the opacity so it's not that white. Opacity 0.5, so 50% transparent, and this one looks really nice. Let's do top 100 pixels. That's too much. Let's change it to 40. Yeah, that's better. Maybe 60. Yeah, I think we got this. It's not like pixel perfect, but it doesn't have to be. All right, so let's see. I think it looks good enough. The next part will be this booking thing. So let's go back to our HTML, and we have this section intro. We have a content column, and then we have intro picture. So this left and right. But then underneath we need this booking. And I think it will not be inside this section intro. It will be just section booking. All right, and here we have a form like your location, visiting date, and gym location. That's a weird booking form, but let's create it. So we have section booking. Maybe we can do just form class name booking. We can do maybe intro booking here. And what do we have here? We have some inputs. So let's do input and type text. Yeah, but we have also some icons here, and I think there's some kind of line. Let's see, what do we have here? Yeah, we have a line here. It's barely visible, but there is a line. All right, so we have input, but we have also an icon here, icon here. I don't think we need that many inputs, but let's see. Yeah, we will do them anyway. So the first one will be for your location. So let's do placeholder, your location. And before location, we need this SVG or this icon for map. So let's do font awesome, and let's search for something map related. Yeah, I think we need this. Let's see, the one with the dot inside. Let's copy SVG and let's put it here. And we location, sorry, typo. And we will need more icons. Let's see, yeah, a calendar and then gym. So let's do calendar. Well, let's take this one, copy SVG. Underneath we will need an input with placeholder, something with date, and then we'll have this gym icon. So let's do gym. Yeah, we have this dumbbell. Let's copy SVG. Let's put it here. And the last input will be the input type text with placeholder gym location. Yeah. So let's fix it now. Form class booking, intro booking. So we have form with class intro booking. And first maybe let's fix SVGs inside, because those are those big icons that we can't even scroll to. So let's all right, the problem is we can't even scroll to this icon to see it as a whole. I think it's because of this that we have body overflow hidden, so everything that is outside of the body and the body ends here is hidden. Maybe we can change it to overflow X hidden. Yeah, so now we can scroll, right? But let's go to the bottom here, and the SVG should be height of I don't know, 20 pixels. That's much better. So we have like icon input. Now we can style the form. Let's do intro booking. Let's make it display block, because I think it's inline as a default for forms. And now let's add some let's see how it looks like. Okay, it should look like this. We should have more of this circle. It should go all the way here. You see, it goes here. So let's make the circle bigger. Circle, let's make it 700 by 700. Whoops, that's too big, but maybe we can pull it more to the right. 300, 350. Yeah, I think this will be good. Let's see, maybe even more to the top. 300. I think this will work. Maybe 250. Yeah, I think this should work. Right, now to our form. we want our form to be white background. So let's do background color to white. Yeah, so we have white background here. And now, let's see. Now we want to change it to display flex. And I think now the inputs are still small, but let's make the inputs bigger. So form, intro booking, input, display, here block. We also need a button at the end. So here let's also add a button. Let's see what should be inside the button. Book now. Book now. Right, so now let's maybe put width to 100%. Yes, and it works. Now let's change the icon width to 20 pixels. This didn't help because the inputs make the icons smaller. But instead of flex, we can then use grid, and we can do grid template columns. And now we can define columns. Let's see. We can do like 25 pixels for the SVG or 20 pixels for SVG, and then 1 FR for the input, and this 3 times, so 20 pixels, 1 FR, 20 pixels, 1 FR, and then 1 FR once again for the book now button. Now let's see. Yeah, I think this will work. But instead of 20 pixels, I'll make 25 pixels. Yeah, now let's see here. And I think I'll put the icons inside the separate divs. So we have SVGs here, but I will actually do div with class names here, like icon, and the closing divs should go here after the icons. So inside this form we have now like a div with icon, class name, and then the SVG is inside here. And now we can do some styling. So let's do align items center. Yeah, and now we can also do for icons. So intro booking, div icon, and let's do text align center. Yeah, maybe we need even more space than 25 pixel. As you can see here, I think 25 is not enough. And the width for inputs is wrong. Let's get rid of 100%. Yeah, and here, for example, as you can see on this dumbbell icon, it barely gets any place. So instead of 25, I think I will go with 35 pixels. Yeah, let's see here. I think this will work. Now for the inputs here inside, we don't want to have any border, so let's do border 0, or we can actually do even more border right, 1 pixel solid and barely visible grayish, maybe 555. Yeah, so we have this line here. It should be more like DDD. Yeah, so the same way we had this those lines here. Alright, thing for the icons, there should be even more space, so let's update once again. Let's do 50 pixels here. Yeah, and now I think we need some shadow on this form. So let's do box shadow, and let's do 0 and 10 pixel, and let's do black 0, 0, 0. Let's see. Okay, let's see if I do just maybe 10 pixels and 10 pixels, and the third part will be also 10 pixels, but now I'll change to 0, 0. Okay, so now we have shadow from every side, but now I also need to have some kind of spacing on the sides. So let's do margin, and 0 from the top and the bottom, but 20 on the sides. Yeah, now also some border radius. Let's do at least 5 pixels. Yeah, this looks much better. The shadow should be more transparent, so let's do RGBA with black 0.5. That's too much. Let's do 0.2. Yeah, I think that's is much better. We should have some white space around the button, as they do. See? So I will just add a border on this form. So it's the border, I know 3 pixels. Solid and white. Yeah, that's much better. Now let's put this woman with this form down a little bit. So we have this intro picture with, this is the woman here, with the margin top of 40 pixels. Yeah, now it's better. And we have this weird spacing here, and I think this is because of this woman picture. So I will fix it. Let's open this in my Finder. I think we can open it here, and let's crop it. So document setup. Let's do 396. Okay, yeah, no space at the bottom. And now just quickly export, replace. We still have some spacing here, but I think it goes from this form. So yeah, the form is here. We can pull it up a little bit. So where do we have this form? Yeah, it's here. We can do position relative, and we can do top minus 5 pixels. And we don't have any space between the form and the legs of the woman. Right, so this works. Now let's maybe add some padding on the top and the bottom on those buttons. So let's do padding and 5 pixels on the top and the bottom, 0 from the sides. Yeah, yeah. So we can type here. So this works, and the button works too. But I want a hand cursor here, not an arrow. So let's search for button, and let's add quickly cursor to be pointer. Yeah. So now I have this hand here. Well, what else? I think we are done with this intro part. Let's see. We have the dots, we have this woman, we have the buttons. Yeah, I think this will work. Maybe we can decrease the shadow. Yeah. Yeah, I think this will be good enough. We can maybe decrease the margin here. Let's go to section intro, content column, 30 pixels. Yeah. 25. Yeah, I think this is even better. So I think we are done with this. Maybe we can change something like this. We have date input here. So let's change this one to date. Yeah, so it's more date-ish input format. Right, but then we don't see the placeholder. So I'll put back text. But I think there should be a date input, type of date. So yeah, right, let's go to the next section, which is this thing, ready to make a change. And I think with this, I would just get this guy with the image and with the dots as one image. So let's go to this one, and well, let's just select everything. So going from here to here, yeah, and we'll want to copy this, new with transparent background, and I will oops, I think, yeah, that is too small document. Sorry, it should be like 800 by 800. And now I can paste this guy here. Right, so now I can make document setup, and let's see here. It's 450, 366, 450, 366. Yeah, something like this. Let's save this one as a man, and let's also export this one as a PNG so we can use it. And now let's create this section. So we have 2 columns here, and we have this shadow text about us. Okay, so let's call this section about us. Let's do just section with class name about. And inside we have just this one image. So let's do image. And we have man JPEG and man running. Can we say that this is the image about inside the alternative text? And we don't have this. Okay, it's not JPEG, it's PNG, sorry. Yeah, so we have this guy here. Then we need to have another column. So let's create a div because it will have many elements here. And well, I don't think we need any class name here, but inside let's put an h2 ready to make a change. And we have shadow text here. So let's do shadow text, and it says about us. Yeah, I think maybe no, we don't need class name here. Then we have some paragraphs. So the first one with lorem ipsum, and let's add another one with also lorem ipsum. And then we have a button, a link or a button, but it looks like a button. So let's do a tag with class name button, and it says get started. All right. So now let's see how it looks like for us. Doesn't look that bad. So we have section with class name about. Let's go to our gym CSS and let's go to the bottom section with class name about. We want to make it 2 columns, so let's do display grid and grid template columns, 2 columns, so 2 values, 1FR, 1FR. Yeah, that's much better. Let's add some padding from the sides, 0 from the top and the bottom, 20 on the sides. Yeah, so we have some spacing here. Now let's add some margin from the top, margin from the top of, I don't know, at least 50 pixels. Yeah, maybe even more. Let's do 80. We need some gap here, more gap between the columns. So it's a gap of 50 pixels. Yeah, and this guy takes, should be pulled more to the left with the dots and everything. So, how can we fix it? Let's say that the padding should be only on the right side. So the padding right, 20 pixels. Yeah, I think now it's better. Now it works. So let's do, we have this shadow text that we don't see. I think it's because, yeah, we have this text here about us, and this is because when this about us shadow text has this position absolute, we don't have any position relative or something that this shadow text can calculate the absolute position from. So let's maybe add the position relative here, and let's see now. I still don't see the shadow text, but let's add some top and the bottom for this shadow text. So div shadow text. Let's do top 0, left 0. Well, I still don't see our shadow text. Let's see what was the default for shadow texts. Here, somewhere at the top. So it was top -30, left -30, and then why I don't see this? Let's inspect here. Let's inspect this. So shadow text goes, okay, it goes somewhere here. It's behind the image. So we want to have it on the right side. So we shouldn't make this section about us relative, because then our left calculation will be from 0. Well, let's try to make it like right 0 as well. Didn't change anything. We need to reset this left to initial value or just auto. So now we can see this about us somewhere here, but it clips the A because it's behind the image, but we can fix it. We can do Z index on this one and we can make it like 1. Yeah, so now it's above the image, but it's also above the text, I think. So let's do section about. The div inside doesn't matter, we have only one div here with the content, and let's do position relative, but now this about us will change. Yeah, it will go somewhere else. Let's add this Z index of 1. No, that's 3. Okay, and so now shadow text is just like it takes space. Okay, we don't have only one div because we have div for this one and then we have div for shadow text. So let's add a class name for this one. Class name, or maybe I can show you something else. We can do something like this, div that is not shadow text. Yeah, so inside section with class name about this section, I can show you that I wanted to style the right column, so this div with shadow text and h2, so I just put section about div, but then it was working on this div as a column and also on shadow text, and I don't want shadow text, so there is either two solutions. You can add a class name on this one and then do div that, your class name, or you can do like a div that is not shadow text, so all divs other than this one. All right, but let's continue. So we have this about us here. Yeah, I think this will work. Let's see how it looks like here. It shouldn't break. We have us that is here underneath, and it should go more to the left. But we can do something like this. Instead of doing right 0, we can do left -100 pixels about us. And then we have something like word break, and we can do keep all. No, sorry, it was a white space that we want to change, and no overlap. So now it goes to the right about us, even if us doesn't have enough place. doesn't go underneath. Right, so this works. Let's see, we can maybe pull it up a little bit and we can make this side smaller. So first let's pull it up 0, let's do top minus 50 pixels. Yeah, and now we want to make this column smaller, so we have two columns with the same sizes. Let's change that. The first one will be 0.8 FR and the second will be 1.2. I don't see if this changed anything. Maybe it's 0.5 and 1.5. I don't see any difference. Okay, maybe this is because the image takes too much space and we probably don't have any definition for images that they should take maximum of 100% width. So at the top, let's do max width and 100%. Okay, now the image is okay, but let's change back to 1FR and let's see. Yeah, I think that looks good. But instead of doing this minus 100 pixels, let's do 20 pixels, or maybe, sorry, it should be minus 20. Let's see how they have it more to the left, so maybe minus 50. Yeah, I think this will work. Now maybe more spacing here between those, the form. So margin top, let's do maybe 120. All right, so now let's add some spacing here between. So those are paragraphs, no, these texts. Yeah, so let's style them. Section, about, we have paragraphs here that we want to style, and we want to first add some margin. From the top and the bottom, let's do 20 pixels, and from the sides, 0. Yeah, this is much better. Let's see. Yeah, this will work. It should be more grayish, so let's do color of, I don't know, let's maybe do 555. Yeah, this is better. Maybe we can do font size smaller, like 0.8 rem. Oh, that's too small. And bigger lines, line height 1.1 rem. Let's see, that's very visible. 1.5, that's too much. 1.3. I think this will work. I think the header should be much bigger, and I think we can do it for all H2 headers, because here we also have H2 header. So I will scroll to the top, and here we have for all images. Let's do for all H2s. Let's copy from this one. So we have H2 here. I think we will be good enough with font size 2 rem, but let's see. Yeah, I think this is perfect. Right. Well, I think this will work. Let's see. Ready to make a change, and the guy running here. Yeah, I think it looks really nice. Maybe the text should be smaller. So I will do 0.8 actually. And I think even on those lines, I will add some more line height, the same way I did here. I will do the same here, bigger lines in height. So we have section intro and we have paragraphs here, font size 0.8, but line height will be 1.3. I think that is much better. Right, so the next section, I think we are done with this about us section. Yeah, we are done with this. Our service we provide. Okay, let's go to our index.html and let's do section with class name services. And here we will make an H2 with services we provide. Okay, so I have this one. Then we need this fit girl here, and I think I will just cut her out from the original image here. So let me pick this one, and let's select legs, curve here, the head, the ear here, the hairs, and the arms, the hand here, except this black part here. I think it doesn't matter really, but we need to include this armpit here. Yeah, I think now everything is included. The hair here, the legs. Yeah, I think we have selected everything we need. Let's copy and let's do new, create, and I will put her here. And let's see, I will do her like 300 times 475. 300 times 475. And let's change this even smaller so we can cut this white space from legs. So let's do 470. Yeah, now I can save this to, we have a woman, let's call this one girl. So let's now export it as a PNG. So export girl, save. All right, so now here we have this girl here, and I think we can say that we have 3 columns here. The first one is those 2, and then we have the girl, and then we have those 2. All right, so let's do div columns, and inside div columns we'll have 3 columns. So let's do div times 3, and in the first one we will have the number, and then fitness training, headline, header, and then number. So let's do div with class name service, because I will call this specific content piece as a service. Okay, and here inside we'll have number. So let's do div number, and here will be 0.01. Then let's do the header. Let's do h3, whoops, fitness training. And then we have some text, so I will do paragraph and lorem ipsum here, and I will copy the servers, and I will do 02 here and change the header to yoga. Yeah, I think this will work. Then we have a column for this girl, so I'll put it her here. So let's do girl.png, and alternative text will be fit girl, and then the last column will be also 2 services, gymnastics and karate. So let's put it here. So 03 will be gymnastics and karate here, karate, and the number will be 04. Right, let's see here. Far from the original, but let's fix it. So we have a div with class name services. All right, let's go to our CSS, gym CSS, scroll to the bottom, and let's do section services, and it's black. So let's do background color of black, so 000, and the text should be white. So let's do color FFF. Yeah, so we are getting closer. Let's add some margin from the top. So margin from the top should be well, let's say 50 pixels. Yeah, so we have some space here. And now let's say that padding inside should be at least 20 pixels. Yeah, so we have some spacing here. That's good. And I forgot about this shadow text. We have our services that goes here. So let's go back here, and here I will add a div with shadow text class name, and here our services. Yeah, and let's see how bad it looks like. We don't even see this. Okay, our services went here. This is because we need to make the section relative as the position relative. Okay, now where's our shadow text? Let's see. It's somewhere here, but it's not visible. Okay, I think this is because it's black. Yeah, so we can change this color of this one shadow text to white. So let's do section, services, and shadow text. And now you can see that default color is this black that is 95% transparent. So instead of black, 3 zeros, we will do white, 255. And let's see, it's somewhere there. It's not visible. Let's try with 0.1. No, not visible. Let's do just 1. Still not visible. And maybe we can do a z index of 1. So we can bring it up. Yeah, now it's visible. So let's change it back to 0.1. All right, and we can pull it, this text, and we can do more padding from the top, I think. So let's change that padding from the top will be 50 pixels, from the sides 20, and from the bottom, let's make it also 50 pixels for now. So we have our services here, shadow text that shouldn't be that visible. Maybe we can make this one smaller. I don't know. Yeah, maybe let's do left 0 and top minus 100 pixels. Let's see where it went. Okay, it went here at the top 0, top 10 pixels. And from left, let's do maybe also like 20 pixels. Yeah, Right, now we need 3 columns. So services, we have h2 here and shadow text, but then we have columns, div with class name columns. So let's fix this one, section services, and then div with class name columns. And in this one, we want to change the display to grid, so we can make columns. As you can see, we have 3 divs here, so we'll have 3 columns. So let's do grid template columns, and 1 fr, 1 fr, 1 fr. So 3 columns with the same size. Now everything starts to look better. Right, but now let's maybe fix those numbers. So in section services, and here somewhere inside columns, we have service, and then we have a div with a class name number. So let's do that. We have service and div with class name service, and inside we have a number. And how we want to style those numbers. Let's see. Should be bigger and should have a white shadow. So let's make them bigger, font size, and I think it would be 2 rem. Yeah. And now, as you can see, we have white color for this, but they have only white outline. And to fix it, I will make this outline first. So let's do text shadow, and let's do 0, 0, 0 from the top and 0 from the left, but 2 pixels from the middle outwards, and now white. And now we can change the color of the text to be transparent, kinda-ish. Do we have outline? Yeah, we can do outline 2 pixels. Let's see. And now outline color, and let's do white, and let's do color of this font will be black. Okay, now it works. It's not because of the outline. We can get rid of this outline, but the text shadow may be bigger. So let's do 5. Now let's do 2. I think this one will work. Let's see what they have. Yeah, maybe if I do 1, 2 pixels and the bigger font size here. Yeah, so we have something like this. Yeah, I think this will work. What happens if we do like 2 pixels here and 2 pixels here? 1 pixel. I think it should be 0, so 0, 0. And if I add 0 here, or 4 pixels, no, it doesn't change anything. Alright, so let it be like this. But maybe instead of text shadow, we can use text stroke and white. But for Chrome, we need to add WebKit. Yeah, I think this one is much better now. Now we need also font wave to change it to bold. Yeah, I think this one is much better. Now let's style the service. So a specific box with a service. I want to add some margin from the top and the bottom, 50 pixels, from the sides 0. Yes, so we have some space here. Yeah, this will work. And we don't want to have the spacing under the legs here as we have it here. So inside section services, let's get rid of this 0. Let's make it 0 from the bottom. Yeah, and now let's see. So we have section services that goes here, but well, this works, but this girl should be pulled down. So let's add actually a class name on the one of the columns at least. Let's see. Or maybe we can pull everything down. So we have this grid on the columns, but we can do align items to not center, but end, flex end. And now this girl is pulled more to the bottom. Yeah, I think this is much better now. Let's see here, services we provide. Yeah, I think this will work. Maybe it should be centered, because as you can see here now, the page can go really wide, and we should make stuff centered. So I will add the class name center, and divs with this class name will go with a max width of 700 pixels, and those will be centered. So I will do margin 0 auto. And now let's see, with those stuff here, maybe if we add on the columns, no, let's put everything inside that we have, everything inside services. Let's put everything that we have inside services to a div with class name center. So h2 shadow text and columns, let's put it here. And now it's centered to 700 pixels. Maybe 700 pixels is not enough for desktop, so maybe let's do 780. Yeah, I think this one is better now. And let's make this one position relative as well. So our ghost texts can be calculated from those. Okay, now it goes here. Maybe it wasn't that great idea, or maybe we can just update this shadow text here inside. So shadow text top 10 pixels. No, it should be top minus 100. No, minus 50. And from the left it should be 0. Maybe from the top minus 40 will be enough, and maybe more spacing here at the top. So we have padding 50, let's do padding 70. So top minus 50. Hey, yeah, I think this will work. Let's fix those a little bit. So for a specific service, we have header here. Let's see what it was. I think it's H3. Yes, it is H3. Service H3. Let's add some margin. From the top, let's do 20 pixels. From the side, 0 and 20 on the bottom. I think that's too much. Let's do 10s. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, I think this will work. Now those paragraphs. Let's do service paragraph. And first, I think we'll go the color. It should be white, but almost transparent. So let's do color, and let's do RGBA so we can do some transparency. 255, 255, 255, and let's do 0.5. Yeah, so now it's 50% transparent. Let's make them smaller to font size of 0.8 rem, and a bigger line, so line height of 1.3. Let's see here. I think 1.3 is too big. Here, let's do 1.2. Yeah, I think 1.2 is better. Do we have any buttons here about the sections? No. So there are services, but you cannot read more or something. Doesn't matter. Let's see how it looks like. I think it looks good. It's not pixel perfect, but it doesn't have to be. I think we'll go now with the next section. Here we have the list of training programs or something, or a schedule inside the gym. So let's go to index.html and let's create a new section. And this one will be called, what do we have here underneath? Popular classes. Let's call this one classes. Okay. And inside we will have this H2. So let's do H2. What do you, or let's do like small letters. What do you want to join today? Question mark. And then we have this shadow text behind popular classes. So let's do div shadow, shadow text, and let's do popular classes. Yeah. And then we have like this grid of classes. So let's do div classes, classes list or grid. And inside we have 1, 2, 3 times 1, 2, 3, 9 classes. So let's do div times class times 9. And inside each, so regret, we have like a header and then some extra text, and then we have this arrow here, but we can skip the arrow. For now we can make it in CSS. So inside every div class we have this let's say H3 that will say, let's do cardio strength, and then we'll have also div with time. So we can do actually time element here, and we'll say something like Monday 27th of March. Doesn't matter that we have July, and let's add also time here, 10:00 a.m. Okay, now let's generate all 9, and let's see here. Okay, so now something went wrong, but no worries, we can fix it. I think it's because of those classes. So if I put it back like this, no, it's not. Let's refresh. Yeah, it works. I think it's because of the classes, so let's fix them. Let's go to gym CSS. Let's maybe see why it, let's get rid of those classes. Let's refresh. And now I think it's okay. But let's now style section.classes, classes, and let's do position relative first, so the ghost text is visible. Yeah, it is. Now let's add some padding. And I think we will go with 50 pixels from the top and the bottom and 20 on the sides, something like this. Now we also want this to be, the content should be centered. So I have generated all the classes here. But first, yeah, I think those can be generated, but I want classes grid to be also centered. So I'll add this class name center, and even on H2 I can add actually class center. Yeah, maybe I should do just center here and put everything inside. So let's put it here, and then we don't need those class names center on the classes grid and inside H2. So let's see, we have classes here. Yeah, this works. And we have div center here. And we can change popular classes to popular class. So the text will get enough space. Maybe we'll need let's style the shadow text instead. Let's go back to CSS. And now, what do we need to change? What do we want to join today? I think go with line. So let's style this grid first. So inside classes we have centerer here, classes grid. So let's do classes grid, and this will be display of type grid, and the template columns, grid template columns will go 1FR, 1FR, 1FR. Yeah, that's really good. Now only we need, let's maybe add some border, or what do we have here? They have shadow. Each class has like small shadow. So classes grid, class, let's add some shadow. So box shadow, let's do 0 from the top, 0 from the left, 3 pixels from the inside, and let's do black for now. And let's see how it looks like. Really bad. Let's change this to RGBA 0, 0, 0, so black, but 50%. Now we want some gaps between those. So here inside our classes grid, let's do a gap of at least 5 pixels. Now we need much more. Let's do 25. Yeah, now it looks much better. And we need some padding here inside each class. So let's do a padding of 20 pixels. Yeah, that looks much better. We don't want to see anything underneath. So let's do background color or just background white. So yeah, this looks nice. I think the corners are rounded. I don't see actually. Let's see here on this preview. Yeah, the corners are rounded. So let's round our corners like 5 pixels or something. Some border radius pixels. Yeah, and smaller shadows. Let's do 0.2. Yeah, or maybe 0.1. Yeah, now let's fix this shadow text because it's annoying. So inside the section classes, we have this shadow text, and let's update that. It should go somewhere else. So top and left will update. Let's increase the top and the bottom padding to 70. And now for the shadow text, I do top 0. No, top minus 50 pixels. Yeah, and let's make it smaller font size. 7 rem. No, not 7. Let's do 4. 4 is very little. 5. Yeah. Let's make it left 0. Let's see. Should go more from the left. So let's do left minus 50 pixels. Okay, that should work. Now for this classes grid that we have here, we want some spacing between the header. So let's do margin top, and let's say 50 pixels. Maybe that's too much. Let's do 30. Okay, and now let's add those blue arrows. So and with classes grid, on each class we want to add another like fake-ish element. So let's do after this time. Let's do content of an arrow, and arrow goes like right arrow. So like this. Let's see if this will work. Well, not that quite. Let's see after. Okay, it's here, but let's generate an arrow for. If I put the arrow here, let's make edits as HTML. Now ampersand here. I have an arrow that I can copy, and I can put it here inside my CSS content will be this arrow. Yeah, so we have this arrow, and now we can make styling to make it position absolute, And let's say that each class will be position relative. So we can position our absolute from based on this specific class box. And from the right, it should be 0 because it should be aligned to the right. And let's say that from the top it will be, I don't know, like 50 pixels or something. Maybe we can do like 50%. Now let's do only margin top to minus 10, right? And from the right side, let's do 10 pixels. And let's change the font size. Font size to rem, so the arrow will be bigger, and margin top will be -1 rem, so 50% of the wave. Right, now we want to change the color of this arrow to make it this one. I will pick the color here. Let's pick this color, copy, and here color this wave hashtag. Let's see. Yeah, this will work. Right, so we have the arrows. Now what? Now we maybe want to have some spacing here and make this text smaller. So inside each class we have h3 and time. So let's do class h3, h3, and let's maybe style time first. So font size, let's do 0.8 rem, and let's add some margin top. Margin top, 10 pixels more, 20. Okay, I think time doesn't work here with margin because we need to add display block. Yeah, now let's make 10 on the margin top. I think that's still too much. Let's do 7. I think this will work. Let's see. Yeah, I think this one will work. One thing, I think that a whole service box should be a link somewhere. So let's change it here. So let's select all the classes here, and instead of div, let's make it a tags. Now those are links that are clickable. No, not yet. We need to add a href, say to Google. Okay. And now we just want to change the color. So for a specific class, let's change the color here to black and no underline. So text decoration, none. Yeah, now it works. And now we have links. So if I click it, it will open Google for me. Right. And I think we are done with this section. Let's see. Yeah, we have some scrolling here for if we have like more classes, but because we are not using JavaScript, I will skip this pagination here. Right, so the next section, facilities. Let's go to HTML and let's add it. So before we closing body, let's do section facilities. Okay, and what do we have here? We have this guy, and we need to cut it from the layout we have. So as a pixel selection, let's take it like this. Yeah, copy, new, doesn't matter. Let's create this one. Let's paste it here. Let's put it here. Let's save this one as facilities. And let's export this one as well as PNG. Doesn't matter. We can do JPEG. Facilities. Yeah. And now let's see what do we get here. So we get this facilities JPEG. Yeah, it worked. All right. So now what? Now we have 2 columns here as well. And the first one is this guy here. So we have this section created inside our HTML. So now let's maybe put a div with class name columns, and let's also add a centering, because this guy should be pulled to the left, no margins or padding from the left side. So let's add this guy first. So image, and it was facilities JPEG, and man training in I think it should be at the gym. And now the second column with the texts will be inside div, and here we'll have let's add a class name here, content, just in case. And here h2 with it's about who you can become. And then we have some paragraphs here. I will just put lorem ipsum 3 times, lorem and more lorem ipsum. So we have some texts, and we have this shadow text facilities here. So let's go maybe here inside the content, and let's do div shadow text, and facilities. Yeah. All right, so I think we have all HTML we need. Yeah, doesn't look that bad. Let's see. Let's go to gym CSS, and now we have section with class name facilities. And what do we want to style? Let's maybe first style this image, this guy. I want to cut out those corners. So I will do border radius, but I will pick top right radius and we'll make it like 50 pixels. Even more, let's do 150. Yeah. And same for border radius on the bottom right, do 150 pixels. Yeah, maybe we can do just 100, 120. Yeah, we can do 120. And now we want to have this gradient here. So on section facilities, let's add the background, which will be linear gradient, and it will start with this purple. So we pick this purple from here, color picker, purple, copy. So it will start from this one with hashtag, and it will go all the way to this bluish. So let's pick this one, copy, so hashtag this one. Let's see, yeah, but it should be rotated. Let's try with 90 degrees. Yeah, kinda ish. Maybe when we position everything. What will happen if I add like 50% here? Yeah, and the color splitting should start at 60%, something like this. And now we should put this text here. But as you remember, we had this div with columns here, columns. So we can do section facilities and div columns. And now we want to make 2 columns. So let's do display of type grid and grid template columns, 1fr, 1fr. Yeah, so now it's next to each other, but the one with content should have like a lot of spacing. So we have here the div with class name content. So inside section facilities, we have a div with class name content, and we want to add some padding here. How much padding do we want? Let's see here, like a lot from the top and the bottom. So let's say 100 pixels from the top and the bottom, and from the sides, well, let's say at least 50 pixels. Yeah, I think this will work. Let's see. Okay, now let's change the colors of the text to white. So I will change it directly on section facilities, because it's all the text. It doesn't matter if I put this color white here or if I put it here inside div content, the result will be the same. Maybe the padding from the sides can be decreased from 50 to 30. Yeah, something like this. Or maybe it can be increased to 60. This will work. Now the paragraphs that they have should have some spacing from the top and the bottom. So let's do section facilities, and we have paragraphs here inside. I don't need to specify that those paragraphs are inside div content. There are only paragraphs inside content, so it doesn't matter. Let's do margin, and from the top and the bottom it will be, let's say, 20 pixels and 0 from the sides. So let's see. Yeah, so now every paragraph has 20 from top and the bottom. Yeah, and let's make the text smaller. So font size 0.8 rem. Yeah, now it's better. Now, as you can see, we have a lot of like empty space here. Let's see why. And because div content has some margin from on the bottom. Let's see. Yeah, we have padding on the top and the bottom that is 100 pixels. Let's change it to 0. Just 0. Doesn't matter if it's pixels or not. And to make it centered, we don't need to place like padding here. We can make like, let's make minimal padding of 10 pixels here. So it's just a little space, but for the rest, it will be just centered to the middle. So for our columns where we specify the grid, let's do align item center. And now this content is centered. Maybe the gap here is too big. Let's see. Maybe we can, let's see how it looks like here. So we have 2 columns, and the image doesn't take the full width of the column. You see, the column ends here, here, but here ends the image. So we have some extra space that image doesn't take. And maybe we can change the first column to max content. Didn't change that much because we have this div content with a lot of padding from the sides. Maybe we can just decrease it. Well, I think that doesn't matter that much. Well, I think it looks good enough. The shadow content, the shadow text, we don't see it, but we should. So let's see where it is. Let's inspect here. I remember I have added it. So it's somewhere there. Maybe it's on the top. Yeah, facilities. Here's our shadow text. We need to add the position relative on section facilities, or div content position relative. Now let's see. Shadow text is here. No, still not visible, but let's style it. Section facilities. And we have this with shadow text as a class name. Let's bring it up, the index of 1. So we have facilities here. And now let's make it more white, not dark. Oops. So let's do color. And here will be RGBA 255, 255, 255, and 0.1. Yeah, so now its facilities is more like whitish. Now let's update the position. Let's do from the top, it will be 0. Maybe we can pull it up like 200, not 200 pixels up. Oh, that's too much. 50 pixels up. And from the left, let's start with 0. Yeah, I think we can go like with 50 pixels here, maybe less, 20. Yeah, I think this will work. All right, so now I think we are done with facilities section. Now let's style this having your own coach and mentor best theme as a shadow text here. This should be easy. Let's go to our index.html and let's create a new section with class name theme. And inside we need a div with class name center, so everything will be centered inside. And then we will have h2 with this text having your own coach and mentor. And then we have this shadow text best theme that is behind. So let's do div shadow text with best theme. Right, and then we have 3 people here. So let's do div with class name team members, and then every specific member will be just div with class name member, but let's make it ×3, and inside each will have an image, and also we will have a h3 with the name. Let's say just Richard, Lily, doesn't matter, and an extra text here, and that will be about specialty or what they are masters at. So let's just maybe add a paragraph with saying cardio expert. Now let's generate all those 3. Let's see. Yeah, we have it. Just the images should be here underneath. And we need pictures of 3 fit people. So this time I'll go to Unsplash, and first one will be something with cardio. Man, I think we'll take care for yoga picture. So let's see what should be the size here. Okay, let's maybe start with yoga. Let's take this one, medium, and let's put it here inside our gym. And let's rename this one to yoga. Now we need someone running. I think we'll take this guy. Let's put it here, but let's rename this one to running. And what else? Let's do weights, or we can do body builder. Let's find a horizontal, and this one will work. Medium, yeah. Let's rename this one to body builder. Right, so we have 3 images. The first one will be, let's use this bodybuilder. Then let's use running, and the yoga will be last. Yoga, you can change this one to yoga expert. Here will be running expert, and the first one will be weightlifting expert. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, we have everything. But now we need to style it. So let's see, we have team members inside the section team. So let's open our gym CSS, and now let's do section. Let's maybe add some space here. Section team. Maybe we can just start with team members, but it's not a section, it's a div. So div team members should have a display of type grid, and grid template columns should be 1fr, 1fr, 1fr. So we have 3 columns. Now we need some gap, so let's do gap of 20 pixels. Now let's see. Yeah, this will work. All right, so now let's see. We need a lot of spacing here. So let's do section theme. Let's add some padding from the top and the bottom, like 100 pixels and 0 on the sides. Yeah, kinda ish. Maybe not that much. Let's do 60 or 40. But from team members, let's do some margin top. So we'll have some spacing between the team members and this headline. And let's do 30 pixels. Yeah, let's see now here. I think they should have more spacing from the top, like 80, and from the bottom 40. So we have like 40 pixels here. And now let's style this shadow text. So section theme and shadow text inside. Section theme. And for shadow text, let's try with top 0. No, let's do top minus 100 pixels. No, less, do 50. Let's see how they have it. Yeah, something like this. Let's try with left, also minus 50 pixels. Yeah, I think this will work. And then each team member should be rounded. The photo should be rounded. So member, it's team's member. Member is a specific square with this team member. So inside member, we have an image that we want to have border radius. So rounded corners. Let's say pixels. Yeah, so we have some rounded corners, but I want more. Let's do 15. Yeah, I think that's much better. And on a specific member, so this whole square or rectangle, let's see. Yeah, member is all this. I want everything text related to be centered. So let's do text align center. Yeah, that looks good. Now this weightlifting expert, it's a paragraph inside member. So let's do member, paragraph, and let's do font size of not 12, let's do 0.8 rem. Yeah, I think this will be good. Let's make it grayish. So color, let's make it like 555 and maybe even lighter, 777. Yeah. Now under the image, I want to have some space. Let's see. I can change the alignment inside the grid. Let's see. Let's try with align items, not align, that's justify content space between. Now this doesn't change anything, but I can do align items end, flex end, and now the one in the middle is pulled down. If I get rid of this, the image, all images start at the top, but if I add this, it will be aligned to the bottom. So the texts are at the same level. And I think now it's better because texts are more important to be aligned than images. Okay, so we have this team members. Let's see here. Yeah, we will not do this pagination arrows because we will not use JavaScript on any projects, I think. So that will be for this section, I think. Let's see. Maybe we could add some spacing here. So on each member, we have hrefreeze that we want to add some spacing. So let's do margin from the top of 5 pixels and margin on the bottom of, let's say, also 5 pixels. Yeah, that's that makes a small difference, but yeah. And I think we are done with this section, so we can go to the next one, which will be this, the best trainers out here, out there. All right, so I don't know how can we call this section, but let's go to HTML and let's create a section with join, because if you are a trainer and you want to join, I don't know, or maybe we can do trainer. Yeah. Now we will have 2 columns here. So let's do, the first one will be a div with content and stuff, and the second will be an image. So let's do image. And instead of searching a new guy, maybe we can take the one that we already have, this one. So let's do just body builder, and let's see. Yeah. Everything, let's put everything inside center or not. No, this one should be centered because this image should be all the way to the right side of the screen. Right, so but let's put those inside like a div called columns. It will be easier for styling here, and we don't need those empty row. Okay, but this is first column, the second column is just an image. But in the first column, we need a h2 with a text like the best trainers out there. And then we have a paragraph, let's say, are you a trainer? And then join us link. Join us. Yeah, something like this. And let's see. Okay, now let's make those columns first. So we have section with trainer class name, yes. And then we have div with class name columns. And here we want to do display of type grid and grid template columns. There will be 2 columns, one fr, one fr. Yeah, that's much better. But now let's put this in the middle, so somewhere here. So let's do align items center. That's better. And now for this column, I want some padding. So let's see. Let's add some class name to this one. We could add class name to this one, or I can show you something. We can actually do section trainer and div columns and bigger than div. And this means that we are pointing the div that is the direct child of this div columns. If we remove this, then this div can be grandchild or grandchild. But if we do like this, it's direct child to div columns. Right, but now let's add some padding of, I don't know, 50 pixels. That's better. But now we need this gradient, those colors. And the problem is that this gradient is, well, weird, because it's not like a regular square. So I think I will make a square first, just with a color gradient inside, and then I will rotate it to the right, like, I don't know, 30 degrees. So let's make a square first. So inside this content div, I will put a div with class name square. Why not? It will be empty. And now let's do section trainer div with class name square. We can do just that square, doesn't matter. Now let's add the background, and we want to have linear gradient. Now we already have this gradient somewhere. Now we have this one. Okay, but we have this one for the circle. So let's search for a circle. Yeah, I think we can just copy this one. And let's scroll to the bottom, and let's save, and let's see how it looks like. Okay, nothing is visible because our square has 0 pixels in width and height. So let's do width of 100 pixels and height of also 100 pixels. Okay, so we have it here. Let's get rid of this thing. Yeah, so now we have a square like this. So now let's make it position absolute, and top 0. Oops, top 0, left 0, right 0, and bottom 0. Now we don't see it because it has been positioned by the body element and not by the parent, which is this one. So let's do position relative here. So we have our square here. Let's see. Okay, I think the square should be positioned by this one. Instead, it should be positioned by the columns. So I will get rid of this position relative from here, and I will put it on columns. Okay, and now I'll get rid of this width 100 and height 100, so it takes all possible space. But I will do z index of -1. Yeah, and this fixed everything. It still goes all the way to the right side, but it should end somewhere here. So let's say it will go right 50%. Now we have some more purple, and as you can see, it ends here. Right, but now we want to rotate it like 40% to the right. So let's do transform, rotate. Let's try with 30 degrees, and let's see what will happen. Yeah, kinda ish. Okay, and this is okay, but I think it needs to be on top of this image. So from -1, I will change it to just 1. But now the content is underneath. So I will create a new div with class name content here, and I'll put this h2 and content inside this separate div. And for this div with class name content, so section trainer div with class name content, I will make position relative at the end index should be bigger than the square. So let's do 2. Now it's above. Now we need to make this square much bigger. So instead of using left and right, I will put a width. and I would do width 100% view width, something like this. Well, I think that's too much. Let's maybe use 100%, and let's maybe do 50, not 550. Okay, and now let's don't use the bottom, but instead use the height. Do also 50%. No, let's do 150%. Okay, now if we maybe do make left 0, let's see. Let's do left minus 50%, so we can pull it more to left. No, that's too much. 20, still too much. 10, still too much. Let's keep it like it is. Now let's start by pulling this. So top, let's do minus 10% more. Let's do 20 more. Let's do 50. Okay, this will work. I think rotation is too big, so let's change it to 20. All right, let's make the width bigger, so it will go more this way. So let's do width 70%. Yeah, maybe 60 will be enough for now. Yeah, and now the height, so it will go more to the bottom. So height, let's do 250, and the width, so it will go more also here. The width 80%, but let's pull it more to the left, like minus 10%. Yeah, can decrease the width to 70 or maybe 60. Yeah, this will work. Maybe we can do just minus 5. No, 5 is not enough. Okay, so we kind of have it. Let's make it with 64%. Yeah, because we had white space here. Now we want to cut the top and the bottom, but this will be easy because we have this div columns here. And let's see, we can just say on the div columns that everything that overflows will be hidden. So now we have it. And now the texts should be white. So we have this div content. We can put the color white here. And let's see. Okay, I forgot one F. Okay, that's better. And let's style this content here. So we have H2 here. So section trainer, and we have H2 section class name trainer H2 font size should be 4 rem, and everything should be capital letters. So let's do text transform uppercase. Yeah. And now, as you can see, I don't know if you can see, but under the image we have like white stripe, and I can get rid of this by changing the image display. So let's do section trainer image, and let's do display to block. No, it didn't help. And we have also some spacing here. That's weird. Let's see. Okay, this is because the content takes more space than it should. So we can make maybe the letters smaller. Let's try with 3 rem. Yeah. And now, are you a trainer? Join us. Should be also capital letters. So side section trainer. We have this, I think it was paragraph. Let's see. Content, yeah, paragraph. So the P, and let's do text transform uppercase. And we've also a link. So let's do section trainer, a tag, color should be white. So now the link is white. Instead of doing underline, let's do border bottom. So text transform, text transform, text decoration should be none. Instead, let's do border bottom of 2 pixels, solid and almost white. So let's do RGBA 255.5, 50% white, like this. And so we have this join us with this underlined underneath as they have it. Yeah, I think that will do the work. Let's see. Well, maybe this content should be centered, but how to center such a content? We can actually make this content to take more space. Let's see. We can make the width of this content bigger. So we can do like, no, actually we can do just margin. So let's do margin and 0 auto. This doesn't change anything. Let's see. I have content here because it sits here inside. All right. Right, I think we can maybe update those columns. So trainer columns, let's see, let's change the size of this image column to 200 pixels. Oh no, that's not enough. Let's put it back to 1FR. And let's actually update this div content. All right, so we can change it to position absolute. Now it takes all the width almost. So let's do just width. Let's take 100% because why not? Yeah. but from the left it should go 0. Yeah, but now we can add a center inside. So we have content here. We can add center div that we have defined before that just makes width of the content max 780. Yeah, so as you can see here, centerer adds max width to 780 pixels and puts it in the middle. So now I can just add a BR like here to break lines that will go underneath. Also here maybe. Yeah, that's better. But now here we have like 50 pixels of empty space that just push everything down. Let's see, where do we have it? It's this div without class name. We have padding 50 pixels. Let's get rid of this. Now let's see, content. Why content starts here? Let's see. Left 0, we don't have any top. Let's do top 0. Okay, maybe it shouldn't start here. Let's say top 50%. Or let's maybe change it to top 0, but bottom also 0. So now it's this big, but for the for all elements inside, so for this div center, we can do display flex here, or maybe better grid. We can say it should take width of 100%, and why it doesn't? Div content. Okay, we already have width 100%. See why it takes just this amount of space. Let's do grid template columns. We have only one column, so let's do one FR. This doesn't change anything. Let's say we have content here and we have div center. Let's maybe get rid of this grid template. Okay, so we have it here. And let's put the display flex and align items center. Let's see. Yeah, so now everything is in the middle, but well, this one should take much more space. If I maybe change it to grid, and I will tell the grid template columns to take it max content. Yeah, now let's see. Okay, so it starts here where it shouldn't, but maybe if we add another div here and we put center inside, let's see, we have this another div here, can tell in CSS that this the only one column we have, it will take 100%. Yeah, now it works. So we have this grid here on the content that we have created. Then on the underneath we have an extra div that is the only column that takes like 100%. That's why we have 100%. And then we have this div with center. Let's see if we can get rid of this div, if this will still work. No, it will not. Okay, so we need another div as we have now. Right, so now it works. Now let's add some spacing maybe here. So for this H2, let's add some margin bottom of, I don't know, 20 pixels. Yeah, that works. Let's see. Yeah, I think it looks good. Now the only part we have left is this footer. So let's go to index.html, and before we close the body, let's add a footer. And let's see, what do we have inside footer? We have like 3 columns, 1, 2, 3. So let's do div center. So we will center all the content that is inside, and we can actually even add a class name here for columns that we will define. And well, let's see, we'll have 3 divs here, 1, 2, 3. The first one will be with this logo fitness point. So let's do a logo, but instead of fitness point, I will do David Gym. Why not? Then we have like a phone number, address, and email. So I will do it in paragraphs. The first one will be the phone number. Doesn't matter. This will work. Then we will have the address. So let's say Stockholm, and email address hello at davidsgym.com. And in the next column we will have quick links, and this will be, let's say this will be like H4. So yeah, and we'll have links here. So let's do div links, and we'll have like 10 links here. So let's do a, and let's copy this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and let's put something here. Home, about, we can just put test, and we can change only some of them classes. And maybe here we can do our gyms, and here maybe we can do shop. The last one should be contact. Okay, let's put the content for the last column. Let's say it will be H4 for those headlines here. Gym hours. I don't know why they have it capital. And yeah, let's say gym hours, not capital letters. Yeah, and then let's say it will be 4 paragraphs. So paragraph with content like Monday, and then it will say like 5 a.m. to 12 p.m. Let's say 10 p.m. and it will be times 4. So the next one will be Tuesday to Friday, and here we'll have Saturday at 5 a.m. and here we'll have Sunday, and here was Tuesday. Yeah, and now let's see. We need to style it. Let's go to Gym CSS and let's see. First, let's add some spacing and then footer. And it had this dark background color, but it wasn't like, it's not pitch black. So I will copy the color from here and let's add background color, and it's this one. Now color for the text should be white, so we can have some contrast. Yeah, that's good. Now let's maybe fix all the links. Let's see, those shouldn't be purple, those should be white as well. So let's do footer A, so all the links, and let's do color should be white. Yeah. So now let's fix the columns. As you remember, inside this footer, let's see, here we have footer, here we have columns with extra class center, so everything is center. But let's do footer and columns, class name columns, and let's divide everything inside into columns. So let's do display grid and grid template columns to 1FR, 1FR, 1FR. Yeah, that's much better. Now some spacing from the top, bottom, and top and bottom. So on the footer, let's do padding from the top and the bottom. Let's do 50 pixels, and from the sides 0. Yeah, that's much better. We are almost there. And now, as you can see, we have those links here. So let's do footer and that links, and here we will also do a grid. Yeah, we have those links. So let's do display grid and the grid template columns to 2 columns. So 1FR, 1FR, not grid template links, grid template columns. Let's see. Yeah, it's better, but every link inside the links should have some spacing. So let's do footer links A tag should be display block. Let's see. And now let's add some padding from the top and the bottom. Let's say 10 pixels, from the sides 0. Yeah. Now from those headlines, I want to add some spacing underneath. So maybe 10 is too much. Let's change it to like 4. Let's say, now I think they should be 10. Yeah. Let's fix the headers, footer H4, and here just margin bottom 20 pixels, something like this. Yeah, this will work. Now for the links, quick links, we should get rid of text decoration. So text decoration none, and maybe we can make the middle column smaller actually. So we have 3 columns with the same sizes. Instead, let's make the first one 1.2 and this one 0.8. Yeah, and let's add some gap of 20 pixels. Yeah, now let's see. Footer and columns are here. We could maybe increase the gaps and put back that everything is 1FR. Yeah. So maybe now let's style this A tag with class name logo. So footer A tag with class name logo, and let's get rid of this text decoration. Sorry. Yeah, it's text decoration, I think. Text decoration none. What else? Let's make it bigger. Font size to rem. Yeah, this will work. Let's make it uppercase. Text transform uppercase. Yeah, let's make display block, and let's add some margin to the bottom, 10-20 pixels, and this will work. Let's see, maybe we can also, like they have like thin letters here and bold letters here. I can make David's thin. So let's do font weight of, I don't know, 100. And then the gym, let's make, let's see, we can add a span element here, and the gym word will be inside. Then we can style the span footer, a logo, span, font, wave, bold. So now this one is bold, but let's see what kind of thickness do we have on these fonts. We have 400 and 700. Maybe let's import an extra one. Let's say 300. And let's try 300. Yeah, now it's David Jim. We don't need the space even after David. Maybe we do. This will work. Maybe we can make like Jim underneath. So let's do display block, and this one can be line height of 1.5 rem, 1.6, 1.7. So we have some space. And now on this span, so the Jim word, let's do letter spacing of 4 pixels. Let's make it even bigger here. So font size 3 rem. Yeah, kinda. 5 pixels spreading. And let's make text align center. No, a logo should be not block, but inline block. Yeah. And line height, let's change it to 0.9 or maybe just 2 rem. 2.4, 2.2. Yeah, now it looks good. 2.1. We can remove this S so it will be shorter, and the letter spacing can be also removed. So let's do 0, and we can make it smaller. So let's do 2.4, bigger, 2.7, 0.8. Yeah, and now we can get rid of this. David Jim doesn't matter that much. Sorry that I stuck on this Lego. Let's see. Now maybe the paragraphs here and there. So both those texts and those lines are paragraphs. So let's do footer paragraphs, and let's do some margin from the top and the bottom. Let's say 10 pixels, 0 from the sides. And now as you can see, we have some spacing here and also here. So let's see how it looks like comparing to this one. I have even more space and the font is much smaller. Let's make it even here. Font size, let's do 0.8 rem. Yeah. Let's see. We can do even more spacing. Let's do 14 pixels. Yeah. Then we can make the colors of those more subtle. So let's do RGBA and white, but 70%. Yeah. So this is 70% and those are 70%. Change it to 60. I think now it's better. And then the links. Well, the links should be smaller. So links A. Let's do font size 0.8 rem. Yeah. I think now it's okay. Yeah, I think that will be it. Let's see. Yeah, this will work. Let's see here. Well, I think that the header should be centered and this should be centered and the rest looks nice. Yeah, this one looks really nice. So let's center the header. Let's go to our HTML. Let's scroll to the top to our header. Let's see. We have only navigation and this button. So maybe we can add the class name center to our header. Well, let's see. Yes, this kind of works. Now let's fix the center for our intro. Let's see what happens if I add center here. Well, it just works. It's like a magic. It just works. But our booking, where's our booking? Intro booking. Let's add a center here as well. Whoops, this didn't work as it should. Maybe we can get rid of this and put it here, center, and put our form. I will close this one, cut from here, and I'll put here. Let's see if it's centered. Yes, it is, and it looks really nice. But I think it has some extra padding here that we should get rid of. So let's scroll to our form, and let's see. It has margin 20 pixels on the sides. Let's get rid of this. Margin 0. Yeah, now it looks better. This one looks okay. I think the image should be aligned to the left, so it looks good. Services we provide looks okay. But wait a second, why do we have this white space here? Let's see here. Is it the same problem here? All right. Wait a second. Let's check the footer. Well, let's see. I think this is just something wrong with my browser. But why the footer doesn't take like all the space? Okay, and even body. What if I do with 100%? Is it because of this intro? Yes, it is. Let's see. No, I refreshed. It was only my browser And now everything works. If I make it super wide, yeah, everything works. The header is okay, this intro is okay, this thing is okay, services is okay, this is okay, this one is okay as well. Alright, now let's maybe try to fix it for mobiles. I'll put this inspector here on the right side, and let's try to fix mobile view, because this doesn't look good. So everything here looks really bad. Here at the top, here, well, not good, not really bad. This is bad, this is bad, this is bad. But we can add some media queries to fix everything. Let's start from the top. All right, so first let's fix the header. So they don't have any logo here at the header. So we have only navigation and join now button. So what can we do with this? Let's see, we have header and navigation. Maybe if we get rid of this display flex, then almost everything looks okay. And we could just align this button to the right and everything would be nice. Yeah, and I think this is what we are going to do. We could add mobile navigation, hamburger menu, but without having a logo. Well, okay, let's do this. So inside our HTML, let's see, we have header with navigation. And let's maybe put everything inside the div called columns. And here we'll put this navigation and join now button. And the flex decoration, the flex thing that we had for this header, let's put it into header div columns. So it still works. If we make it bigger, yeah, it still works. But now we can add like an extra button outside here called hamburger menu or mobile nav, the same way we did in the first project, I think. So let's add a label that will be actually our button with, let's do 3 those. Let's see, so here it comes. And now let's go to our CSS and let's hide those columns for, or let's make it look differently for mobiles. So media screen and max width, because for mobiles this amount of pixels. And what do we want to do? We want to do header div columns, and we want to display it block default, so it looks like this. And now we also, let's maybe pull it down so we'll have all mobile stuff here under the header. Everything that is related to header but for mobile will be here inside. Let's also get this link definition, and let's update that links shouldn't be next to each other, but instead they should be display block. Yeah, like this. And what else? That let's make it position relative, and let's add that index of like, I don't know, 10. Yeah, so it's bigger. Now let's make the links bigger, so there, if you have like big fingers, you can click on those. So it's the font size of 2 rem. Why not? And let's navigation. Let's add some color here. So header navigation. Maybe no colors here. But the thing with this underline here, I want to pull it up even more for mobiles. So we have bottom -2. Let's do bottom for mobiles -5 pixels. No, it didn't work. Let's do -15. Okay, not this way. Let's do 5. Okay, this is how it works. Let's do 10. And let's make it bigger. So border bottom width, let's change it to from 10 pixels to 20 pixels. I think that's too much. Let's do 15. And bottom 1, yeah, this will work. And for a specific, let's make it block, I don't know, maybe inline block. I want to this bar to take only the amount of this thing takes. So let's see, we have header, navigation, do inline block, and let's see. Well, not this way. Let's have it block. Well, let's have it like this for now, but we can just make header navigation smaller with, or maybe instead let's make everything center. So text align center, something like this. Now this doesn't look good. Right, to fix it, I think I will put spans inside every inside every navigation element. So on those I will do span, and the closing span will be here. Same for those two, and we missed this one, span. And now I will say that this is not about not inside the a-link active, but inside the a-link active span, right? So now let's see. Yeah, I think we forgot about this one. So let's do span, and the closing one should go here, right? And now let's see. Now we have this span here that is much smaller, and we can add the position relative on the span. So let's do header nav a span, and let's do position relative. Yes. So now we have this underline here. Let's do -10. No, just 10. Too much. 5. Now it works. Let's see for this should be, I think it was -10 for desktop. Let's see. Let's fix back for desktop. 1. Yeah, 0. Let's do -1, -2. And now for just for the mobiles, span before. So let's do span here. We want to have bottom -2. Yeah, it works. Now we want to show this mobile navigation button only for mobiles. So here for desktop, let's hide it. Let's see what was the name of it. It was label without any class name. So let's add the class name, and nav button. Mobile nav button, mobile. So let's go back to CSS, and mobile nav button should be display none. So we don't see the button, but if it's mobile size, then we show it. So display inline block. Right. Now we want to have the same styling that we have for join now. So let's copy the selector, and let's search for definition for our buttons here. Let's add a comma and our mobile nav button. Yes, but we also want it to be rotated, so the bars will be horizontal. So here display inline block, but also transform, rotate 90 degrees. Yeah, and let's see, it's really big. We want to probably get rid of some padding from the top and the bottom. So let's do padding from the top and the bottom. Let's do 0. And from the sides, let's do 20. Okay, this is another way around. 20 should be from the top and the bottom, 0 on the sides. Yeah, that's better. Let's do 10 pixels from the top and the bottom. Maybe just 10 pixels everywhere. Yeah, this will work. And we want to make it position absolute. And we want to put it to the top. So top 0, and to the right 0. Maybe not that much to right. So let's do top right 15 pixels, and top maybe to 10 pixels, and more padding. Let's do 20 pixels. And now I don't remember if you remember this trick with this mobile navigation checkbox, but you can check it in my another tutorials. But basically I will add a checkbox here that will have ID navigation checkbox, and I will add this 4 with the same ID here, navigation checkbox. So we have this checkbox here, and now if I click the label, wait a second. Okay, it clicks the links because this button is underneath. Let's fix it. Z index, let's add like 15 here. Now if I click this link, it toggles this checkbox. Okay, so now I can define some CSS based on this, the state of this checkbox. So first I want to hide this checkbox, or maybe not hide, but let's do this one had the ID navigation checkbox. So if ID navigation checkbox is checked, then I want navigation, let's do header navigation, to be visible, display block. All right, and otherwise it should be hidden. So let's make this checkbox checked as a default. So if I refresh the page, it's checked. But now let's do also that if this navigation checkbox is not checked, then header navigation should be display none. So now if I uncheck this checkbox, okay, the navigation is still visible. Okay, because it's inside the div columns. So let's on this columns. Let's now check. Still still nothing. Okay, let's see. We have this input checkbox checked, and it is navigation checkbox. Let's see. Can I just hide everything? Can I hide just columns and everything? No. We have this navigation checkbox. It has nav cb as ID. All right, and I want to hide div columns, that is here. Okay, maybe this thing means actually that it needs to be after. So let me put those two here somewhere above. Yeah, now it works. Let's see where it was before. Before it was, okay, after the columns. So it needs to be before. Placement is important here. So let's put it here. And now I can do uncomment those, or I can do just Ctrl+C to go back. And now if I check this button, nothing happens. Let's see if I comment this, and I can just get rid of, okay, it's not inside header, sorry. It should go like this. Now, yeah. So now, as you can see, for not checked checkbox, the columns that are in the same parent. So here we have the input and here we have the columns. They have the same parent header, so they are like next to each other. So that's why this tilde sign. For not checked checkbox, we do display none, but for checked checkbox, we do display block. Now if I click this checkbox, I can toggle the navigation or header div columns. I can just toggle everything here, even this button. But I can also toggle the checkbox with this button. So now I can just hide this checkbox. Navigation checkbox, display none. Okay, so now let's see on desktop. Okay, it's let's see on desktop and let's refresh. Okay, I have everything here except this button should be on the right side. We have div columns, we have styles, but the flex is removed. Let's see why. Div columns should be flex, and okay, it's defined as block here by the checkbox. Instead, it should be flex here. Okay, so this is the desktop and everything just works. You have just links, but on mobile, you have something else. This shouldn't be visible as default. So maybe let's change this flex with none. So let's do flex here and none here. And now we can see, let's refresh here. Yeah, even now we need to uncheck this checkbox. No, wait a second. The checkbox is checked. So everything should be, let's Ctrl+Z that. But this should be moved to the mobile styling here. So let's put it here. Okay. And now let's replace those with flex and none. Right. So now on desktop we have links as always, but for mobile we have this label that is actually a button, and this label toggles the checkbox that is not visible, but it controls, this checkbox controls the definition of our columns, and it makes it flex or none depending if the checkbox is checked or not. We can actually change this to block so it look better. Yeah, and we can toggle this. Well, maybe it's not that perfect because that circle goes somewhere else, but this is the way it should work, I would say. We can even add maybe a background color on header, but just for mobiles. So let's do header, background color, let's do white. Yeah, so maybe now it looks better. And maybe not for header, but for div columns. Let's see if I remove this definition because we don't need this. Click, yeah, let's see, div columns, it's here. And we don't need any padding on header for mobile, so I'll do padding 0. But for columns, I would do padding of 20 pixels here instead. Yeah, so now I can do something like this. I think that will work. The next problem that we have on mobile is actually this intro. And I think that the easiest way will be just to get rid of the second column, because we don't need this column, we don't need this woman, and we just need this headline and text. So let's scroll to intro. Okay, and we have two columns. The one on the left is 1.2, the one on the right is 0.8. But on mobile, so media screen and the max width 768 pixels. So for mobiles, let's do that section intro should be grid template columns of just 1 FR. Yeah, something like this. And the other column, intro picture, let's remove it. So let's do intro picture, display none. Okay, so we have only like a default intro. Alright, so this works now. Now let's fix this booking form. So let's scroll down to our booking form and let's add a media query here under booking form for mobiles because max width 768. Okay, and let's see, this booking form is super long. It doesn't have enough space, but it has this weird template columns. Let me scroll and show you. 50 pixels, 1 FR, 50 pixels, 1 FR, 50 pixels, 1 FR, and 1 FR, because we have icon input, icon input, icon input, and button as the last one. And I will just copy it from here and I will update it for mobiles. So where it was, let's see, it was on form intro booking. Form intro booking. We want to update this grid template columns to be, well, on 2 rows. So maybe let's do just something like this, or maybe just something like this. Now I think we can be good with just with 2 columns. So let's do 50 pixels 1 FR, 50 pixels 1 FR, something like this. But now the last column, so the button should be much bigger. So maybe if I do inspect here on this button and I will do template, grid template to 1 FR. No, nothing changes. Let's see, maybe it will be grid column and let's do 2, 3, 4, and this thing works now. Okay, so we can add the grid column to 4, so it will look better. Yeah, so let's go form intro booking, and it's a button that wants to have grid column 4. All right, now on those inputs that we have added, those borders on the right side, we can get rid of those. So let's do it only for mobile. So let's do intro booking and input. And we had border right, that we can do just 0. Yeah, but instead we can add maybe some border bottom. So let's do border bottom 1 pixel solid, and let's do like DDD. Yeah, I think that will work. Now for the button, let's add some margin from the top, like 3 pixels. Yeah, this will work. Now for the whole form, let's add some margin from the top. Margin top, 20 pixels, more 40. I think that's much better. Now let's see. We need even on the sides, so let's do just margin 40 pixels from the top and 20 pixels on the sides and 0 from the bottom. Yeah, I think that's much better. Yeah, this will work. Right, this part, let's see. I think we can get rid of the left column. So we have section about and we have image. Let's see, section about. Yeah, let's add a media query for mobiles. Media screen and max width 768. Section about. Let's get rid of this image. Image, display, none. Yeah, but now we need to also update this section columns. So here are the columns 1 FR, 1 FR. So section that about, and grid template columns should be just 1 FR. And we need to update padding to make it like 0 from the top and the bottom, but 20 on the sides. Yeah, now it looks much better. So we have some spacing from the left side. And yeah, this looks okay. About us, this looks okay. Services. Well, when it comes to services, maybe we can just get rid of this girl, so we will have more space for all the texts. So let's here under services, let's do media screen max width for mobiles, and let's do that section services, and we have only 1 image, so we can do just img display none. So now we don't have this girl, but we want also to update the columns. because if I inspect here, you can see that we still have 3 columns with the same sizing on every column, and we don't want to have that. We want to have only 2 columns, or maybe just 1. So we have columns on this one, section div columns. I can maybe select that much. So we can skip this display grid because it's already defined. But on grid template columns, let's try with 1 column. Okay, yeah, it's much better. Let's try with 2 columns. Okay, this didn't work as I expected. Okay, but the second column is empty because we don't have the image, so we can do 0 and 1 FR. Well, this will work. I think it will be better with just 1 column. And let's decrease the margins here. So for a specific service, we have margin of 50 from the top and the bottom on desktop, but on mobiles, let's just do 20. Yeah, this will work. So now classes, and we have grid of 3 times 3. I think we can do something else here. So let's do media queries, media screen, max width 768 for mobiles. So let's do classes grid, and let's change the grid template columns to, let's say, 1FR, 1FR. Yeah, so we have only 2 of those, and I think this looks fine except this arrow. So let's see, I will move this more to the bottom because I will put more definition underneath, and I will update definition of time, that is goes here, so it doesn't take the place that arrow is here. So let's do margin right of 20 pixels. Yeah, now it's much better. And well, this looks like a disaster. We're done with this for mobile. Let's fix this thing, facilities columns. Okay, so let's, under facilities CSS, let's add media query for mobiles. And what do we want to do? Let's get rid of 2 columns. Let's just do 1 column grid. So section facilities div columns, because we have it here, section facilities div columns, and we have grid and grid template columns. But let's update this, and let's have just 1 column with 1 FR. So we have this image, and underneath we have this text. And you know, actually I would like to maybe keep the image, but I want to have more borders and maybe some margin. So let's do something like this, section facilities and the image inside, but only for mobiles because we are inside this media query. Let's update the border radius that we had here. So it was 120. Now we will do 120 on every side, and didn't work as I thought it will. Okay, not border right, border radius. Yeah, like this. And let's add some margin of 20 pixels, but not like this. I want it to be smaller in size. So let's do box sizing border box. No, this didn't help. Maybe because we need to add display block. No, this didn't help. Let's see. Okay, img is this big. Let's see. Let's add width 100%. Still didn't help. Let's see, what do we have here? Width 100%, and we don't need. This is the max width, but the width should be 100%. Okay, maybe we can get rid of this margin, and instead we can put this on columns as padding. Padding 20 pixels. Okay, now we have it, but there's too much padding here right now. So in content, section facilities div content, section facilities div content, and this CSS I'm writing is only for mobiles because we are still inside this media query. But for this content, I want to have padding from the top and the bottom, let's say 20, but 0 on the sides. So we have more, only 20 pixels on the sides. So this one looks nice, and we kept the image. Right, so last part is, not last part, but next part is theme. Let's scroll here, we have theme. Let's, under the theme, let's add media query for mobiles. And now, how can we fix this? First, maybe let's put some padding on the sides. So let's do section theme should have padding from the top and the bottom, let's say 60 pixels, and from the sides 20. Yeah, I think that's better, because now we have some spacing here. Okay, and well, we could put those under each other. I don't know, maybe we should. So each member, let's see, we have a grid here, okay, of 3 columns. So let's do div team members should go like grid template columns, and just one FR, one column. Yeah, I think this is much better. And we are done with this section. Now this one, I think it was called trainer or something. Yeah, section trainer. Let's scroll down. Let's add media query for underneath the trainer definitions. Right, so I think here we can just get rid of this guy. So let's see, we have div columns, section trainer, div columns, and here I want to do grid template columns, just one column. Yeah, but now I want this square take all the width. Even if the guy is underneath, we can cover it with this square that has gradient. So let's do section trainer and square. And for our square, where do we have the definition for our square? Here. I think I will just copy everything except the colors, and I will put everything here. And let's see, I don't need to update this. I don't need to update the Z index thing, but I don't need to rotate it. So I will do it 0 degrees. And now I can make it width 100%. And from the, maybe we can even leave this rotation 20 degrees, why not? But we need to make this bigger. Let's do 140. And from left, let's do -40. Yeah, now it works. But now on the content, we need some padding. So maybe we can do it on the columns. No, it will not work. We need to put it inside here. So if we put it here, let's see, padding 20 pixels, then it will work. So section trainer, div, not columns, but content. Let's do padding 20 pixels. Okay, but why is it this small? Let's see. We have this section trainer. Okay, because this content, I think, is position absolute. Let's change the div content to position relative. Yeah, now it's better, but we need to make this square bigger. Let's do -20, -25, let's do -30, with more, -40. Yeah, and needs to be bigger. Yeah, now let's try to get the stuff that is underneath, which is this image that we still have. So section dot trainer and emg, let's do display of none. So we don't need this emg here. It's not visible, but we kept the text and this. But let's get maybe more, like 40 pixels from the top and the bottom, maybe even more, 50. Let's see, div content, yeah, 50 pixels, looks really nice. Maybe even more, let's do 60. And this will work. Let's just see if, yeah, it looks good for desktop as well. Now for our footer, let's scroll down. Let's add the media query at the bottom of our CSS file. And now we want to make just one column at a time. So we have inside footer, we have div with class name columns, and we have this grid template columns definition. So let's do footer, div columns, and let's do grid template columns, just one FR, one column. Yeah, and everything works, but we want some padding. So let's do padding, 20 pixels. Yeah, and that will be it. I think this works really nice. Yeah, the footer looks really nice. Let's go from the top. Don't stop till you success is okay. Yeah, and here we have mobile navigation that works. Explore more. Yeah, that works. Yeah, I think that will work. Let's check again the desktop version. Looks really nice on desktop. Yeah, looks awesome. Right, so I think we are done with this project. That was the 5th project that we have created. And I'll close now this and this. And let's check next project.